Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Although RC inhibitor is a fatal poison for ordinary ghouls, it has no effect on Kenki now. On the contrary, it makes him become violent. The attacks are more terrifying and the methods become more vicious. Just one face-to-face, Black Rock was injured, and even the hair on his body was shattered. Blood stained the floor. The smell of blood mixed with RC cell inhibitors made Kenki's ghoul-eating instinct reach its highest point. Kenki threw himself on the Black Rock and began to eat the flesh and blood from the Black Rock one by one. The rich RC inhibitor covered the entire surrounding area with a thick layer of fog, making the surrounding vision blurry. The battle between the two is over. In the fog, only the sounds of gnawing and chewing were left. Because the entire Cuiculia was filled with RC cell inhibitors, and the CCG support troops from the outside came, the Bronze Tree Ghoul, which originally had a great advantage, began to collapse. Without Hezi and his strong physical fitness, these ghouls are just lambs to be slaughtered. Jin Mu was still eating crazily and didn't notice anyone coming from afar. Eye patch. Kotaro Armin's eyes widened. He originally said that he wanted to come here to see if there were any ghouls that had not been killed, but he never expected to see the scene in front of him. Kenki was lying on the Black Rock like a wild beast, losing his mind and only retaining his hunting instinct. Black Rock fell to the ground motionless, and the pool of scarlet blood under his body continued to stimulate Armin Kotaro's nerves. Infinite anger broke out, which also made Kotaro Armin recall the scene when he first met Kenki. At that time, Kenki not only let him go, but also made him develop a kind of ghoul that can desire survival and hope just like humans. At that time, he saw a different color in Kenki's eyes. But now, Kotaro Armin only felt that Kenki had betrayed him. He was a liar and a monster like other ghouls who killed innocent people and ate people. Kenki, who was immersed in the world of eating, did not notice that Kotaro Armin had released his Cuink. Perhaps because of his anger, Kotaro Armin's speed and strength have skyrocketed. Kointaro Armin's Cuink is a relic left by Gumato, and it is also a weapon that can be split into two hands. The strong murderous intention was noticed when he was about to chop down Kenki's body. The dark centipede-like Hezi blocked him instantly. Jin Mu stood up slowly, and Hizai began to squirm and fight back. Hezi slid in the air and made the sound of a centipede crawling, like the devilish sound of hell, which made people tremble. Kotaro Armin, who dodged the attack, continued to attack Kenki but was still blocked. But it seemed that when he saw Kotaro Armin, Kenki, who was in a state of rage, hesitated and did not continue to attack him, but defended himself from Kotaro Armin's attack. Eyepatch, I want to talk to you about why you didn't kill me then. That night you were crying, could it be that your tears were also lies? Kotaro Armin shouted. Cuink waved vigorously in his hand. Tear. Jin Mu's pee was cut off, and the severe pain made the berserk Jin Mu keep wailing. Armin Kotaro watched all this and said painfully while separating his Cuink into double blade mode. I thought I could get it from you. He has no reason to kill me. If he also lets me go, you who have a way out. Kotaro Armin, who unlocked the dual sword mode, was like a powerful force, or Kenki, who was running rampant, fell into memories and easily chopped off Kenki's dark red crotch like a centipede. In just a few rounds, Jin Mu's pee was all chopped off and he lay helpless on the ground. That's it, just be a ghoul, that's it. Cuink pointed at Kenki in his hand and roared, wanting to vent all the anger and confusion in his heart. When Jinmu, who was covered in blood, heard this roar, tears appeared in his originally dull eyes. Tears fell down my cheeks. The bruises on my body also began to dissipate. I don't want to eat anymore. Kotaro Armin looked at Kenki in front of him. After all, he still didn't have the heart to kill Kenki immediately. He slowly lowered the Cuink in his hand. It was at this time. Suddenly, there was a roar from above. Looking up, the corpses of humans and ghouls fell like raindrops. A pair of giant hands stained with countless blood opened the barrier that isolated the underground cell. The terrifying Hezi monster stuck its head out and then rushed down. Bang. The powerful body made a huge noise the moment it landed. Excellent Yaman. After seeing the person clearly, Akatsuki Manato's eyes widened, anger welling up in his heart. One-eyed owls. She held Cuink tightly in her hand, but there was nothing she could do. The one-eyed owl's pee began to grow crazily. White spikes on Yuhi and Jia-he's backs surged, and two huge arms emerged. A strong sense of oppression instantly enveloped the surroundings. Then, in front of Kotaro Armin and Akatsuki Mano, he directly grabbed Kenki and Kirishima Yato, who was leaning aside. and then jumped up. But before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Kotaro Ammon and Akatsuki Mano. The two of them did not dare to act rashly, so they could only let Kenki and Aya be taken away. Eye patch. Looking at Kenki being taken away, Kotaro Armin murmured, not knowing what he was thinking. With Takatsuki Izumi taking Kenki and Andu away, the battle to capture Kuikulia came to an end. CCG suffered another huge loss, and it was also caused by the Bronze Tree organization. This time not only many members died and the imprisoned powerful and vicious ghouls escaped, but even a special investigator died. The entire CCG is enveloped in an aura of depression. Although I have already prepared myself to sacrifice at any time, now that so many of my friends have died, it is hard not to feel sad. On the other hand, the Bronze Tree's mid-level and high-level combat capabilities have improved a lot. Most of the imprisoned ghouls rescued this time were forced to join the Bronze Tree, except for a few individuals with strong strength who escaped from the Bronze Tree and returned to the organization they once belonged to. After this time, it's time to clean up the Anding district. Fenkun Gongshan, the coffee you make is really delicious. I will honor it, my promise. The sky is gloomy, and snowflakes are the embellishment of the ending, which is like the ending of tragedy and the beginning of tragedy. After some time, both the Bronze Tree and the CCG have begun to resume normal operations. What should have happened in the original work still happened. For example, one of the two, Kuranana and Haku, was killed by Suzuya Juzo. This also made Kotaro Armin fall into deep doubts. After seeing Kuranana and Haku turned into one-eyed ghouls, his worldview was impacted. After the CCG compiled the summary of this battle, the information about Kuranana and Shiro was also brought to the surface. From joining the CCG investigator school at the beginning, to being determined to be sacrificed when the body disappeared, and now to becoming a ghoul. Kotaro Armin looked at the information and couldn't calm down for a long time. In their bodies, Armin Kotaro thought of the situation when Kenki shed tears. If humans can become ghouls. Holding a large pile of ghoul information about this battle with his head lowered, Kotaro Armin just walked out of the information room when he bumped into a young man. The information in his hand also fell to the floor. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. Nagek Yingliang apologized hurriedly and then quickly helped to clean up the fallen materials. Forever. Kotaro Armin said, Mr. Yaman, I didn't see you, I'm sorry you weren't hurt. Then Yaman began to collect the information. No. Let me do these. Nagek Hideyoshi said quickly. But at this moment, a piece of information about the eye patch ghoul came into view. Yingliang Nagek picked it up and looked at it in trance. Yaman noticed something strange and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just feel like I keep hearing the name eye patch lately, and it always feels so scary. Nagek Yingliang lowered his head and said. Yaman did not feel the change in Yingliang Nagek. Soon, the two of them packed up the information. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yaman, I'll leave first. Well, thank you for your hard work. After the two said goodbye, Yaman stared at the information about the eye patch in his hand and murmured. I hope I'm not overthinking. The rain is heavy and the thunder and lightning are roaring. In District 11, in an abandoned building, there were constant rumbling sounds mixed with painful roars. When people heard it, they felt a chill and shuddered all over. This is the consequence of cheating. The roof of the building in the distance. Feng Yu looked in Jin Mu's direction and murmured. He understood that the heartrending cry of pain was Kenki's voice, and he also knew why this happened. The strength of a ghoul depends on the strength of his body and the number of his cells, but at the same time, the more important point is the number of RC cells in the body. Ordinary humans also have RC cells in their bodies, and they will not become ghouls as long as they do not exceed a certain threshold. In the ending of the original work, Kenki Kazuko turns into a giant Kazuko shell centipede. And the gas released after the self-explosion of the Kazuko monster is the RC cell attractant. It can cause the RC cells in an ordinary person's body to skyrocket, breaking through the threshold between humans and ghouls, and thus turning into a man-eating ghoul. Certainly, RC cells can also be improved in other ways, but they are unstable and chaotic. Over there are the host's emotions. When the host of RC cells has negative emotions such as confusion, despair, etc., then the RC cells in the body will go into riot and their strength will increase. Although this can quickly increase strength in a short period of time, there are too many restrictions. First of all, you need to be lucky, and secondly, you need to have S*X together. Plunder other ghouls to strengthen yourself. Finally, there are the side effects. Just like Jin Mu is now suffering from mental torture, Hezi also went into riots and was out of control. Feng Yu's eyes were blazing and there was no expression on his face. After a while, Feng Yu slowly put on the death mask with his tall body and black cloak like a night ghost. Ta-da! As footsteps approached, Jin Mu, who was in chaos, immediately became alert, his scarlet eyes staring at the direction where the footsteps came from. But there was no response in the darkness. Jin Mu clenched his teeth and tried hard to calm down. It was just the severe pain in his head and the footsteps in the darkness that made him extremely irritated. The huge dark red snake flew out instantly, like a giant python, with a crazy intention to strangle the person who came in the darkness. Just a moment. Jin Mu felt a powerful force directly grab his son. No matter how hard he struggled, he was firmly grasped, as if embedded. Death, oh Mr. Death. When I saw the god of death before, I felt that there was a strong sense of familiarity in him, and it was even more so now. Seeing that Feng Yu didn't speak, Jin Mu also carefully observed the legendary Mr. Death in front of him. Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. Kanki shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He could feel his P** being torn off alive. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a green-faced fanged death mask and a black cloak, he carried a strong sense of oppression with every step he took. The good guys in the Bronze Tree organization, Feng Yu nodded. "I'm here to help you." Otherwise, with such strength, the other party would probably have already started to kill him if he wanted to. Jin Mu's eyes widened. Feng Yu's voice was deep and hoarse. This was of course processed. Any ghoul wearing a mask would deliberately change his voice. Just being stared at for a while can make your scalp numb and chills coming over you. He must be someone I knew before. Jin Mu didn't dare to think who it was, but fortunately he could feel that the other party had no murderous intent. Your current situation is due to Hezi's sudden riot, but it's because your body can't bear it, so it's like this. However, I can't let you see my face yet. Especially the eyes of the death mask seem to have a special power that can capture people's minds. I'm just here to help you control your power. There are not many such powerful forces in this world, except perhaps Takatsuki Izumi, the leader of the Bronze Tree. Bang. Kanki took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The terrifying existence in the darkness threw away the torn Hezi, which made Jin Mu extremely horrified. "Mr. Death, why did you come to see me?" The dark footsteps continue and get closer. Jin Mu was startled, but before he had time to think, the existence that grabbed his son in the darkness began to exert force. Because the being in the darkness did not use Hezi, but relied solely on the power of the physical body. Although the two met several times after joining the Bronze Tree, they never had such close contact as now. Are we? The air suddenly became quiet, leaving only the roar of the storm, lightning, and thunder outside. The intense heart palpitations also allowed Hezi to regain his composure despite his violent state. One night passed. The fish-white light in the east lit up, and Jin Mu was already lying on the ground with his whole body sore and limp. Feng Yu's figure had already left, and he didn't know where he went. Jin Mu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His breath had returned to calm, and he could no longer find any possibility of violence. It was obvious how much Feng Yu had helped him in one night. "Thank you, Mr. Deaths." Jin Mu seemed to have thought of something, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. After all, he was originally an ordinary college student who, after a series of brutal torture, turned into a seemingly emotionless killing machine. A night of training restored clarity to Kanki's eyes. Ever since he became white-haired Kanki, he hadn't felt so at ease for a long time. The tense nerves were released at this moment. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy the relaxation of his body's nerves. He slept soundly and peacefully this time. He no longer saw many negative emotions like killing, cannibalism, torture, etc. when he closed his eyes. Instead, he dreamed back to the time when he was still human. Life, family affection, friendship, and the ignorant and sweet love of adolescence. To be honest, every time Feng Yu watches Tokyo Ghoul, he feels that Kanki is both pitiful and lucky. What's pitiful is that he was turned into a ghoul by someone, and then tortured all kinds of ways to become like that. Fortunately, he met those ghouls in the Anding district, and also had people who silently protected him. Maybe many people feel passionate and happy when watching Tokyo Ghoul, but there are very few people who can truly feel Kanki's pain. It's not me that's wrong, it's the world. Few modern life is still luxurious, this damn beautiful scenery. Feng Yu wiped his nose silently, although there was nothing there. "Dear sir, you only need to spend a little money to choose a welfare girl to accompany you to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. As long as you purchase our package and become a member, you can enjoy a free high-quality private hot spring pool, and you can do whatever you want there." In front of Feng Yu, at this moment, a mother sang in a kimono was selling her own packages and products with a charming face. as well as the flower girl behind her. The wiring on each of these girls' bodies is pitiful, and their white thighs are like a river of spring water flowing eastward, which makes people want to stop. Not to mention that these girls are all petite, but they are surprisingly big where they should be. Feng Yu even doubted whether it was man-made. Each of these girls has their own style and different makeup, standing there together like a beautiful scenery. Looking at them, Feng Yu swallowed his saliva and then said righteously, "No, I'm not that kind of person." Then he turned around and left and entered a hot spring shop opposite. Before leaving, I thought to myself, "Bah, in this declining world there is such an immoral place. It's better to go to Demon Slayer. At least you can enjoy the warmth brought by the hot springs quietly without being disturbed." Then another sigh. It has been longer and longer since I have been in the world of ghouls, and I cannot control the situation in Demon Slayer's world. This sense of unknown and worry makes Feng Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. How many more days are there? After the CCG was renovated, it began to broadcast news on the recent frequent crimes committed by ghouls on TV news and asked the public to actively report ghoul gathering places. The entire curricula also began to rebuild. Regarding the frequent armed attacks by ghoul groups, the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau has proposed that the top priority is to detect the hidden base of the ghoul. At this stage, we are looking for more relevant information. We hope that Everbright people can actively report it. Are you ready to start? Standing on the busy street, Feng Yu looked in the direction of District 20 and murmured. Then he came to a bookstore and successfully bought Takatsuki Izumi's latest book. As expected of Takatsuki Izumi, it's quite interesting. Feng Yu closed the book and let the sun shine on his face, enjoying the warmth for a moment. "Brother, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers?" Feng Yu opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was a little girl with a sweet smile. At this moment, she was looking at Feng Yu innocently. "Take a quick glance." The cart contains common flowers, such as roses, lilies, gypsophila, etc. But what made Feng Yu look at him was that there was actually someone selling sweet-scented osmanthus. Feng Yu picked up a small bottle and inhaled the faint fragrance into his nose. "Is this osmanthus?" Feng Yu asked. "Brother, this is another variety of osmanthus fragrance. It's called golden mushroom. It comes from the country in the east. It means modesty and love. Brother, do you want to buy flowers for your friends or for your lover? I can recommend it to you." The little girl said with a smile. She looked so harmless under the gentle sunshine. "Well, send it to a friend," Feng Yu said lightly. Then the little girl recommended several kinds of flowers to Feng Yu and successfully sold them. Feng Yu understood that this should be the flower bed behind the little girl. The door slowly opened, and a strong smell of blood dissipated at this time. But this delicate fragrance is mixed with other flavors. Under the flowers in the greenhouse, there are all bones and bones, which makes people shudder. The little girl walked to an old building and shouted, "My lovely daughter Huaji is back. How is it? Are the flowers sold out today?" The man said, "The road is winding and winding very fast." "That's great, Mom is the best to me." The little girl continued to sell flowers to the people around her. As soon as I tore open the barrier of the greenhouse and entered, the rich fragrance of flowers hit my nostrils. Squeak. At the same time, bones, bones, bones. Looking at the little girl's leaving figure, something strange flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. The smell of blood, the smell of rancidity. The flowers in the entire greenhouse are in extremely good condition, budding and ready to bloom like fairies, exuding a faint fragrance. The man whom Huaji called his father looked around cautiously, then closed the door, and the strong smell of blood began to lose its source and slowly dissipate. Feng Yu gently peeled away the damp soil underneath. Feng Yu followed the little girl to a suburb. Feng Yu's eyes were cold, as if he had thought of something. This also indicates that she is a ghoul. You can smell the fragrance of flowers from a distance, and at the same time a greenhouse stands in front of you. "Two humans came today and we have more food." A trace of greed flashed in Huaji's eyes, and then he quickly walked into the house. As expected, dense white bones suddenly appeared. Feng Yu's expression was deserted, and he silently opened the soil next to him, only to see white bones again. After Feng Yu glanced around, he landed on the tree that looked like an osmanthus. "I'm back." Perhaps it was because the flowers sold by the little girl were so good-looking and had a strong fragrance. Soon, the cart full of flowers was sold out. Inside the house, a man covered in blood appeared, then he smiled innocently and touched the hair of a girl named Huaji. The little girl who sold the flowers walked away in one direction, while Feng Yu followed silently not far away. "Mom and Dad, why are you eating secretly behind my back again?" "We promised to eat together when I come back." As if stimulated by the smell of blood, the little girl's eyes instantly turned scarlet. My good daughter, go and eat. Your mother has left a large piece of fat for you waiting for you to eat. A wave of anger welled up in my heart. This family of ghouls actually used human flesh and bones to grow flowers. No wonder Feng Yu could smell the smell of flowers mixed with the smell of blood and putrid smell. This flower garden is very large, and renovated soil can be seen everywhere. It is unknown how many lives are buried in such a large area. Feng Yu's face was ashen, and the sounds of laughter and chewing could be heard from time to time in the dilapidated house not far away. Feng Yu didn't know why this place wasn't discovered by the CCG people, but now he just wanted to kill them. Bang. Kicking open the door, the smell of blood that had just been covered up instantly hit your nostrils. Who? In the darkness, 3 pairs of scarlet eyes looked at Feng Yu with hostility. Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at them coldly. Damn you be *****D, how dare you interrupt our family's meal, it's unforgivable. The middle-aged man Ghoul scolded. Wait a minute, the child's father, let's ask him why he's here first. I always feel that this person is very dangerous. The Ghoul woman whispered, but the released Hezi behind him was obviously ready to kill with one blow. Hey, isn't this the big brother who bought flowers today? The girl Huaji tilted her head and said. At this moment, her face was covered with blood, and coupled with that dark smile, she looked like an evil ghost from hell. HMPH. Whoever disturbs our eating should be damned. After that, the man released his Jaya, which was a huge shield-shaped Jaya, with scarlet eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. The attack came roaring, but Feng Yu did not move, but looked at the devastated wooden table behind the ghoul girl Huaji. There was blood all over the ground and pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. In the darkness, you could faintly see a dying woman with her eyes wide open, refusing to close her eyes. This was killed by their family, and Feng Yu vaguely felt that there were still many humans imprisoned in this old house. The anger in his eyes was even worse. Although he knew that it was natural for ghouls to eat humans, he couldn't stand by and watch when he saw it with his own eyes. The ghoul man's attack was about to fall on him. Feng Yu moved his figure and turned slightly sideways, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he put his hands on the man's shoulders in an instant, pressed with a strong force, and hit the raised man head-on. Leg. Crack. The sound of bones breaking suddenly spread. With just one blow, the man lost resistance and fainted on the ground. ***hole, how dare you hurt my husband? Go to hell. When the ghoul woman saw the man lying on the ground, she immediately attacked. Her son is Wei-He, like a squirming python wanting to strangle. Feng Yu just frowned slightly, because she found that this woman was actually willing to separate. I saw that the walls on both sides of Feng Yu were instantly broken when the woman's pee hit. Attack with a surrounding posture. It's just that this kind of attack is so slow in Feng Yu's eyes. He can easily dodge the attack with just one step. Huaji, go quickly, I'll hold him back. The woman shouted, and then she rushed forward, trying to block Feng Yu with her body so that her daughter could escape. Snored. Feng Yu groaned and moved quickly behind the woman. The speed was so fast that the woman couldn't react at all. When the reaction comes, Feng Yu's palm had turned into a knife and struck his neck. The woman also instantly lost consciousness and fainted. As for ghouls, their bodies are actually similar to those of humans. They just have a body and stronger attribute recovery than a human body. The weaknesses are still very obvious. When the girl Huaji saw this, she burst into laughter. Brother, are you going to kill me? Huaji had already wiped the blood off her face, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Coupled with her pitiful appearance, she couldn't help but make people feel pity at a glance. It's obvious that Big Brother is very powerful. I definitely can't beat you. I don't know whether Big Brother is a ghoul or a human. But if you want to kill me, you might as well give it a try. Huaji smiled and then pressed the button on the wall behind him under Feng Yu's gaze. Rumble. The wall covering on Huaji opened instantly, and a stench hit her. Seeing this, Feng Yu secretly guessed that he was right. The family had indeed imprisoned the human being. Brother, I don't want to talk nonsense. Do you want to save these people or say no? Say it. Huaji's eyes have turned scarlet, and behind her are several humans who have lost the color in their eyes. But there was no reaction from the people inside. Seeing that Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, Huaji mocked. It seems it's really because of these humans. It's ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. As a ghoul, he actually cares about these humans who are supposed to be food. They hugged each other naked in the open air, and the entire huge iron cage could only be described as a mess. Or is it because of these humans? Do you think you can threaten me like this? By the time all humans regained consciousness, they had forgotten the memory of being tortured by the Huaji family, and only remembered that they were imprisoned by ghouls. Just now I was a little puzzled that the woman would separate from Hezi, but she was so weak, but now I understand. The girl in front of me is the master of separation Hezi. Looking at the clean ceiling above my head, Feng Yu passed by her, but she didn't react at all. On the contrary, she stood aside like a guard, standing still. But soon the flower branch seemed to be stuck and the laughter stopped abruptly. Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh to death. Zolo. Her eyes began to be attracted by the death eyes on Feng Yu's face. The scarlet eyes exuded a strange power, making her eyes gradually become blurred. Someone called the police and the CCG investigators went to rescue you. When we arrived at the scene, both the ghoul and you were in a coma. Feng Yu's eyes slowly turned scarlet. In his perception, Feng Yu could clearly see that Hezi was buried inside the iron cage. There are men and women, mostly young people and children. One of the young men asked, "Officer, weren't we imprisoned by ghouls? Why are we here?" The mental power coupled with the specificity of the death mask caused Huaji to be mentally disturbed. Jayahi made a slight stroke, and the huge iron cage burst open. However, since you are a ghoul, why do you want to attack us? It seems that we have not provoked you. Separate Hezi. It's probably the person who called the police who saved you. When the girl saw this, she waved her hands indifferently and said, "What? It's also a ghoul. I thought it was some annoying white pigeon. Their spirits have been tortured to the point of losing their will, like corpses, at the mercy of others. The blood that has not yet dried is mixed with all kinds of excrement. This place has become a paradise for flies, but it has also become a hell for this group of humans. Psychic power heals neurological trauma in the brain." The young man nodded quickly, but he couldn't remember what happened during this time. Seeing this, Feng Yu began to release his mental power and began to interfere with their will. However, your memory seems to be lost. Think carefully about whether you remember anything. We need to make a confession. But now she is actually using it to threaten Feng Yu, Feng Yu murmured. After this case was handled, it immediately attracted the CCG's great attention. After all, there were countless bones buried under the entire flower garden, which shows how many human beings this family of ghouls had killed. At the same time, it is also because during this period of time, the CCG side has been attacked by bronze trees one after another and suffered a disastrous defeat. It needs some achievements to inspire people soon. The CCG reported this incident at its press conference and was also very grateful to those who assisted in reporting the incident. Finally, the person in charge of CCG also called on the general public to actively report clues about ghouls. As soon as the news came out, it quickly received a lot of support, and the CCG's reporting hotline was also ringing non-stop. Some absconding and newly wanted ghouls became queuing in the hands of investigators because of reports from humans. Watching the good news of CCG coming continuously on TV, Feng Yu felt complicated inside. In the final analysis, both ghouls and humans are trying to survive, but there are a few ghouls who hope to coexist peacefully with humans. However, the current CCG philosophy is that they would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. As long as they are ghouls, no matter you say they are good or bad, we will arrest them all. Huh, it's them. Has Takatsuki Izumi already started planning? Looking along Feng Yu's line of sight, in a car in the distance, Shinohara Yuki and Suzuya Jizo got out of the car together, and their eyes were looking at the antique coffee shop. It seems like this is it. Shinohara Yuki said, it's amazing, this store looks so beautiful. Suzuya Jizo on the side said with his eyes widened. Hearing this, Shinohara Yuki smiled helplessly, and then the two of them walked into the store. Jingle. The doorbell rings. Welcome. At this time, only Imikishuan was in the coffee shop. When he saw the two of them, his pupils shrank instantly, but he soon calmed down. With her strong psychological quality, Irimikishuan didn't show any signs of strangeness. She ordered food for Yuki Shinohara and Yuki Shinohara just like she received ordinary guests. Okay, sir, your coffee and sandwiches will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Ijian Kshuan said with a smile, then turned and left to make coffee. Wait a minute, beautiful lady, can you call your store manager? I have something to do with him. Shinohara Yuki said with a simple smile, while Riya Jizo beside him was lying on the floor-to-ceiling window and constantly watching the people passing by on the road. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Ijian Kshuan's tone was very gentle, but the moment she turned around, her face became extremely solemn. Store manager, the white pigeon is here. Ijian Kshuan said seriously. I see. Fangkun Gongshan only responded lightly, and Eru Jiangshuan didn't say anything when he saw this. He just left this kind of matter to the old man in front of him. Just like when I entrusted my life to him many years ago, this is trust from the heart and unswerving protection until death. After a while, Yashimura Kozen personally delivered sandwiches and coffee to Shinohara Yuki's dining table. Wow, it looks delicious. Suzuya Jizo exclaimed, it's such an exquisite store. Thank you for the compliment, may I ask what do you want from me? Fenkun Gongshin asked. Oh, that's it, Kanki. Kanki-ken, he used to work here, right? Yuki Shinohara took a sip of coffee and said, yes. Then do you know his whereabouts now? We started losing contact with him 2 months ago, and we haven't seen him since. I wonder if it can be helpful to you. I heard that he just underwent a visceral transplant and his physical condition is not very good. Fankun's good deeds came slowly, but Shinohara Yuki was staring at him in trance. Have we met elsewhere before? Hearing this, Fankun Gongshin opened his half-closed eyes and said, what's up? Have we met before? Obviously, Shinohara Yuki didn't believe it. I'm very sorry. It seems I got the wrong person. Thank you for your cooperation, let's go Shizao. He took out the money from his wallet and put it on the table, then asked Suzuya Juzo to leave. Thank you for your patronage. Suzuya Jizo shouted and hurriedly followed. But when leaving, Yuki Shinohara said meaningfully, the coffee tastes great. Then he left. When he walked out of the door, Shinohara Yuki breathed a sigh of relief and then secretly said, I will come again. Although Shizao was confused, he didn't say anything and followed his footsteps happily. In his heart there are not so many twists and turns, it can be described as innocent. Watching Shinohara Yuki and the others leave, Yashimura Kozen knew what they had guessed and his face was extremely solemn. All kinds of past events also began to emerge, from the young life of fighting to the current shelter. But now with the arrival of Shinohara Yuki, all this will soon be shattered, but the members of this family make him unable to let go. Sighing deeply. So many thoughts. Although I had already anticipated that such a day would come and was prepared for it, when the day actually came, I couldn't let it go for a long time. Just like that, after 2 days, Fankun Gongshin contacted Jinmu and Feng Yu successively, but the content of the conversation between the two was different. For Kanki, Yashimura Kozen only hopes that he can live well and that one day he can pull Yashimura 8, who is now the leader of the Bronze Tree organization Takatsuki Izumi, out of the quagmire and give her salvation. In this regard, he also told Kanki his entire life story. But they didn't tell him that the CCG had begun investigating the stable area. As for Feng Yu, Yashimura Kozen hopes that he can fulfill his promise and protect the members of the cafe after his death. Feng Yu felt that Fang Kun Gongshin was delivering his last words, but this was indeed the case. Things can't be done, Fang Kun Gongshin must die on the surface so that the next plot direction will not collapse. Feng Yu also mentioned whether he would save him when the time came, but what he got was Fang Kun Gongshin shaking his head and refusing. He said that this time he was paying for the sins he had committed when he was young, and it no longer mattered whether he was alive or dead. The only people who matter are the members of this coffee shop. The sky was hazy, it was late winter, and the snowflakes were falling like goose down. On the CCG side, after Shinohara Yuki returned, he began to report. In his heart, he has determined that Fankun Gongshin is a ghoul. The plan to attack the coffee shop also began to be formulated at this moment. The hazy sky, falling snowflakes, and passers-by walking. Sure enough, it's still snowing. Fortunately, I brought an umbrella. Let's go, Hinami. After purchasing supplies, Roma looked up at the sky, then opened her umbrella and returned to the coffee shop. But what they didn't know was that 2 people in white clothes appeared behind them and watched their every move. The person under surveillance is none other than the CCG investigator. Due to the attack on the stable area launched after Shinohara Yuki returned last time, the whereabouts of the entire coffee shop members are under their surveillance. The coffee shop, which is usually deserted, is also crowded with customers during this period. Fankun Gongshin, who noticed this strange thing, also sighed slightly in his heart. He didn't want this day to come so soon, because there are still people in this big family who need to be protected, and the feelings between everyone are already closely connected. It's not an exaggeration to say they are family members. This night, Fankun Gongshin gathered everyone together, and even Sifeng Lianqi, who was out on business, returned to the coffee house. Looking at the lotus signs in all directions, everyone looked at each other. Ah, that's it, he is the final weapon in the stable area. Well, it's true. Looking at the surprised faces of everyone, Fankun Gongshin had a smile on his face. Mr. Sifeng actually once worked in Anding district. It's really unbelievable. He's very good at making coffee. Oh yes, but just receiving guests. Gu Jai and Yuaner smiled. Oh tilde, so that's it, I understand. Everyone looked at Lianqi from all directions with an expression that I understand. However, at this time Sifeng Lianqi interrupted everyone's joking. Dong Xiang, have your luggage been packed? Ah, not even close. Dong Xiang said hurriedly. It doesn't matter, you can go pack your luggage and leave the rest to us. Aru Jiangshuan said. Thank you, let's go Hinami. Because Dong Xiang is going to college, he needs to pack up his things and move to a place near the school during this time. Perhaps, Dong Xiang's departure this time is the last time we meet. But that's fine, everyone's life is different. Dong Xiang is the only child who can get the life he wants, the best yet. Fangkun Gongshan thought to himself, late at night. Fangkun Gongshan and Sifeng Lianqi sit face to face. They have noticed this place and I want to hand them over to you. Fangkun Gongshan said. Is there no room for recovery? Lotus from all directions said. Fangkun Gongshan shook his head, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. I see. The night is long, and how many people's hearts are resting on the clouds. The snowflakes on the sky are still falling, as if they will not stop until a certain point. By midnight, Dong Xiang packed his luggage. Under the dim street lights, Dong Xiang did not notice anything strange about Fangkun Gongshan and Sifeng Lianqi. The two of them just looked at Dong Xiang with a smile on his face. Sister Dong Xiang, it's still snowing. Hinami said, yes, this scenery is so beautiful. Dong Xiang sighed, then I'll leave them to you. Fangkun Gongshan said, good. Sifeng Renqi nodded silently and then began to greet Dong Xiang and Hinami to leave together. Store manager, I will definitely come back to help when I have time. The same goes for Hinami. Goodbye, store manager. Dongxiang and Hinami waved goodbye while Fangkun Gongshan watched them leave silently, sighing in his heart. It was at this time. Figures of people flashed around the coffee shop, lurking in the darkness. With a slight glance, Fangkun Gongshan seemed to understand something and turned around and returned to the store. Soon after, Yuki Shinohara, wearing a prosecutor's uniform, walked into the coffee shop. Oh, there will be snow tonight. Looking at Shinohara Yuki, Yoshimura Kozen smiled slightly as if he had anticipated this scene. Welcome. The strong aroma of coffee spreads as the hot water is poured in. There is no other smell, only the original aroma of coffee is retained. Can I drink with you? Fangkun Gongshan said, certainly. Shinohara Yuki nodded. Coffee was served, and Yoshimura Kozen took the opportunity to sit next to Shinohara Yuki, and the two chatted like they had been friends for many years. It tastes great. Thank you for the compliment. Is this because different types of coffee beans make it so fragrant? This is certainly one of the reasons, plus the degree of roasting, the way of brewing. And different water will also affect the taste. Fangkun Gongshan put down the coffee in his hand. While this is my opinion, I think the most important thing is the way the different coffee beans are prepared, rather than the country of origins. Reconstitute. Yes, different coffee beans have different brewing methods. Even expensive coffee beans will not taste good if they are mixed with impurities. On the other hand, even cheap coffee beans can be brewed carefully using their characteristics. The coffee is not inferior to the expensive coffee. Listening to Yoshimura Kozen's words, Shinohara Yuki fell into deep thought. After a while he nodded and said, that's it, it's so profound. Thanks for the treat then. It doesn't matter. Shinohara Yuki felt that the time was almost up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Fangkun Gongshan also got up to see each other off. Maybe after leaving this door, the relationship between the two will become enemies. The expensive and cheap coffee bean brewing methods just mentioned by Fangkun Gongshan are not secretly indicating that there are good and bad ghouls. It's just that one of them is a ghoul and the other is a CCG investigator, so they are destined not to be friends. There is nothing sadder than this in life. Shinohara Yuki wanted to take out his wallet to pay, but Yoshimura Kozen refused. Looking at Yoshimura Gongshan's eyes, Shinohara Yuki seemed to understand something and smiled helplessly. Then I'll be more respectful than obey. Thank you for the hospitality. It doesn't matter. When Shinohara Yuki walked onto the road, the always-on lights of the coffee shop behind him also went out at this moment. Walking under the dim street lights, Shinohara Yuki sighed slightly. Looking at the scenery outside the window at this moment, Fangkun Gongshan felt relieved. Dong Dong, I have already improved the hygiene in the store. Me too, store manager. Furuma Yuaner and Uruma Kshuan said. Thanks. In the end, Fangkun Gongshan made coffee for the two of them. Perhaps this was the last time he brewed coffee for the two of them, just like when we met back then. It starts at that time and ends at this time. Then plays. Well, long wait. Thank you, store manager. The two looked at each other and smiled, then drank the coffee. It tastes the same as before. That's true, I really miss the old days, hahaha. Fangkun Gongshan walked to the window and said calmly. Tonight it's so deserted. This night was destined to be sleepless. Whether they were concerned about the ghouls in the stable area or the CCG investigators involved in this crusade, their hearts were in confusion. One side is a last resort, the other side is for protection. They are all prepared for the uncertainty of life and death. No one is right or wrong in the two camps. Just the day before in the CCG highest conference hall. Please pass this one-eyed owl crusade plan. Marutes I followed Hishumasa to the top leader of the founding CCG and submitted the plan execution letter. Have you identified the other party's hiding place? It's confirmed, we are in a coffee shop in District 20. All the surrounding people have been evacuated. We are just waiting for your consent to launch an attack. Well, let's start the crusade. I hope everyone can return safely. In every Ghoul crusade, the investigators who participated in the war would write a suicide note in advance, in order to prevent accidents during the battle and prevent them from doing what they wanted in their hearts. At the same time, they also wanted to give the last words to those who care about them, a comfort once the plan is approved. The personnel who had already surrounded the stable area quickly received the news, and the operation began at this moment. At the front were heavily armed soldiers, with guns and ammunition in their hands, approaching the door of the coffee shop step by step, but they did not move too rashly. Just as they were about to reach the top of the building, a sound of footsteps slowly approached. When the soldier squad leader saw this, his heart tightened. It was obvious that the person who came downstairs was tonight's target. The people who came downstairs were none other than Furuma Yuener and Iramixuan. As they went downstairs, the sign of the coffee shop also lit up at this moment. It's just that they are not called by this name at this moment, but have become the demon ape and black dog that once made the entire CCG fearful. One black and one white. One is fat and the other is thin. The only thing they have in common is their ideals, to protect the man in their hearts who took them out of the fight and to protect this hard-won small family. The two stood side by side, exuding an aura of terror. The soldiers were startled by their auras and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Welcome. The two laughed and then launched an attack. A black figure and a white figure kept shuttling around the soldiers. Every time they passed by, the soldiers fell. They are like the god of death in the dark night, harvesting life. Da-da-da. The fire caused by the gun kept flickering, and the bullet casings fell to the ground with a ding-ding-ding sound. The intensive firepower was like a shower. Only. The demon ape and the black dog were not ordinary ghouls. Their speed was so fast that to others they were just an afterimage, and the dense hail of bullets did not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, the number of soldiers in the team is constantly decreasing. Don't worry, there are only two of them. The soldier squad leader shouted, trying to restore the confidence of the confused team members. But the next moment I was dumbfounded. There are only two, how stupid. I haven't even noticed it yet. The demon ape and the black dog looked at each other and smiled, then jumped up and stood under the roof in front of the soldier. Clatter. The demon ape snapped his fingers, and a group of ghouls wearing the same clothes as them appeared behind them. Is there more than one enemy? That's the demonic ape. And the black dog. They should be hostile to each other, how could it happen now? The soldier captain was horrified and immediately began to report the situation here. Young ones, your bones can still move. Just sacrifice your lives for me. Oh yes. Ha ha ha, let's have a big fight. The demon ape laughed loudly, and the younger brother and the black dog behind him all jumped down one after another. The fighting begins. The narrow street suddenly became extremely noisy, kilometers away. Feng Yu saw the fire where the coffee shop was located and knew that the battle had begun. But there was no expression on his face, he just looked at all this coldly, filled with emotion. Sudden. His face turned cold and he frowned slightly. What are you here for? The tone was cold like this dead winter. Haha, of course I miss you, my lord Death Tilda. However, Feng Yu noticed that Jin Mu was quickly breaking through the blockade and rushing towards the direction where the two were fighting. The show has begun. I really look forward to the most beautiful fireworks blooming. Do you hate him? Takatsuki Kwan sat next to Feng Yu, looking at the battle in the direction of the coffee shop. His smile grew stronger. It's just that the once bustling streets have long since become dead silent. After a while. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu, are you looking forward to the performance I planned tonight? This move really stunned Feng Yu. At this moment, Takatsuki Kwan fell straight back and his body fell straight down, but his eyes were full of tenderness. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, a mass of blackness, stains of blood that had not dried up, and muzzles of guns that were still emitting white smoke. Takatsuki Kwan's scarlet eyes stared at him playfully, but they did not make Feng Yu feel any timidity. Feng Yu knew that these two people might not be able to hold on for long. The red light swept across. Feng Yu shook his head, frowned, and said, "Does he really have to die?" The battle is not over yet. After Feng Yu's help last time, Jin Mu's strength improved greatly. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu, I think you are a bit ridiculous. Besides, how did you know that he is my father? The Q-ink in their hands suddenly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this, Kanki's figure quickly shuttled back and forth. The familiar streets and everything familiar were still vivid in his mind. He broke through all the layers of defense with ease. Relatives. At this time, the demon ape and the black dog have been separated from the battlefield. The once notorious demon ape and black dog organizations are now the only ones left with Maruji Furuma and Kshuhen Nurumi. After saying that, Takatsuki Izumi stretched out his pink tongue and gently stroked his earlobe. Takatsuki-san let out a puff. Feng Yujun, this world is unfair. Someone always needs to sacrifice something in exchange for something. Even if I need to kill more people, I will not hesitate. If you ask me if I hate him, my answer is. Feng Yu wiped his wet earlobes and said disgustedly. His figure was like a ghost in the dark night, and all kinds of gun attacks failed to touch him even if they were intensive. Feng Yu looked directly at her. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu could clearly feel Takatsuki Izumi's mood change, and the air suddenly became quiet. Takatsuki Kwan suddenly hooked Feng Yu's neck with his hands and whispered to his ear, "I can't wait to love you." Jinmu did not go on a killing spree, but used Hezi to destroy their weapons one by one. Then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. "You are such a boring man, but I feel like I like you more and more, Tilda." The person who came was none other than Takatsuki Izumi. She still looked like her whole body was wrapped in bandages. Facing Feng Yu's indifference, she didn't seem to feel anything wrong. She jumped up to him and gently took his hand. Tilda, this woman is getting more and more abnormal. He is your father, your only relative." Hearing the word family, Takatsuki Kwan suddenly turned his head and met Feng Yu's eyes. By the time Kanki arrived, the demon ape and the black dog were already lying on the ground dying. Seeing that he was about to suffer the final blow, Kanki couldn't bear it any longer. Hezi waved behind him and his body looked like a ghost, and he instantly shuttled to the investigator's side. His eye flashed past, and the Q-ink held high suddenly broke into pieces. "Damn, it's a blindfold." Someone yelled, and then everyone turned their attention to Jin Mu. He gently put down the demon ape and the black dog, with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to become so strong, Kanki." Oruji and Kshuan sighed. Jin Mu didn't speak, he just turned around silently, pointed with his fingers, and then his figure turned into an afterimage again. Wherever he passed, the CCG investigator lost his threat and fell to the ground helplessly, eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Even the special class and quasi-special class CCGs were shocked by Kanki's terrifying speed. "This guy is so strong." Kang Yuan and Shi Mu shrank their eyes. They could clearly feel the power of Jin Mu, while Tadashi Hachiwa on the side had a look of disdain on his face. "It's really ridiculous that it was delivered to your door. It seems that Black Dog and you are in the same group. Anyway, I will send you to hell together today, damn ghoul." Beichuan revealed his ferocious chin. This really made Jin Mu tremble in his heart, but there were more important things to do at the moment, and he had already made up his mind to quickly deal with the people in front of him. The scarlet embroidery spread and everyone was ready. In the next second, Kanki instantly turned into an afterimage and the scarlet Hezi flashed by. Before Kuramoto and Shiki could resist, Q-ink exploded in their hands. At the same time, Kanki kicked him in the abdomen and flew several meters upside down. Outside, the severe pain caused the two of them to fall to the ground weakly and lose the ability to fight. The rest are Beichuan and Captain Pingzi, who has no sense of existence at all. But Kanki did not underestimate the humble Hirako. On the contrary, among these people, Hirako was the one who posed the greatest threat to him. Just standing there was a strong sense of oppression faintly exuding. Hachikawa Tadashi's Q-ink is a spiral-shaped Q-ink that surrounds the arm. It is a long-range attack type and has certain defensive capabilities in close combat. However, speed is a major shortcoming. Kanki also grasped this and attacked quickly, even if Beichuan and Heiko stood on the same level. With Feng Yu's help, Jin Mu is much more proficient in controlling Hezi than in the original work, and his natural strength has also improved a lot. I saw his 4 wings flying and turning into 4 tentacles. His whole body was like a spider moving quickly. Beichuan kept attacking, but Kanki was so fast that the lightning released by his Q-ink could not touch Kanki at all. Hirako on the side was holding a big knife and looking at the fast-moving Kenki with a dull look. The next moment, the figure disappeared, and less than a second after Kenki landed, Hirako's sword suddenly arrived. Bangs! Hezi and Pingzi's Qink collided and withstood the attack. Also taking advantage of this gap, Kenki and Hirako quickly distanced themselves, frowning slightly. He could feel how dangerous the blow just now was. If he slowed down for just 1 second, his body would probably be cut in half by Hirako. Hirako on the opposite side looked at Qink in his hands, already having the next ending in his mind. Bachuan's attack is still going on. Jinmu plans to kill Bachuan first. As soon as the thought moves, the figure turned into a ghost again and the afterimage passed by. The Qink wrapped in Bagwan's hand was suddenly broken and damaged. At the same time, just like Kang Yuan and Shiraki before, Kenki punched him in the stomach and lost it. Combat ability. Kang Yuan Lu Mu, you lead Bachuan to retreat first. Your Qink cannot withstand this guy's attack. Pingzi said calmly, Captain Hirako, but before Kang Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Pingzi. Your Qink has been damaged. If you stay here, it will only become a burden to me. So please, for your safety, please take Mr. Bachuan away. Bangs! The sky is still raining velvet snowflakes, but there is no one to appreciate them. Hirako's figure quickly shuttled to avoid the attack, but Kenki, who was hanging in the air, could see his figure clearly. Kenki is constantly breaking through the defense line, and at the same time, the top leader of this crusade and Shasheng are also aware of Kenki's situation. Although Hirako was dissatisfied with Bachuan's hatred of ghouls and his disregard for human lives, he could only let them retreat first. Are you going anyway? Yes, received. Seeing that Kenki didn't take action, Hirako breathed a sigh of relief, and then without any nonsense, he rushed forward and started wrestling with Kenki. The first expedition team has retreated. Kenki placed Madoka Furuma and Xuan Nurumi in a hidden corner. Both of them had been seriously injured and lost their ability to fight, but because they were ghouls, their lives were not in danger. To be able to improve your strength so quickly in such a short period of time means you must suffer just as much. Eye patch. As soon as the words fell, there was another moment of silence, and finally he looked in a certain direction, and finally there was only a sigh. After another loud noise, Pingzi flew backwards several meters away, and the big knife in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Kenki didn't answer but walked straight in one direction. Upon seeing this, Kang Yuan and the other 2 people quickly helped Bachuan up and left the battlefield quickly. Kenki looked at them and did not stop him. After all, he had no intention of killing people. Along the way, he destroyed the weapons of those who blocked his way and killed them. Not a single life was taken. Bang! Kotaro Armin frowned and murmured. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, Kenki turned into an afterimage, quickly teleported to Hirako's side, and destroyed the weapon in his hand with one blow. Both of them were very fast, and Hirako was even more accurate with his sword. Every time he swung his sword, he was aiming to cut with an eye on the sure hit, but Kenki didn't want to get too entangled with him. Kenki. What a pitiful child. Looking at Jin Mu's retreating back, Gu Jian Yuaner didn't feel anything, but was filled with emotions. Erujian Xuan looked at Jin Mu from a distance, with both relief and pity in her eyes. Kenki has already surpassed us. Really, I don't know how this guy did it. Aru Jiangshuan asked. The 4th team goes to support the 3rd team and don't let the blindfold break through the defense line. Even though he was very fast, he was still knocked to the ground by Kenki's blow. News came that the defense lines had been breached, and he quickly started to take countermeasures. After all, he couldn't let him disturb today's protagonist. The 2nd Crusade team has retreated. Receive. Bangs. The ground shook, sand and rocks flew, and the scene was suddenly enveloped in dust and mist. 4 scales were flying and the whole body jumped into the air. One scale was used as a support and the others fell like poisonous snakes. Every blow made a big hole in the ground. Kenki's whereabouts are under CCG surveillance anytime and anywhere, and everything he does when he gets to that location is clearly known. Kotaro Ammon was ready for battle after receiving the order from Washumasa. At the same time, he also knew that Jin Mu had not killed anyone during his breakthrough, which made him feel another throbbing deep in his heart. Although the scenes that happened in the Battle of Kuikulia before, he could feel the complex emotions such as grief and regret in Kenki's heart. Kotaro Ammon doesn't know how to define Kenki, a ghoul. Soon his eyes sharpened and a white-haired figure was reflected in his pupils. It was Kenki who came here. At this time he also saw Kotaro Armin, and his figure suddenly paused. Blindfold, I won't let you pass. Kotaro Armin shouted, holding swords in both hands and waving his hands in a fighting posture, ready to attack at any time. Please, Please let me pass. Kenki lowered his head with endless sadness hidden in his eyes, and did not dare to look at Kotaro Amen's burning eyes. Other side, Fankun Gongshin was not in a comfortable situation at this time. He was surrounded by 5 people and was beaten all the time. As the forwards, Kuroa Iwa and Yuki Shinohara, with their new generation of new suits, their speed and defense can be said to have reached their peak. The other 3 who constantly interfere with Yoshimura Gongshin's attention are Suzuya Shizo, Ui Gun, and Hoji. Suzuya Jizo is holding a scythe Kuink, like the god of death reaping life. With his petite body and reaction ability, every blow can cause considerable damage to Yoshimura Kozen. What's more, Suzuya Jizo's style of play has no structure at all. His offense is more like a fun toy seen by a madman, and every hit can make people guess. Even Kuro Iwa and Yuki Shinohara felt a headache after watching it, but they remembered what Wusu Mato once said. Some people are suitable for irregular fighting styles. As long as they can defeat the enemy, that is the only way to play. Kuroa Iwa and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other, no longer obsessed with Suzuya Shizo's attack method, but began to fully assist him. At the same time, Yujin County also held a sword and cooperated with several people to launch an attack at the same time. Faji is simple. His Kuink is shaped like a gun, and it can be regarded as responsible for interfering with Fankun Gongshin's attack. The battle between several people was very volatile, and huge explosions and fighting sounds could be heard from a distance. Suzuya Jizo laughed wildly. Ahahaha. If someone who doesn't know what Suzuya is looking at, they will probably subconsciously think that he is a madman, holding a huge scythe and constantly slashing. Even the terrifying shell of a one-eyed owl can be cut off. Perhaps because of Fankun Gongshin's old age, he could easily handle the 5-person team-up at the beginning. But as the fighting time continued to lengthen, he began to lose ground. Terrifying red arrow feathers erupted from his body, but they were blocked by Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki. Taking advantage of the moment of misfire, Suzuya made a bold move. She jumped directly onto Shinohara Yuki's shoulders. The excitement on her face was beyond words. Shizao, don't, you will get hurt. Shinohara Yuki seemed to be aware of Suzuya Jizo's thoughts and quickly stopped him. But Suzuya Jizo ignored it and shouted excitedly, quick, quick, just like this, throw me over. Shinohara Yuki wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Kura Panyan beside him. We have to believe him. Shinohara Yuki was moved by Kura Panyan's firm eyes. After being stunned for a second, he gritted his teeth and directly grabbed Suzuya Jizo's ankle and threw it in the direction of Yoshimura Kozen. Suddenly, Suzuya was thrown like a javelin. That's it, ha ha ha. Suzuya Jizo shouted excitedly, holding the sickle Kuink tightly in his hand. The body quickly arrived in front of Fankun Gongshin, and at the same time he quickly waved his sickle. Tear, tear, tear. When the red light falls, there is blood. The more blood there is, the more excited Lingwu Shizao becomes, and the faster his attack speed becomes. The long battle made the old man, who had half of his body buried in the soil, become weak. He was already panting under the shell of Hezi. The weak breath turned into a white mist as soon as it was exhaled. Start the crusade now, SSS-level Ghoul, the god of death. Store manager, I'm sorry, I have to be in trouble. Child, my fate should have been like this. There is no need to blame myself. Now it can be considered as atonement for my sins. They just ask you. Store manager. Everyone present just watched Fankun Gongshin staggeringly stretching out a hand, as if there was someone there to greet him. Kuro Anyan immediately began to report the battle situation. Maru Tejai was excited when he heard it and wanted to cheer loudly, but the next moment he was poured cold water on him. His exhausted body made him breathe heavily. Tear. He dragged his injured body forward step by step, as if something was constantly attracting him in front of him. After that, he closed his eyes, but there was a smile on his face, as if he was truly liberated at the moment he lost his life. No, it's the god of death. At the moment when Fankun Gongshin was about to fall, he kept holding him with his hand. The moment everyone in the CCG saw Feng Yu, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their hearts. Each attack can cause great trauma to his body. A black figure rushed out like a ghost, holding a crimson sword and slashing at Fankun Gongshin. A violent explosion broke out instantly. Fankun Gongshin looked at Feng Yu with a feeble smile on his face. Scenes from the past began to replay in his mind, and the person he never forgot in his heart also appeared at this moment. Then several more red lights flashed. Goose-down snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and the shell of Fankun Gongshin's body began to break bit by bit. The hard-as-iron shell of Hezi shattered, but soon began to heal, but this time under the surprised eyes of everyone. The once gentle and elegant old man was now in a mess, with blood stains sliding across his cheeks leaving bright red marks, and the neat silver threads had become messy. As the shell shattered, his face was exposed to the air. He resisted subconsciously, but this blow cut off his Jaya arm directly. At the moment when Yoshimura Kozen repelled Suzuya Shizo, the shell fired by Hoji fell. Amaru, I am Kurapan, the one-eyed owl's crusade is over. Although he has strong self-healing power, the 5 people joined forces and he suffered more and more wounds. Blood spilled all over the floor, white claws fell off. The person coming is none other than Feng Yu. Fangkun Gongshan's body suddenly fell down. Yujing Jun still wanted to strike a few more times, but he was cut down by the black rock. Well, when Hai Panyan saw this scene, he was also touched in his heart and couldn't help but close his eyes. Obviously, Fangkun Gongshan no longer has the ability to resist at this time. What ghoul death, why is that guy here? Maru Tesai roared angrily. The joy he just heard about defeating the one-eyed owl that had shrouded CCG for many years disappeared instantly, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. The Supreme Commander and Zyuji also frowned slightly at this time, tapping their fingers on the table. The situation at the scene could be clearly seen from the monitoring screen. He and Zyuji looked at the situation of several other blocked levels and the situation of each team. He had secretly made a decision in his heart, and even if he didn't defeat the god of death just by killing the one-eyed owl, it would still be worth sacrificing all the members of the team. His eyes gradually became cold, and then he said, Amaru, let them seal off the whole place and fight against the Ghoul, the god of death. But Hypen and the others have just consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the one-eyed owl, and they won't be able to hold on with the new on them. Maru Tesai couldn't help but retorted, this is an order. Even if they die, it will be honorable. As long as they can get rid of the ghouls that harm mankind, then they are valuable. Besides, a horse is already on the way. Zyuji's cold voice came, and Maru Tesai suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Recalling the scenes in the past, he knew what this man did. Hateful. Maru Tesai felt a sense of powerlessness and punched the wall heavily, venting his inner dissatisfaction. But he quickly regained his composure. Kuruwa, I am Merit, and the mission to defeat the Ghoul and the god of death has begun, but I hope you must save your lives. A horse is already on its way here, you just need to hold it back. It is a mission to crusade against the god of death, and it is also a mission for me to ask you to protect your own lives. Do you understand, Hai Pan? Maru Tesai said with tears. Hahaha Amaru, it's not that serious, but we will definitely come back safely. After all, we have agreed to drink together. Hai Panyan's honest smile made a promise. But the smile disappeared soon and he said dully, everyone, let's start attacking the guy in front of us. Amaru said that Arima is already on the way, we just need to hold him back. The few people looked at each other and expressed their understanding, but it was nothing but Shi Zhao. His face still had the same crazy smile as before, and the moment he saw Feng Yu, his fighting spirit continued to emerge. This made his breathing quicken. Hua tilde. He looks so powerful, I really want to chop him to death. Suzuya Jizo said. On the side, Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki felt a slight pain in their temples. Shizao, this guy is not weak, don't act rashly. Shinohara Yuki said. After hearing his words, Suzuya Jizo looked thoughtful. Suzuya, we are going up, follow us, we will cover you. The new bodies of Kurapanyan and Shinohara Yuki made a sound, and a faint blush spread. This was the new eating their flesh and blood. Hearing the words, Yujingun and Faji are also ready for battle, superior. Kurapanyan shouted and rushed directly to the front with Yuki Shinohara. The two stood side by side, with an aura that one man was in charge and no one could stop them. Yujing County followed closely behind, and Faji stood on the spot staring at Feng Yu. Q-ink in hand has already been prepared. I believe that as long as Feng Yu shows a slight flaw, he will be greeted by a bombardment of cannon fodder. Seeing that they were still using their newly arrived tactics, Feng Yu glanced sideways, picked up Fangkun Gongshan's body unhurriedly and put it aside. Just stay here for a while. Feng Yu murmured softly. Then the figure turned into an afterimage, and the armor of his hands appeared. Bang! The attacks of Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki were directly blocked by him with one hand, while the other hand blocked the attacks of Ui Gun and Suzuya Shizo, who were hiding behind them. Do you think a sneak attack can hurt me? Feng Yu's voice rang in their ears, which gave Hai Panyan an ominous premonition. I saw that the surface of the giant hand formed by the scarlet armor began to squirm, and thin lines visible to the naked eye began to wrap around their Q-ink. No, leave quickly. Black Panyan shouted and quickly wanted to stay away from Feng Yu. However, the four of them felt that Q-ink in their hands was embedded in Feng Yu's giant claws, and could not move at all no matter how hard they struggled. In the distance, Fa Si seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and the Q-ink in his hand began to accumulate energy. Seeing this, Feng Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He swung it hard, and when he released the weapon in his hand, the bodies of the four of them were already in the air. The situation is even more embarrassing. It seemed that Feng Yu heard Yu Jingjun's words, or it was something else. The strong wind of the fist whizzed past his ears. Fa Si cursed secretly, pulled the trigger, and powerful energy shot out. Before they could react, a whip kicked the four of them away. Looking at the scrapped Fa Si Q-ink in his hand, Feng Yu threw it away like trash. A more intense battle has begun. It streaked across the dark night like a gorgeous shooting star. Hoji was still searching for Feng Yu's figure, but he heard Shinohara Yuki's shout in the distance. If he had been more decisive at that time and let go of the weapon earlier, the judge would not have been afraid of the safety of several people and failed to shoot in time. Oh damn it! The fire soared into the sky, and Feng Yu's figure could not be reflected for a moment. He stopped in front of Feng Yu and took over Fang Kun Gongshin's body, and then slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. He couldn't believe that several people were knocked to the ground just by looking at each other. Directly twist the direction of the muzzle, the huge energy turns into a blue light and shoots towards the sky, and then turns into fireworks to embellish the battle. Snowflakes were flying in the sky, and he walked forward step by step. Fa Si, be careful, that guy is behind you. When he suddenly turned his head, he was greeted by Feng Yu's fist. That is at this moment. I saw a figure flying slowly from a distance. It was Noro, the guard of Takatsuki Spring. Afterwards, Feng Yu destroyed the Q-inks of several people one by one and found that they had no power to resist anymore. This guy's strength has become stronger again. Several people just watched helplessly as he took Fangkun Gongshin's body away but were unable to do anything. Then there was a violent explosion. Black Panyan looked at Feng Yu's back and said secretly. So he slowly walked to the body of Fangkun Gongshin and picked him up slowly. Unexpectedly, the attacks of the four people did not even cut off the Hezi shell on his body. On the contrary, Feng Yu's Hezi also showed strange abilities. The plan can be said to be very good. The two of them charge and open the way for Yui Gun and Jizo to relay the sneak attack. Law Division's Q-ink was instantly disabled, and he himself was kicked away by Feng Yu. The entire District 20 began to riot, and countless members of the Bronze Tree who had been ambushing appeared from every corner. Crack! Fa Si subconsciously opened fire, but in an instant Feng Yu grabbed the gun body and pulled the trigger. Feng Yu stopped and looked into the distance. But now the Law Division's Q-ink is scrapped, which proves that one of them has lost the ability to fight. Suddenly, with the coffee shop as the center, countless buildings collapsed, hitting the CCG members who had not yet reacted on the ground. Chaos, screams, death. Countless CCG members who did not come and those who evaded were smashed into pieces by the collapsed houses. Bronze trees also appeared on various defense lines. They were all uniform, wearing red cloaks and white ghost masks. Except for the leading few, the rest were all dressed in this way. Although several CCG teams had previously had a decrease in personnel after fighting with the Black Dog and Demon Ape organizations. However, with its powerful firepower output, the CCG still formed an evenly matched situation with the Bronze Tree organization. Even the strength of the middle and upper levels is the same. Although several quasi-special Q-inks were damaged before, new Q-inks were quickly replaced, but their power was not as good as before. Strong combat awareness and skills make it as easy as cutting a melon between the middle and upper-level CCG players and the lower-level players in the Bronze Tree. Although the strength of the bottom layer of the Bronze Tree has improved a bit, they have not received formal training after all, and they can be easily killed by ordinary guns and ammunition. In the final analysis, the Ghoul just has Hezi as a weapon, and the attributes and self-healing ability of the entire body have been enhanced several times. Essentially as fragile as ordinary humans. After Feng Yu defeated Hai Panyan and the others in several face-to-face encounters, he sat quietly aside, which puzzled Hai Panyan and the others. Hai Pan, what do you mean by this guy? Why didn't he kill us? Yuki Shinohara asked. I don't know, but I feel like he is waiting for someone. Black Panyan frowned and said, at this time, several people lost Q-ink and had no chance of winning. They could only report to the team to recover their physical strength and stabilize their injuries. Especially Kurohwa and Shinohara Yuki, because they wore Nu when fighting. No matter how strong their bodies are, they cannot withstand the long-term devouring of Nu. As soon as the Nu was liberated, the devastated body was exposed in front of everyone. His whole body was covered in blood, and his mouths were open one by one under his clothes. It was as if some monster had eaten it, which was horrifying to watch. Ahem. With just a little tug, Kurogane and Shinohara Yuki felt severe pain in their bodies, and scarlet blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. In this battle, the two acted as forwards and tanks, always withstanding the greatest pressure and giving their teammates space to output. Of course, all kinds of attacks will naturally fall on them. Just like Feng Yu's blow just now, most of the power was absorbed by the two people. No matter how powerful the new increase was, it could not withstand Feng Yu's frontal blow. Mr. Shinohara. Seeing Shinohara Yuki coughing up blood, Suzuya Jizo couldn't help but worry. The boy who has never experienced being valued and protected by others is gradually recovering the lost emotions and tenderness in his relationship with Yuki Shinohara. I'm fine, Shizao. Thanks to you this time we can successfully defeat the one-eyed owl. I'm just sorry for putting you in such a dangerous situation. Shinohara Yuki's eyes were filled with relief and pride, but also with shame and self-blame. He is gratified and proud because he has cultivated such an outstanding junior, and ashamed and self-blame for putting him in such a dangerous situation. In their opinion, Feng Yu did not kill them, but because he regarded them as prisoners and his life and death were in his hands. Mr. Shinohara, I'm going to kill him. A gloom flashed in Suzuya Jizo's eyes, and at the same time he moved his body little by little to the damaged sickle Kyuink. The same goes for Ui-gun and Hoji. Although they have secretly informed Maru Tezai to send someone a new Kyuink, they cannot just sit here and wait for death. Kurogane and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other, and their years of tacit understanding made them understand each other. Enduring the pain in his body, he stared at Feng Yu while waiting for a period of time. Feng Yu, who was sitting in the distance, looked at the Anding district with thick smoke everywhere and sighed slightly in his heart. Feng Yu had already noticed Black Panion's little moves. He said calmly, I don't want to kill you, so can you please sit aside quietly? There were explosions all around, but his voice fell clearly on High Panion's ears. This made them shiver inside. Just when Suzuya Jizo was about to pick up the sickle secretly, Kyuink's hand couldn't help but tremble a few times after the sound fell and finally put it down silently. At the same time after this, several people looked at Feng Yu with a hint of fear. It has to be said that this blow caused fatal injuries to both of them. With the blow just now, he was directly penetrated by Lin and rushed to the front of Jinmu, slashed with a knife, and then quickly cut off the Lin that penetrated the body, turned around and slashed at the location of Jinmu's bag with a knife. And on him, a familiar shadow can be seen faintly. Kotaro Amon's every move was filled with determination to kill, while Gang Kainoki seemed to be constantly avoiding and not wanting to hurt anyone. Jinmu covered his face, and a small knife mark fell on his face. If he hadn't reacted a second faster with the blow just now, his whole head would have been cut in half. Maybe even he himself doesn't know that his strength has been upgraded to another level without knowing it. Jinmu said with gloomy eyes, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Kotaro Armin decisively refused, and then the Kyuink in his hand separated and turned into a pair of swords. Kyuink Collector, also known as Mato Akira's father, Mana Woohoo. Sorry, no, I won't let you pass. The battle between Kanki and Amon Kotaro has also reached a fever pitch. Feng Yu just sat there quietly, but he could feel that he was exuding a terrifying power, just like a mortal meeting a god, unable to raise a trace of resistance. Holding two swords in his hands, Amon Kotaro's momentum suddenly changed. No one knows how many people died on the entire battlefield, whether they were ghouls or not. But the next moment, the goose-down white snow dotted the darkness, but under the darkness, the death mask on Feng Yu's face kept enlarging. They even saw the shadow of the death god standing behind Feng Yu staring at them. There are corpses, blood, and broken walls everywhere. The massive flow of blood made Kotaro Armin's body become weaker and weaker, and finally he fell to the ground. The destruction of Hebao means losing the ability to fight. The battle continued, but as time passed, CCG's rescue finally arrived and they began to gradually gain the upper hand. Jinmu's eyes widened and a touch of warm blood splashed on his face. Independent from the world. At the same time, the mask on his face split into two parts as soon as the red light flashed. The two men were fighting very fiercely, and even though the smoke billowing from the scene obscured their sight, they could still feel the fluctuations of the battle coming from the smoke. This made Kanki not pay attention for a moment. After dodging Kotaro Amon's knife, he hurriedly launched a counterattack. At the same time, there seemed to be a hint of loneliness and sadness, as if the young man sitting in front of him did not belong to this world. Let me pass ... can you? Then came the severe pain in Hebao's position, and Jinmu's situation is not easy either. While still feeling frightened, a strong feeling of weakness came over me. Armin Katero vomited blood and shouted, holding knives in both hands, half kneeling on the ground. The wound in his abdomen was still bleeding. I've had enough. I must kill you here, even if it means losing my life. Hebao is the source of all the abilities of the Ghoul, and it is also the fatal weakness of the Ghoul. And this also gave Katero Armin the opportunity to change his fighting strategy, from the original sure-kill fight to a fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries. The battle of firepower continued on the entire battlefield, but the Bronze Tree side had begun to gradually retreat with the arrival of the CCG rescue team. Feng Yu, whose mental power has recovered to a certain extent, sensed that in some relatively chaotic battlefields, people from the Bronze Tree were secretly picking up corpses. Yes, that's right, it's just picking up corpses. They took advantage of the chaos of heavy artillery fire to seize the weak and injured CCG investigators one by one and secretly move them to the battlefield. After each transfer is successful, an explosion will occur in that area to cover it up. Among them are Amin Katero, who was seriously injured by Kenki, and the SS-level Ghoul Owl Takezawa Masamichi in the original work. He was not injured by Kenki, but captured by Tatora, who came to take revenge. The white gun-shaped Kuink was also seized by Tatora. The moment it was seized, Feng Yu could feel the sadness radiating from Tatora's body. "Fei, I found you." After Tatora murmured, he began to call his subordinates to retreat. On the other hand, Feng Yu was still sitting in front of Hypanion and the others and never left. Until an armored vehicle started to park not far away. It was also at this time that Feng Yu's face finally showed a smile. He stood up with a smile and stared at the person getting off the car. "You are finally here, Arima Kesho." It was snowing heavily, and as soon as Arima Kesho got out of the car, he seemed to notice something, and his eyes immediately met Feng Yu's. The indifferent expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years now had a hint of doubt, but it quickly disappeared. He raised his glasses. He has white hair and wears a white robe, like the white god of death in the dark night. Just standing there can make people feel a strong sense of oppression, but for Feng Yu, he didn't care. For the actor in the original work, the stronger Arima Kesho is, the happier he will be. In this way, you will get more world essence by defeating him. Feng Yu is confident. If he uses all his firepower, Arima Noble Shogun will definitely not be able to compare with him. But let's test the waters first. After all, he is the ceiling of strength in this world. Not only is his combat power at the peak, but his strategies and combat skills are also top-notch. And his Q-inks are not simple at all. They are all made by the SS-level Ghoul Hezi. They are powerful and have special characteristics that other Q-inks do not have. With the arrival of Kisho Arima, everyone in CCG felt like they had found a backbone, and their momentum continued to rise. "Is it finally here?" He and Shumasa looked at the Arima noble general in the smoke from a distance and murmured. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, CCG's undefeated god of death, noble shogun Arima. I just don't know who is stronger than me, a ghoul of death." Feng Yu said. Arima Keisho didn't speak, he just glanced at the Black Rock and others who had lost their ability to fight. Seeing that they were not seriously injured, he signaled them to leave with his eyes. Black Rock also understood instantly, so he urged them to leave quickly. Suzuya Jizo, on the other hand, had a curious face. He could clearly feel the emotional changes of others. And the appearance of Arima Kisho can cause everyone present to initiate huge changes, which makes him extremely curious in his heart and wants to find out what is going on. His eyes were also full of desire. Shinohara Yukini noticed Suzuya Jizo's intention and quickly advised, "Suzuki, let's go first, don't hinder the battle with Matt here. I'll tell you who he is after it's over." "Let's go now, okay?" Shinohara Yukini touched Suzuya Jizo's head, and Suzuya Jizo nodded thoughtfully, and then the few people moved away from Arima Keisho and Fenga. Standing far away, Feng Yu is dressed in black robes, while Arima Noble General is dressed in white robes, one black and one white. One is the SSS-level Ghoul Death, and the other is the CCG White Death. The people in High Panyon who had seen Feng Yu's strength also became nervous. This is not just a confrontation between ghouls and the top strength of CCG, but more like a face-to-face battle. Once Arima Kisho loses, it means that CCG is not as strong as Ghoul, which is something no one wants to see. Feng Yu had a death mask on his face and couldn't see the changes in his expression, but Arima Kisho could feel the pure fighting spirit emanating from him. The third mode is to transform Narukami into a sword-like form, with the power concentrated on one point. It has a very high ability to track electrical effects, making it very difficult to avoid its blows. An unprecedented sense of oppression swept across all directions. Soon, a new Qink appeared in his other hand. Before that, he had also read information about this ghoul, the god of death. Feng Yu was the first to launch an attack. His huge body was like a driving mecha. He quickly shot into lightning and turned into a ghost. His armors formed into cones and stabbed Arima noble shogun. Crack. The shell of Feng Yu's body began to appear. White skeleton scales covered his body, and an extremely tall god of death appeared. As if feeling that one Qink was not enough, Arima Keisho took out a briefcase again. Rods of yellow spherical lightning shot out and landed on Feng Yu's body, making a zzzzzz sound. This made him frown. Originally, the situation between the ghouls and the CCG was evenly matched. The ghouls had the SSS level One-Eyed Owl, Izumi Takatsuki, while the CCG had his White Death. But now there is an opponent more powerful than Takatsuki Izumi, which shows that the situation has been broken. The momentum soared into the sky, stirring up the air currents in all directions. On top of the skeleton's shell, the snowflakes turned into a white mist and evaporated into the sky before they even touched it. Arima Keisho kept dodging, taking off his white coat while jumping, revealing the black combat uniform underneath with bulging muscles. The second mode is to transform Narukami into a pincer-like form, releasing many small electric balls. Lightning fell on him, and a numbing feeling swept through his body, but it did not cause any harm. Bohu. The weapons here are not simple, they have three forms. The first mode is to transform Narukami into a cannon-like form, emitting electric current over a wide range over a long distance. There was no fighting spirit mixed with any other thoughts, as if the person in front of him just wanted to have a fight with himself. With two weapons in hand, the fighting spirit has reached its peak. That guy didn't use all his strength just now. The box was opened and a white sword was held in his hand. Kunk, Ixa, the death mask also seemed to come to life and the bloody mist began to gather behind him. A shadow larger than the shell of Feng Yuhezi appeared, with scarlet eyes staring at the Arima noble general in front of him. It can transform into a spear as a means of attack, a shield as a means of defense, and it can also transform into multiple spiral spikes to strike the enemy. It is a great killer with excellent balance and a deformation mechanism. When they met face to face, Arima Keisho already had a judgment in his heart. Seeing such a scene, Hai Panyan said helplessly. His steps were light, and he avoided Feng Yu's attacks like a dragonfly on water and reached the other side as soon as his feet landed. Everyone only saw Feng Yu's waving arms turning into afterimages, cutting through the air and causing shocks all around. The breeze gently blew through the tips of their hair and goosed down and fine snow fell. Arima Keisho did not change his expression, and he slowly opened the briefcase in his hand. The person in front of him is very strong, even stronger than Takatsuki Izumi. He can be said to be the strongest opponent he has ever encountered in his life. While dodging, he kept waving Kunk Narukami in his hand. Kunk Narukami, Arima Keisho seemed to have discovered this, so the Narukami in his hand suddenly began to deform, changing from the original gun shape to a sword. The blade is dazzling with a hint of sharpness. Feng Yu's huge body is like a moving target, and Arima Keisho's strength and speed are top-notch. Every attack from Feng Yu was skillfully dodged or blocked by him. When Feng Yu saw this, he also said that he would change his attack method and use both the white bone scale he and the armor he on his body. Linha acts as control interference and Jaya is the main attack. But soon Feng Yu gave up. Arima Keisho, who was constantly jumping and dodging in front of him, held weapons in both hands. Whether it was Rin or Ka, as long as he couldn't dodge the attack, the black Kunk Ixa would turn into the shape of a shield. As soon as the shield blocked it, Narukami immediately cut off the other hand. The sword light flashed, and Lin He and Jia he could be easily cut off by him. He is like a Western knight holding a shield and a sword. The attack method is extremely elegant, as expected of Arima noble general. But do you think this is my true strength? As soon as he finished speaking, the shell of Feng Yu's body changed again. Rows of red feather-like shells covered his back. The whole body exuded a trace of red mist. The shadow of the god of death behind him squirmed, and then a pair of armor appeared. On him, his eyes widened with anger. Arima Keisho frowned slightly, but soon disappeared, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly rushed to Feng Yu. Waving Narukami and Kunk Ixa in his hands, a two-pronged attack directly cut open the shell of Feng Yuhezi, who had no time to resist. Tier Zizazi. The sounds of flesh and blood separation and electroshock therapy rang in my ears, followed by severe pain. Snort. Feng Yu groaned, his eyes glowed red, and he punched him directly. The next second, the sounds of dang and click sounded, and dust and mist flew around because of the fluctuations in the battle between the two, blocking other people's sight. Others couldn't see clearly what happened. They only saw red and white lights flashing through the fog, followed by a violent explosion. Wait until the dust and fog dissipates. Feng Yu's huge body came into view first, while in the distance was the Arima noble general standing calmly. A big crater appeared around him, and it was obvious that the explosion just occurred right there. Arima Kisho raised his eyes and glanced at the kunk, IXA in his hand. There were obvious cracks on it. But before he could think for a moment, Feng Yu had already rushed forward and struggled with him again. After just liberating his strength, Feng Yu's strength increased again, his fists were as powerful as the wind, and his figure was like a ghost. The speed and power of each blow are much higher than before. It is precisely because of this that Feng Yu's attack can finally keep up with Arima Kisho's dodge. This forced Takaho Arima to continue to use Kunk, IXA to resist. The two of them fought back and forth, but it was painful for the people watching around them. The fluctuations in the battle between the two caused continuous explosions within 50 meters, buildings collapsed, and flames shot into the sky. The baptism of darkness and war, the embellishment of snowflakes and death. This made everyone want to stay away from the two people, not wanting to be affected. As the two of them fought, some high-level combat forces who had finished the battle began to turn their attention to this place. While sighing at the strength of Arima Kisho, he was resentful that he couldn't step forward to help. This also inspired the fighting spirit of everyone in CCG. After all, there is no one who does not desire to become stronger. Mr. Arima is really awesome. Yes, I wish I had 1/3 of Mr. Arima's strength. That damn ghoul is actually so strong. I don't know if Mr. Arima can kill him here. Damn the world, we just killed a one-eyed owl, and now a god of death comes out. How miserable we humans are. When will our CCG be able to have a special class like Arima Noble Shogun again? As the battle lasted longer, more and more people paid attention. Even Tatara, Takatsuki Izumi, and others who had already evacuated were watching. Hey Tatara, Feng Yu is really awesome. He can even tie with CCG's White Death. Takatsuki Izumi said. However, Tatara did not answer but frowned. He felt threatened by Feng Yu's strength. If Feng Yu is loyal to the bronze tree, then it will be the icing on the cake for their plan. But in normal times, he could feel that Feng Yu was more in a state of uncertainty regarding the Bronze Tree organization. He only joined temporarily and could leave at any time. But inside the Bronze Tree, apart from Takatsuki Izumi, no one could stand up to him. Feelings of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Feng Yu already had a follow-up plan in his mind, so at this moment he knew that Heji's state could only be 50-50 for Arima Kisho. After the two collided and distanced themselves again, Feng Yu dispersed Hezi's outer shell. However, the fighting spirit on his body and the shadow of the god of death have not disappeared. Seeing Feng Yu dispersing the shell of Hezi, Arima Kisho, and everyone onlookers didn't understand what this meant. What does this ghoul mean? Is he going to surrender? As expected, Matt and others are the strongest. Idiot, your eye saw that ghoul was about to surrender. While everyone was talking about it, Arima Kisho was also filled with doubts, but the expression on his face did not change and remained indifferent. Lifting his glasses, Arima Kisho looked at Feng Yu calmly. Arima, you are indeed very strong. Even my Herculean form can only equal you, so I decided to use my best strength to defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red knife appeared out of thin air in Feng Yu's hand. What is that? It looks like a knife, it's so scary. Just looking at the knife makes me feel the threat of death. When did that guy take out the knife? Did you see it? Interesting, Feng Yu-kun, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Takatsuki Izumi was extremely excited at the moment, with scarlet eyes and a crazy smile, which made her look like a yandere. With Onakiri in his hand, he made a buzzing sound, as if to express his joy, surrounded by blood-red sword energy, and a blood-red giant sword began to condense in the hands of the shadow of the god of death behind him. The pressure on Arima Kisho on the opposite side increased dramatically. He felt that after Feng Yu got the Onakiri, his whole aura changed. Killing, bloodlust, death, chaos, and the combination of man and sword. He holding the Onakiri is a sharp sword in the eyes of Arima Kisho. Feeling the familiar power and companions, Feng Yu looked at Arima Kisho and smiled. This is all my power, are you ready? That guy is really weird. He is very powerful. He is surrounded by weird shadows and a weird sword appears out of thin air. Is it possible that the sword is Qink? It doesn't look like it to me. Although there are some ghouls who use Qink to fight, I have an intuition that the sword in his hand must not be Qink. People outside the field were already anxious, because the pressure on Feng Yu at this moment was really terrifying. And they noticed that even Arima Kishu's expression changed. A chill swept through their bodies and some legs with weak psychological defenses began to tremble. We must win, Matt is waiting for us. Come on, Matt and others are here to give these damn ghouls some color, and let them see how powerful our CCG is. Some people have started shouting and cheering to dispel the fear in their bodies and hearts. Even he Ziazheng's face was extremely solemn. Then be careful, noble General Arima. Feng Yu roared, and Anakiri's bloody sword energy spread across the air. His figure had already turned into an afterimage, and it was so fast that people outside the venue saw only a red light passing by. A huge death crisis emerged in Arima Kisho's heart, and he felt a chill on his neck. Reacting instinctively, Shuangkunk Narukami and Ixa changed into sword and shield forms to block the front, and their bodies also quickly made evasive movements. But at this time, Arima Kisho felt that everything around him had slowed down, including wind speed, sound time, etc. His body felt as heavy as lead, and the bloody sword in his eyes was getting closer and closer. He understood that it was not that the flow around him had slowed down, but that his enemy's sword moves were too fast for him to dodge, too fast for him to dodge. Arima Kisho's eyes widened. People outside the field only saw Feng Yu disappearing, while Arima Kisho stood there blankly and spread out his defensive posture. A red light flashed, and Arima Kisho felt a chill on his neck, followed by a click, click, click sound in his ears. You lose, Arima noble shogun. Feng Yu's voice rang in his ears, and he turned around to look. Feng Yu had already cut the ghost into the scabbard, leaving a back figure for him to stop and look up at. I actually lost. Haha, I didn't expect that I actually lost. Arima Kisho muttered absently. The two kunks in my hands had already been broken into two pieces. It fell to the ground with a clang sound. This scene immediately shocked everyone's hearts, and there seemed to be a click in their minds as Arima Kai split Kunk in half and dropped it to the ground. Arima Kishu was defeated by a ghoul. From today on, the name of the undefeated god of death will disappear completely. How could this happen? How could we lose with Matt waiting? This is not true, this must not be true. How could Matt and the others lose to a mere ghoul? You tell me this is not true, I must be dreaming. The investigator, who has always been idolized by Takahiro Arima in the CCG, was also in a trance at this time, and could not believe what he saw. Their beliefs and worldview are shattered. That guy is really too powerful. Yuki Shinohara was so sad. Oh, this has happened, and these juniors who have always believed in horses don't know how to comfort me. Hypanion looked at the people crying uncontrollably inside, feeling extremely worried in his heart. Arima Kisho did not speak, but raised his glasses and gently wiped away the faint blood stains on his neck with his fingers as if nothing had happened. Start cleaning up the scene. The cold wind was biting and snowflakes were flying, causing Arima Kishu's white hair to sway in the air. Arima's voice reached the ears of Marutesai, who was crying, and he was immediately frightened. It's great to have Matt waiting for you, and you'll be fine, you'll be fine. I thought. Marutesai wiped away his tears excitedly. Those damn boys, none of them spoke. I thought you had already. Marutesai secretly cursed a few times, then took out a loudspeaker and cursed. You brats, what are you doing with Matt waiting and nothing happens? No one has failed at that moment. The one-eyed owl is dead. Is there still a death left? It has cheered me up. Don't forget your original intention of joining CCG. We seniors don't teach you to rely on others. Only when you are strong can you be truly powerful. It's not shameful to lose once, but it's shameful to be a loser who will live or die if you lose once. Think about your past and look at your comrades who have died on the battlefield. What reason do you have to lose your fighting spirit here? What would we humans do if it weren't for us? Are you going to live up to everyone's hopes? The more Marutesai scolded, the more excited he got, and of course it became more and more unpleasant. But it was indeed effective. When those who were absent-minded heard Marutesai's words, it was as if they had taken a tranquilizer and began to regain their fighting spirit. Blackrock and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This kid Amaru is really. But he is right. Although Matt is waiting for defeat this time, we cannot lose the fighting spirit in our hearts, otherwise we will let those damn ghoul laugh. Everyone follow the arrangements and clean up the battlefield quickly. If you find a living ghoul, suppress it quickly. People from various teams moved quickly, police car bells and other sounds began to pierce the sky, and the entire Anding district was completely closed. But, in a certain small shop, just like the original work, Kanki, who was injured and on the verge of death, was saved by a Nagakin Ira lurking in a dark corner. Looking at his former good friend, Jin Mu shed tears of grief. However, Nagakin Hideyoshi had a smile and concern on his face. After the two exchanged a few words, Nagata Hideyoshi did not answer why Kanki appeared here, but looked at him blankly and said, Kanki, eat me. I know that as long as a ghoul eats human flesh, then your injuries will be healed. No, I can't, Wang, go away, leave me alone, just let me atone for the sins of this world. Jin Mu suppressed the bloodthirsty desire deep in his heart and turned his eyes away from him. However, Nagakin Hideyoshi said directly and gently, "We are best friends, how could I just watch you die, Kanki? Do you still remember that we agreed to always be good friends?" It's okay, it's really okay. Don't think so much and don't take everything on yourself. You and I can help you. Nagakin Ira pulled Kanki into his arms and gently patted his back with one hand. Wen Yan, the last line of defense in Kanki's heart, completely collapsed, and all the grievances he had suffered from becoming a ghoul to now were vented out with tears out of control. He was like a child, hiding in the arms of Yingliang Nagakin for comfort. I don't know how long it took. Jin Mu's vision became increasingly blurry, and then he fell asleep. Wait until you regain consciousness. Kanki fell to his knees, Britain. Kanki stared blankly at the already bloody Nagakin Hideyoshi and was speechless for a while. Feeling the familiar taste lingering in the corner of his mouth, a feeling of sadness and despair surged into his heart. Wang, no, don't leave me, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. It's all because of me. If I wasn't a ghoul, I wouldn't be like this. Wang's, what would I do in a world without you? Jin Mu knelt on the ground, tears already wet his cheeks, and the memories of the past appeared in his mind one after another. The hand stretched out by the boy with yellow hair was so gentle and warm. In a world full of coldness and malice, it was that boy who gave him warmth and sunshine, allowing him to step out of the dark world. But now the young man fell to the ground and no longer responded. Jin Mu's heart was in great pain. It was a heartbreaking pain of falling into the abyss. Anding district is gone, the store manager is gone, and now my best friend Hideyoshi Nagakin is gone too. Jin Mu's spiritual world collapsed, and the last remaining nostalgia disappeared completely. He gently wiped Nagakin Hideyoshi's cheek, slowly covered him with a white cloth and carried him out of the shop. The sky was gloomy, as if I felt something. The cold wind was blowing and the snowflakes were flying. Just like that, he lowered his head and walked towards the people in CCG step by step. It's a blindfold, please be careful. Quick alert. Everyone turned their attention to Jin Mu, not knowing what he meant, let alone what he was holding in his arms. The white cloth swayed gently in the cold wind, and it was vaguely possible to see a person. There was an investigator who wanted to attack, but was stopped by Hai Panyan and others. Jin Mu approached step by step, and the CCG people made way for him, consciously standing in 2 rows watching his every move. Kanki came less than 2 meters away from noble Shogun Arima and gently put down Ira Nagatika while he knelt on the ground and begged, "Please save Ira." The CCG people formed a circle around Jin Mu and kept approaching him, but he never raised his head but kept pleading. Arima Kisho walked up to him, and after having Ira Nagakin carried away, he looked at his head quietly without a single ripple in his eyes. "Kill me, I am a sinner, only my death can atone for my sins." Kanki looked up with tears streaming down his face. Seeing that Nagakin Hideyoshi was treated by CCG, his face showed relief. Then he opened his hands directly, fell back on his back, and waited quietly for Arima Kisho to end his life. After watching it like this for a minute, Arima Kisho took action. The previous Kunker had been damaged and was being transported back to CCG's headquarters. But there were other Qinks in his hands, just like in the original work, one with the same appearance as Qink, IXA. Tear. Arima Kisho's hand pressed down hard, and Kanki's blood stained a snowflake red. After the battle in Anding District, CCG can be regarded as a small victory or a big defeat. The small victory was because their first target, the one-eyed owl, was successfully defeated, and the big defeat was because of Feng Yu. The strongest person in CCG lost to a ghoul. This is a shame and a collapse of faith. Public opinion also moved towards the CCG headquarters. News items were broadcast on TV and newspapers flew across the streets. The CCG headquarters was also in chaos. At this time, they not only have to calculate the number of people who died in this battle, but also the cost of damage to various buildings and so on. A series of events have made CCG managers extremely busy. Bronze Tree also fell silent after getting Fangkun Gongshan's body. However, Feng Yu was nowhere to be seen. After another period of precipitation, CCG finished processing the data, and the Bronze Tree was also conducting various human experiments day and night. Akihiro Kano was extremely excited as his strong bodies were soaked in the nutrient solution. There was a tall corpse lying in a huge petri dish in the middle of the laboratory. The corpse had begun to look erratic at this time. Its organs had been cut off with sharp tools, and the flat incisions were clearly visible, but no one felt sorry for the owner of this corpse. The one-eyed owl that used to be so notorious has now become like this, which makes people sigh. In the laboratory, there were screams and wailings from the dark dungeons. The owner of the voice seemed to be suffering endless torture, just like Kanki was treated by the gecko inside the dome house. Well, that's good. All the data of the experimental owl are normal and the adaptability is very high. You can continue to increase the dosage. Experimental subject number 1 collapsed and lost vital signs. Another failures. Kano Akihiro recorded the status data of each experimental body in the dungeon through the glass. If someone from CCG were here, they might be able to recognize how familiar the faces of these experimental subjects are. All the people who were captured by the bronze tree were transformed into ghouls by Kano Akihiro. Perhaps because he saw the power of Kanki, Bronze Tree wanted to create ghoul legions that were as powerful as Kanki. It's just that things went counterproductive. The strength of the transplanted Hezi host mainly depends on the strength of Hezi's original owner. The strength of the ghoul transformed from ordinary ghouls by Hezi is also low and cannot achieve the same effect as Kanki at all. However, Hezi, who is a good person in Fankun, is extremely powerful and has too high physical requirements for the transplanted host. Currently, under the operation of Akihiro Kano, only one person has achieved a perfect fit. All the others died and only one failed but was still alive. After the battle in the Anding district, Feng Yu did not go back to the Bronze Tree organization but disappeared alone among the crowd. Now he has changed his face. He was not very old originally and was still in the prime of his youth. Thanks to his miraculous disguise skills, he is now a transfer student from a university in Daxia. With the ability of mind control, an identity is easy for him. During this period of disappearance, he secretly protected the safety of Kirishima Tauka and his party. After they all settled down, he started his next action. CCG headquarters is different and impressive. I hope I can apply for it successfully. Feng Yu pressed the peaked cap on his head and strode into the gate of CCG. Perhaps because too many people were lost in the previous battle in the Anding district, CCG also began to recruit people to become investigators. The body is so perfect that even the RC cell detector in the CCG gate cannot detect Feng Yu's identity. Following the instructions, Feng Yu quickly touched the interview area. After a series of physical tests, Feng Yu successfully passed the interview and was informed that he would be arranged to go to CCG's investigator school for further training. Only after graduating from the training can he officially go to work. 2 months passed by in a blink of an eye. Because of Feng Yu's excellent physical training and various tests, he graduated early. Whether it is the combat skills or cultural output in the investigator training school, or the spiritual recognition of the CCG, they all received the best ratings in the summary. He was even given the title of the next Arima Noble Shogun, which caused a sensation among the entire CCG leadership. During this period, all of Feng Yu's identity information was presented on the table of CCG executives. From birth to now. However, these Feng Yu had already expected that every piece of information that was impeccable and could not be seen as fake had already been forged by people with the help of their mental control ability. What they saw was what Feng Yu wanted them to see. Sure enough, everything went in the direction Feng Yu expected. Standing on the rostrum of the prosecutor's conference room, Feng Yu talked eloquently. He was not as aloof as some other outstanding graduates. On the contrary, he was approachable and amiable and treated others very well. This gave him a large number of followers in the investigator school. A person who is so outstanding, has a good personality, and is outstanding in appearance will naturally get the favor of others. Thank you to the leaders, thank you to all the seniors, and thank you to all the partners who have been with me day and night. I have gained a lot from these few months of getting along with each other. After graduating today, I will personally fight against those cannibal ghouls. Here, I swear that we must protect us humans well. And at the same time, welcome our friends who have not yet graduated to work hard and contribute to the protection of humanity. Thank you, everyone. After Feng Yu bowed, applause suddenly sounded like a thunderstorm in the auditorium. Brother Chuanfeng, I love you. Mr. Kaweifeng is so handsome, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Brother Chuanfeng, you must remember me, I will try my best to catch up with you. Various cheers were mixed with voices covering their faces and crying, and the training teachers' faces were filled with pride when they saw this. Such an outstanding junior was trained by them. You must know that the original Arima Kisho was a legend of CCG. The people who originally trained Arima Kisho were extremely proud. What an exciting moment it is to now personally handle and witness a junior who will be as good as Noble Shogun Arima in the future. Listening to them calling the name Chuanfeng, Feng Yu nodded with a smile and then slowly left the table under the eyes of everyone. The name Chuanfeng was changed by Feng Yu to prevent old acquaintances in the Bronze Tree organization from recognizing him. Now his face and name are different from before, so he doesn't have to worry about being recognized. Soon, after the next day, Feng Yu once again stepped into the gate of CCG headquarters, but this time he came not for an interview but to report. Perhaps because Feng Yu's information was so amazing, he was assigned to work under Hai Panyan. Hai Panyan and the others have also recovered from the injuries they suffered during the previous battle in the Anding district. After all, although Feng Yu injured them at that time, they did not suffer very serious injuries like in the original work. Looking at the information in his hand, Hai Panyan couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. The handsome young man in front of him actually had such powerful strength and wisdom. Hai Panyan smiled naively and then stretched out a hand towards Feng Yu. After a brief introduction, Feng Yu frowned slightly. No. Feng Yu also smiled slightly. Please take care of Mr. Hai Panyan in the future. When Feng Yu came to the CCG headquarters, his name had already spread among the ordinary CCG investigators. Although he had not met the real person, his handsome face and his potential comparable to Arima Kisho were rumored. It can't help but make people daydream. Well, hello. To put it simply, as long as you kill more ghouls, you will get more money and the faster you will be promoted. In the end, Feng Yu pretended to be angry and calmed Wang Zai's throbbing thoughts. It is precisely because of the high welfare benefits that CCG has more and more employees. Feng Yu chose a Qink sword, and Black Panyan told him that if he wanted to have a customized and powerful Qink, he could only rely on hunting ghouls to obtain their hebao production. After the two shook hands, Hai Panyan hurriedly received a call asking him to go to the meeting. Yingzi answered subconsciously, but she quickly reacted and quickly covered her mouth. Her whole face was like a red apple steaming up. Okay, Miss Yingzi, have you seen enough? It's time to help me get familiar with the surrounding environment. A girl with glasses and neat short hair appeared in front of Feng Yu, especially the one marked at the end. This boy's future achievements will not be inferior to those of Arima Kisho. At the end of the day, Feng Yu felt that dealing with women was more tiring than going to the battlefield. In just 2 months, it received the highest rating in all tests. Feng Yu held his forehead. It's over. Is Mr. Chuanfeng angry? It's all my fault for making him angry. But Mr. Chuanfeng is so good-looking, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to do it. Being alone with Kaweifeng-kun, I will definitely be jealous of Aiko and the others now. Hey, if I had known better then, I wouldn't have looked so handsome. Sure enough, being handsome is really a worry. Taweifeng-kun, you will follow me from now on. My name is Hai Panyan, please give me your guidance in the future. He had only seen that kind of confidence in mastering everything in Arima Kisho. Thinking of this, Yingzi glanced at Feng Yu secretly, and her face suddenly flushed even more. It is undeniable that many people join CCG because of the pressure of life and their hatred of ghouls. Feng Yu coughed slightly, interrupting Yingzi's thoughts. At this moment, he also understood why Feng Yu was rated as the second Arima noble general. The weight of these words is too heavy, but you can't tell anything just by staring at Feng Yu. Because Feng Yu has just joined the CCG, he doesn't have an exclusive Qink yet, so he can only get an ordinary Qink later. As soon as the girl saw Feng Yu, she immediately turned red and lowered her head, saying hesitantly, Kaweifeng-kun, you, hello, I am Yingzi. At the same time, you can get merit by defeating the ghouls, and merit represents money and position. However, Black Rock saw the figure of Arima Kisho in Feng Yu with the same confidence and calmness. He had no idea what was going on with the girl in front of him. Facing him, she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. Soon, Hai Panyan, who originally wanted to take Feng Yu to familiarize himself with the whole building, felt a little embarrassed, so he called others to take Feng Yu to familiarize himself with the place. Next day, Feng Yu was called to his side by Hai Panyan. Kaweifeng-kun, good morning, we need to go out today. This is information. Please read it carefully and we will be ready to go in a moment. Hai Panyan handed the information to Feng Yu, and then kept his eyes on Feng Yu, seeming to be thinking about something. Feng Yu took a closer look and instantly understood what he was going to do today. After a while, Feng Yu replied calmly, Panyan is waiting, I'm ready and ready to go at any time. Well, not bad, let's go then. Maybe this is your chance to get your exclusive Qink. After that, the two of them drove through the bustling modern streets. The weather was good today with clear skies. Feng Yu leaned against the window, looking at the bustling crowd with many thoughts. As if he noticed something, Hai Panyan couldn't help but said, everyone is like this for the first time on a mission. They feel anxious and uneasy about what will happen next. I suggest you take a rest for a while. I will call you when you get there, wake you up. Hypanion thought that Feng Yu, like other trainee investigators, felt too nervous about his first mission, so he said this. But he didn't know that what Feng Yu was thinking was not the case. Feng Yu smiled slightly and nodded, then squinted his eyes and wandered away. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination. "Oh, gentlemen, are you here to soak in the hot springs or drink flower wine?" Seeing Feng Yu and the two get out of the car, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and light makeup came over and asked with a smile. "Saga, I heard that the geisha Autumn in our store has the best service, so the two of us came here just for her." "Money is not an issue, boss lady, I just want to kiss Autumn's beauty." Hypanion chuckled, and then the two followed the woman into the store. The store is very quiet, without the chaos of a romantic place. On the contrary, it has a charm that blends into nature. From time to time, a few songs and Hukin accompaniment came from time to time. Entering the store is a courtyard with a cobblestone path and a creek next to it. The water in the creek is crystal clear and there are groups of fish in it. The trees are lush, the rockeries are towering, and the winding wooden bridge spans the creek, making people unable to help but stop. "Both officers, please wait a moment. I will ask Autumn to come over and drink with the guests." After the woman lit the sandalwood, she withdrew. The fragrance of sandalwood and the beauty of mountain trees. Soon, a very young girl wearing a wide and gorgeous kimono could not hide her slender figure. Her snow-white cheeks were dim with tears, but her eyebrows were surprisingly handsome, and her thin cherry-red lips all revealed the graceful posture and beauty of the woman in front of her. However, the moment this woman entered the door, Feng Yu knew that she was a ghoul, and he is not an ordinary ghoul. No matter how much perfume he uses on his body, he cannot cover up the smell of blood. Moreover, Feng Yu also discovered that this ghoul had obviously just eaten. It means that one of their last guests had already entered her belly. As if aware that Feng Yu had been staring at her, Autumn gently covered her smile with her hands. "The little girl's name is Autumn. Today I will accompany the two gentlemen to drink." "Arigato, Autumn-san, but to say the least, Autumn-san is really pretty." Hypanion smiled honestly and then started pouring the wine. The bleak sound of the strings also sounded at this moment. Autumn slowly stood up and began to twist her body, and kept approaching Feng Yu's side intentionally or unintentionally. The exquisite jade hands and thin fingers pretended to touch Feng Yu's body from time to time. Feng Yu just smiled slightly at this, took the wine poured by Hypanion, and drank it all in one gulp. Tears welled up in her eyes and her jade hands brushed her face, looking so pitiful. After settling the bill, Autumn reluctantly stood at the door to say goodbye to the two of them. It seems that the humans she hunted did not make any big noise because of the drug on her lips. From the time she left the store until now, Autumn has been talking and laughing with a girl in the same store. The relationship between the two seems to be very good, and Juan completely didn't notice the two Feng Yu who were not far behind her. Unknowingly, more than half an hour has passed. Feng Yu said, "Two gentlemen, after following me for so long, do you want to do something to me?" "Halfway. It's just that she's not a ghoul." Hypanion's face, which had been smiling all the time, suddenly sank. Feng Yu pretended to be suspicious. The two of them had been waiting across the road for a long time. Women in beautiful clothes walked out of geisha houses one after another, while Feng Yu and the two watched secretly. Autumn turned around, showing a scared expression. "I think it's pretty good. She's very pretty and dances great, but..." "Zizzy, then I'll say goodbye to you here. See you tomorrow. Remember to pay attention to your safety." Feng Yu smiled and Hypanion on the side said, "Then it's almost time. Boy Sichuan Feng, it's time for us to leave." Black Panyan nodded, looked at Feng Yu, and recognized Feng Yu even more in his heart. Until the girl named Autumn walked out during the day, Feng Yu and the others were moved and began to follow her unhurriedly. Black Rock asked, "Marinaka Autumn, SS-level ghoul and enchantress, please come with us." Hypanion praised generously. He did not expect Feng Yu to be able to capture so much information in his first mission. Even he had shortcomings. Just what? Feng Yu knew that he was testing himself, so he said without thinking. "First, seal off the scene and conduct an arrest operation to prevent ordinary people from being affected. Second, follow her, check where she lives, and do it secretly. Miss Autumn is indeed the most outstanding geisha in the entire Flower Street. I am already deeply attracted to her." The three of them each have their own thoughts. She slightly pursed her lips, her eyes revealed longing, as if she was expecting Feng Yu's evaluation. "Wait until night falls." I could smell a vague smell of blood on her body, and the lipstick she applied to her lips seemed not to be ordinary lipstick, but laced with drugs. Autumn's dance is also finished. The girl accompanying her gradually moved away, and the smile on Autumn's face also turned cold at this moment. "So what do we need to do next?" "Awesome, I deserve to be called the successor of Matt and others." This level of observation is really amazing. Autumn smiled and waved goodbye to the girl beside her. Kawakaze-kun, what do you think of that Autumn lady? Hey little brother, you are really good at joking. But sister, I saw you looking at me like those stinky men today. I was really excited. I wanted to taste your blood, your flesh and blood and your internal organs. Autumn covered her face with her hands and trembled all over. Her eyes were red, and sick laughter came from her mouth from time to time. At this moment, she no longer had the elegant posture she had before, but she had changed into another look. Her hair was hanging down 3,000 feet, with a bloody feather behind it, which made her look like a bloody angel who had fallen into the world. You know, it turns out to be a Shunghezi ghoul. Hai Panyan, who was standing behind Feng Yu, said expressionlessly. It seemed that he was completely relieved about Feng Yu and was not worried about him getting hurt at all. Autumn's feathers were like angel wings protecting her body, while her right hand released the feathers, which were like an awl extremely sharp. Boy Chu and Feng, be careful, this woman is not simple. As soon as Hai Panyan finished speaking, the suitcase in Feng Yu's hand was opened. A burst of mist dissipated, and he was already holding a white long sword in his hand. This is the Q-Ink weapon that Feng Yu asked Black Panyan to apply for him before, made by the former S-Class Ghoul Ka. Ordinary new investigators would not have the right to touch this kind of Q-Ink. They could only rely on merit or defeat the ghoul on their own. This shows how much CCG attaches great importance to Feng Yu. Keek, you are so fierce, I can't wait any longer. Please let me pamper you, sister. After saying that, Autumn launched an attack directly, her angelic wings fluttered, and the next second turned into an afterimage with a whooshing sound, as if it cut through the air and rushed straight to Feng Yu's position. Feng Yu's expression didn't change. Ever since he got the sword in his hand, his aura has changed, even for a great master. Although Autumn was very fast, he just turned slightly sideways and directly avoided Autumn's attack. The powerful air wave generated by Autumn's attack caused a mark on the ground behind Feng Yu. It's amazing, you can dodge my attack. Little brother, you are really amazing. Fine. Feng Yu responded calmly, but the next second, Autumn's expression changed and became extremely ferocious. Go to hell, all men deserve to die. Autumn suddenly burst into flames, and the long cone transformed from Ka in her hand released a violent attack like a storm. Even the black rock in the distance was shocked. Judging from the current situation, this Autumn's strength was already in the middle level among SS-level ghouls. Black Panyan tightened his hands slightly, ready to go, ready to rescue Feng Yu at any time. Ah-ha-ha-ha, go dies. Autumn screamed crazily, and Feng Yu kept dodging, but it was impossible for the S-level Q-Ink to withstand Autumn's attack. If you block with the long sword in your hand, you may be stabbed into pieces in the next second. He kept retreating, constantly releasing his mental power, observing Autumn's physical condition, and at the same time waiting for the opportunity. Although ghouls have more physical strength than ordinary people, there will eventually be a moment when it is exhausted. Sure enough, under this high-intensity attack, Autumn gradually began to lose her physical strength. His originally steady breathing began to become rapid. This also allowed Feng Yu to seize the opportunity. After he calmly dodged the fatal blow, the long sword in his hand directly drew a blood mark on Autumn's body from bottom to top. Pht! Blood splattered, and the severe pain made Autumn take a few steps back involuntarily. After regaining her footing, Autumn's wounds immediately returned to their original state. Baga Baga, you stinky man actually hurt me, I will definitely kill you, peel off your skin and cramps, tear apart your bones and drink your blood. As if wanting to see the change in expression on Feng Yu's face, Autumn cursed him with the most vicious words. But looking at Feng Yu's relaxed expression, Autumn felt that he was playing a trick on her. This made her extremely angry, and painful memories of the past began to flood into her heart. Unforgivable. F***K them all. Everyone who wants to bully me, go to hell, go to hell. The smell of blood in the air skyrocketed, and the Yu Hayuk behind Autumn began to change. Pieces of black armor appeared on her body. The original blood-red angel Yu became extremely black, like a demon crawling out of hell. The Jaya on his body also changed. If it was a short awl before, it is now in the form of a spear. Feng Yu frowned slightly. He felt that Autumn's spirit was going berserk, just like the protagonist Kanki, who could always trigger the berserk form at critical moments. It's just that he doesn't know what the conditions are for Autumn to trigger. When the thick fog dissipated, a huge figure stood in front of him. Feng Yu murmured, "Boy Chu and Feng, this guy is actually a half-heir. Let me deal with her with you." Those blood-red eyes were staring at Feng Yu. The sword began to split from the middle, and lasers began to accumulate energy. Looking at the cracked long sword, Feng Yu showed an expression that was indeed true. When he was about to get close to Autumn, Feng Yu waved his hand, and the lasers made a sizzling sound and landed directly on Autumn, who was still in a state of rage. His speed was very fast, and the long sword in his hand began to change. Boss Chu and Feng, are you okay? "Zah." If I hadn't used my long sword to resist just now, I'm afraid it would have been my own head that split open. Countless arrow feathers fell from the sky. The moment the arrow feathers fell on Feng Yu, he jumped back to avoid the attack, but before he hit the ground, the arrow feather attack struck again. Boom! Crack! It was Autumn. It seemed that Feng Yu's attack had angered her. Black Panyan reminded him that he was a newcomer after all and had never experienced fighting on the battlefield, and the half-height ghoul was already extremely dangerous. Feng Yu said, although it has cracked, the battle is over. Thick smoke rose from all directions, covering the surrounding area, and only Autumn's painful wails could be heard. He just wanted to release his Qink and Xin, but was stopped by Feng Yu. Feng Yu shook his head, and when the smoke dissipated, Autumn was already lying in a pool of blood, dying. The sounds of broken iron and cracked flesh spread. Before Autumn could launch her attack, Feng Yu was the first to attack. "Senior Black Rock, I think I can handle it." Black Rock asked with concern. Go to hell, everyone's. Murderous intent suddenly appears. Feng Yu also jumped to Hai Panyan's side in the next second. A violent explosion suddenly sounded in the silent night. Tear, 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 die. At the same time, Autumn's figure also rushed straight towards her. This time her speed was faster. Autumn's aura surged, and her face had been wrapped by Hezi to form a coquettish female ghost mask that seemed to be see the night was dim. But there was a ray of moonlight falling, shining on Autumn's face. At this moment she had regained her consciousness. Her body had been destroyed, and she felt her body getting weaker and weaker. She knew that she was going to end her life here today. The tears in the corners of her eyes were mixed with unwillingness and slid down her delicate cheeks. That's good. I can finally have a good sleep. Autumn murmured while looking at the waning moon in the sky. Feng Yu and Hai Panyan walked to her side and looked at her quietly. Autumn seemed to have not seen them and was talking to herself. Humans and ghouls are unique existences in this world. Why do humans hunt ghouls? Why do ghouls need human flesh and blood? Humans are not wrong, and neither are ghouls. I'm not wrong. It's all those men who are wrong. Those men who looked at me with disgusting eyes. When Autumn said this, her eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Feng Yu, wanting to kill him. But the weakness in her body prevented her from moving. I am an orphan. I have been wandering since I was a child. I have forgotten what my parents look like. I know that they may have been killed by you humans. It was my grandma who took me in. She did not dislike me. Ghoul, on the contrary, gave me the warmth of home. Let me eat well, wear nice clothes, and go to school. Originally, I thought the two of us would live happily like this forever. Until one day. Autumn was already crying. Feng Yu could feel the pain in her heart and gently took out a tissue from her arms to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Autumn was stunned for a moment, and then tears burst out. At the same time, her sobs turned into loud tears, like a girl who had been wronged and suddenly received the care of a stranger. Well. Feng Yu sighed lightly. After crying for a while, she calmed down and said thank you to Feng Yu, not caring that the injuries on her body were caused by the person who thanked him. That day, that man saw that I was good-looking and wanted to do something wrong with me. He followed me to my home and pushed me to the ground. I tried my best to resist, but his strength, it was very big. His slap, his fist fell on me. I screamed, I wailed. Grandma heard it and she rushed in and wanted to stop the man. But I was pushed down by a man and my head hit the table. I never woke up. Grandma often told me not to reveal my identity as a ghoul, but when I saw the blood under my grandma's body, I released my ghoul for the first time. I killed the man and ate all his body. I avenged my grandma, but she will never come back. From that moment on, I swore that I would eat all the men who had thoughts about me. I did it. I ate all those men. Grandma, I can protect myself. Feng Yu and Hai Panyan didn't expect Autumn to have such an experience. No wonder she looked at him with such naked and disgusting eyes in the store. Autumn looked at Feng Yu tenderly. I don't blame you. I no longer want to live in this world. As a ghoul, I am satisfied to be cared for by my grandma. Can I ask you something? After I die, I hope you can help me pay homage to my grandma. Her favorite food, it's just sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Autumn begged. Feng Yu nodded. Autumn saw Feng Yu nodding, a smile on her lips, and then she closed her eyes and lost her breath. Feng Yu looked at her in silence, and Hai Panyan patted him on the shoulder. This is the job of our investigators. There are bad people among humans, and there are good people among ghouls, but we must be vigilant against all ghouls. And we cannot feel pity for them if they are children, old people, or have tragic life experiences. If this is the case, then it will be the people who suffer in the end. Saying goodbye to everyone, Feng Yu got the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that he had ordered during the day and walked towards a cemetery alone. All kinds of advanced instruments and equipment really made Feng Yu secretly frightened. Sword, not bad. I will definitely give you a surprise when it is finished. As you command, my lord. Cao Weifeng is that boy obedience. Feng Yu didn't speak when he left. He just leaned against the window and looked at the waning moon in the sky. Tell me, what shape of weapon do you want? Dixing A and B smiled. After all, in the world of Demon Slayer, it is impossible to come into contact with such a place even in the previous life. Thanks. Feng Yu secretly said. The next day, according to Black Pannion, Chuan Feng is still in the stage of transformation, and we don't know what his philosophy is at the moment. The laws of the world are fair, giving ghouls the power to surpass ordinary people, and also giving ordinary people the power to fight against ghouls. From today on, Cao Weifeng will officially become the first-class investigator. Later, the organization will arrange for him to officially become the team leader. Just when Feng Yu was still surprised by these devices, a man with instant noodle hair came over. Here at the CCG headquarters. Then let them clean up the scene. A sword. The news that Feng Yu succeeded in defeating SS-level ghouls alone spread throughout the CCG headquarters, and even the most mysterious leader of the V organization was shocked. After saying that, Hai Panyan waved his hand in a certain direction, and a group of armed men suddenly appeared and quickly cleared the traces of the scene. Cao Weifeng-kun, congratulations. By the time it ended, it was already late at night. This is the legendary successor, Kawakazi-kun, with Matt and others. Feng Yu said lightly, for him, the sword is the easiest to use. A bald man in a black suit bowed respectfully and then withdrew, leaving only Arima Noble General and a young man with a smile on his face. Feng Yu nodded in thanks, and a series of celebrations followed, especially the members of the Black Rock team, who insisted on dragging Feng Yu to the tavern for dinner and drinks. After explaining the matter of Qink's weapons, Feng Yu went directly to the headquarters to accept his promotion. Medals of honor were affixed to the clothes one by one, and everyone in the audience cheered. They were envious and jealous of Feng Yu, but most of them worshipped him. Instill organizational concepts into him as soon as possible. Since he has such potential, then we must first consider him in subsequent tasks, and at the same time try to win him over. If you don't agree, then deal with it. Feng Yu followed Black Pannion to the place where Qink weapons were made. The faces of Dixing A and B were extremely excited. It is very rare for SS-level Semahaku to make Qink weapons. Except for Arima Kisho, there are not many people in the entire CCG who have weapons of this level. Your merits in defeating SS-level ghouls alone this time are enough to elevate your position to first-class investigator. When you return to the headquarters, you can conduct the medal ceremony. Sure enough, heroes come from youths. Even if you were a noble general, you wouldn't have the ability to defeat the half-hero ghoul on your own. It was dark at night and the entire cemetery was dark, with only the dim street lights guiding the direction. Recalling the introduction about Autumn in the information, Feng Yu quickly came to a very clean tombstone. There is a black and white photo of a kind old man looking so happy, and there are fresh-looking osmanthus cakes and flowers on the table in front. Feng Yu put down the sweet-scented osmanthus cake and flowers and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by a voice. Young man, are you a family member of that girl? Feng Yu turned around and saw that the person coming was the caregiver of the cemetery. A little old man wearing a hat, a big cotton-padded jacket, and holding a small flashlight that emitted a faint light. No, I am her friend. She may not be able to come here anymore. Feng Yu said. I see, she must have been arrested by your CCG investigators. The little old man sighed and said, that little girl is also a poor person, but although she is a ghoul, she did not harm innocent people. You knew she was a ghoul. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the old man in front of him actually knew that Autumn was a ghoul. That girl comes to see her grandma every few days, and we get to know each other very well. I have no children, so it's nice to have someone to talk to with me. That girl always brings a lot of food and clothing every time she comes. Come here and give it to me. Look at my hat and clothes. That kid bought them for me. The old man's face was filled with a happy smile, but his eyes slowly dimmed. As for why I knew she was a ghoul, it's actually very simple. The child didn't clean up the scene properly every time to leave evidence for himself. How could I just sit back and ignore her when I already regarded her as my daughter? Actually, ghouls are just like us humans. They also have feelings and pain. Alas, this world is too bad for ghouls. After the old man sighed, he felt much older. Looking at the waning moon in the sky, he shook his head and left. The light from the dim flashlight gradually faded away in the darkness, and finally only the silent darkness remained. Feng Yu stood there and looked at the direction in which the old man left, wondering what he was thinking. After that, Feng Yu often came to the cemetery to sweep the grave of Autumn's grandmother, but the old man from that night was never seen again. After asking, I learned that the old man left his job the next day, and there was no news from him again. Another half-month passed, and Feng Yu's exclusive queuing was completed, and the team was officially established. 1 man and 2 women. The boy's name is Fujimiya Torinabu, and the other 2 girls are named Kana Miko and Seiki Mei respectively. Nyo Zin has neat short hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He has the kind of appearance that makes people feel safe at a glance. Kana Miko, on the other hand, has the style of a royal sister. She wears small glasses and wears a women's suit all day long. She handles all the affairs of the team. Seiki Mea is the complete opposite to Kanamiko. She is a complete foodie. She has a lollipop in her mouth at all times, and there is still pink baby fat on her cheeks. The team is becoming more and more famous, and its popularity is becoming more and more powerful. Moreover, he was fighting alone. How could he not convince them of his strength? What's more, are the transformed people really still human beings? The other investigators also had disapproval of them in their hearts and would discuss them every time they saw them. Referring to Kanki, he cannot eat ordinary people's food. Like ghouls, he needs to eat people, and he is also unstable. Although Feng Yu's team was established relatively recently, the 3 of them all have great trust in Feng Yu. As long as Feng Yu points, they will move forward in the direction without hesitation. Feng Yu was also promoted to a higher position again and successfully became a second-class investigator. After climbing to this position, Feng Yu has entered the high-level edge position of CCG, only for special investigators. He also knew Kanki's current situation. Ever since the One-Eyed Owl Crusade, Kanki had been seeking death, but was stabbed in the head by Arima Kisho and lost his memory. If the transformed person goes berserk during the battle, how can his own safety be guaranteed? Should he aim his weapons at his teammates fighting alongside him? In this way, the Ghoul transformation plan was carried out secretly in the CCG. It's another half-year. Those who were successfully transformed were also indoctrinated by the spiritual concepts of CCG and successfully joined the team headed by Kanki Ken. Arima Kishu acts as a guarantee and manages all the reformers. However, he also intended to let his team members get the credit. Unless they encountered a ghoul that they couldn't handle, Feng Yu would not take action. Feng Yu neither supported nor objected, but quietly watched the senior officials furious and engaging in angry verbal sparring, keeping himself out of the matter. CCG had an idea for Kanki, who was an ordinary person before, and became a SS-level person in just a few months after being transplanted with the Ghoul Hezi. The intense discussion lasted for several days, and in the end, just like the original work, we first transformed a few people for observation to see if this plan would work. Moreover, the reformers should also set up a team, with Kanki Ken as the leader. Everyone in CCG knows that this is a team of ghouls. For them, the senior management of CCG attaches great importance to them, and basically their every move is monitored. When the members of Feng Yu's team saw that Feng Yu maintained a friendly attitude toward Qingspin, their original incomprehension disappeared. No matter from the perspective of human ethics or the purpose of CCG, it is not allowed to transform ordinary people into ghouls. That is the Qingspin in the original work. At the same time, Jinmu has also become an experimental material for CCG. The 3 of them were very happy to be assigned to Feng Yu's team. After all, Feng Yu's reputation was well known, and now it was the first time to fight against ghouls which were SS level. Feng Yu also tested the combat prowess of the 3. Among them, Seiki Mei is the strongest, and Torai Nabu and Kana Miko are on par. Since then, he has been secretly training under Kisho Arima. The 3 of them are also freshly graduated CCG investigator students, and they can also be regarded as Feng Yu's junior students. This plan to transform ordinary people into ghouls caused huge waves among the entire CCG senior management. Qing's class was officially established. Moreover, CCG has been fighting against ghouls since its establishment. If one day ghouls can become one's partners, then what is the point of CCG? Another half-year passed. During this period, Feng Yu team also made many meritorious deeds. Not only did they destroy many unknown ghoul organizations, they even destroyed several bronze tree strongholds. That is to artificially create a half-human, half-ghoul existence like Kanki to enhance the strength of CCG. Good morning, Mr. Caliphase. Good morning, Fei Shi. The person who came was none other than Kanki Ken, who had lost his memory and was now Sasaki Hyo. At this moment, he had long forgotten everything in the past and became like a little sheep again, with white and black hair and a sunny smile on his face. Just like Kanki Ken before he went dark, he was full of hope for the future. Because of the establishment of the Qinx class, they have attracted much attention, and at the same time, there are inevitably people behind their backs. Feng Yu's attitude towards treating them like normal people made Sasaki Hyo's favorability skyrocket. Moreover, Feng Yu treats others with kindness and teaches others martial arts and swordsmanship from time to time. Even the members of Fei Shi's team are welcome to come. Mr. Kaweifeng, can you help me teach you combat skills today? After you taught us last time, we followed your instructions and achieved great results. I hope you can teach us again, please. Fei Shi bowed deeply towards Feng Yu. It's a small matter. I just have nothing to do today, so let's see what progress you have made. Feng Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Fei Shi's face suddenly smiled even brighter. Fei Shi, Chu and Feng, you two brats, it's just you two every time. You two are the only one missing. Why don't you come in for a meeting? Maru Tessa walked out of the conference room door and gave Hyo a dunk. Hey, it hurts, Mr. Marut. Fei Shi covered her head and just cried out in pain, with a look of grievance on her face. Feng Yu looked at the two of them and chuckled. Perhaps it was because Hyo was Kanki Ken, and everyone in the entire CCG was actually very wary of him. Marutes could also see the injustice Hyo had suffered, and protected him time and time again as a senior. I have to say that Maru Tejai is a good leader. After all, when the Ghoul transformation plan was first implemented, Maru Tesai was the strongest opponent, and he fought with all the scholars. If it hadn't been for the final vote, he probably would not have agreed to the plan until now. To this day, Maru Tesai's attitude towards the members of his Qinx class is surprisingly good. I don't know whether he is worried that they will lose control or feels that he owes them in his heart. Since being promoted to quasi-private class, Feng Yu has attended more and more meetings, especially after the Qinx class was established. Basically, every small meeting is about the status of the members of Qinx class. And because Feng Yu had taught them fighting skills several times, Feng Yu was often criticized by them. All in all, the members of Qinx's class are still in the experimental stage, and their strength cannot be improved too quickly to avoid unnecessary consequences. After all, the original intention of implementing the plan was to create talented people like Kanki Ken. Be loyal to the CCG, don't lose control, be obedient, and treat ghouls like your enemies. No, this meeting is still the same discussion about Qinxpin. The same questions kept coming and going, and Feng Yu sometimes vaguely saw the scene when the school leaders held a meeting in his previous life. Hearing the sound of heated discussions, Fei Shi lowered his head and looked embarrassed, because what they were discussing was that Qinxpin had no missions and had been lying flat, wasting public accounts, and unable to make ends meet. Fei Shi just wanted to refute, but when he thought of a certain girl, he lost his confidence. Feng Yu, on the other hand, was already wandering around, going in and out of his left ear and out of his right ear, with a serious look on his face. No one could tell that he was running away. See for yourself, now it's just the weekly examination fees for the people in Qinx class, as well as living expenses, inspections of various instruments, etc. They have also been assigned special training indicators, but now you can't see no results. There are 4 people, Kyui Hisao, Shimajinshi, Yoyutaro, and Yonbayashi Zeishi. Only Kyui Hisao and Shimajinshi have grown significantly and can easily release Hezi. Jun Toru has not been able to release Hezi until now. All the efforts he has made in the past few months have been in vain. A ghoul who cannot release Hezi is nothing but a ghoul. They are not ghouls, they are humans too. They are also our partners Tsuruda. Seeing that the man named Tsuruda became more and more arrogant, Maru Tesai shouted sharply. Humph, it's my fault, but the last one, the talented Yonbayashi, is even more outrageous. She hides in her room playing games all day long and doesn't even go to training. She has the most potential among these people. Now this looks like it's a complete waste of talent. After Tsuruda finished speaking, he turned away, his face turning red with anger. I'm very sorry, I didn't manage them well. When I go back this time, I will definitely teach them well and try to let Toru release Hezi as soon as possible, and let the talented man get out of the room. Fei Shi stood up and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Tsuruda couldn't say anything else. After all, Hyo took the initiative to admit his mistake. Then he looked at Marutes and listened quietly to what he said next. Marutes also felt a headache. He had been opposed to the plan in the beginning, but now he was asked to take responsibility. He also felt a headache, so he looked at Feng Yu, who was silent in a corner. It doesn't matter, the more he looks at it, the more angry he becomes. Feng Yu doesn't even blink, he just sits there in a daze. As an old man who has been fighting in the workplace all year round, Maru Tesai can easily tell that Feng Yu is in a daze. Cao Weifeng, please tell me how to solve this matter. Maru Tesai's face was very serious, but he was laughing inside. Good boy, I asked you to be in a daze, but you actually gave me a daze in such an important meeting. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, then don't blame me for trying to make trouble for you. When he heard Maru Tesai calling him, and the way the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, Feng Yu knew that this old boy was digging a hole for himself. I think you should first test the combat effectiveness of the members of the Q-Inkles class, and then arrange the difficulty of the task. You cannot one-sidedly judge the combat effectiveness of the entire team because of one person's personal reasons. Since it is a team, cooperation and coordination are the most important. Yes, I have been in contact with them, and each of them has its own advantages and disadvantages. As long as everyone's strengths are magnified, then their team will have succeeded. As for the advantages, I believe that Mr. Maru Tesai, a leader who is so considerate to his subordinates, must know the advantages of each of them. After Feng Yu finished speaking without changing his expression, everyone nodded and then looked at Maru Tesai. Fei Shi looked at Feng Yu with admiration. About this issue, I think. After that, Maru Tesai never took care of Feng Yu again. The meeting ended quickly. Maru Tesai also adopted Feng Yu's suggestion, first testing the members of Q-Ink's class for their combat effectiveness and finally their abilities. After testing, I realized that the advantages of these people can indeed complete various positions in a team. Just like Liu Tu, this person is thoughtful and serious in doing things, but he is just not confident enough. The talented man Milan burst out with strong combat power, but he chose to show off. Kui Hisao and Ishijinshi are relatively normal at the moment. As for Hio, Maru Tesai thinks it's okay not to mention it. After all, he is Arima Kisho's apprentice, so he will naturally teach them. I'm very sorry, Kaweifeng Senpai, I'm about to get F*******ed. Sasaki Hio prepared his attack seriously, and the next second he rushed forward. Feng Yu stood there, looking at his improved speed and attack methods compared to last time, but felt a little disappointed in his heart. Jin Mu, who lost his memory, was completely a different person, and everything he once had disappeared, whether it was martial arts or his son. Facing Fei Shiki's endless attacks, Feng Yu didn't even move his position. The moment he raised his hand, Fei Shi felt his attack fall on the iron plate, and every move he makes seems to be seen through. Before he could be stunned, he was kicked out by a whip kick. Fei Shi couldn't believe it. He had used all his strength to do this. Even Arima Kisho, the strongest person in the CCG, could survive one or two moves, but facing Feng Yu, he felt like he was facing an abyss. Can't see the depth clearly, just like now, Feng Yu can block all his attacks just by raising his hand. Senior Chuanfeng, I'm going to use Hezi. Seeing that pure martial arts were of no use, Fei Shi released his son. Without the richness of RC cells like the original Kenki Hiroko, the current level of Hiroko can only be regarded as an A-level ghoul. Fei Shi's Hezi cut through the air, and a sound of swish, swish, swish was heard. Feng Yu closed his eyes without raising his eyes and just turned sideways to easily avoid Hezi's attack. With the help of Hezi's cover, Fei Shi clenched his fist and rushed towards Feng Yu. The speed is too slow, Fei Shi. Fei Shi's fist was about to fall on Feng Yu, he said calmly. Crack. Boom. Before Fei Shi could react, he was pushed to the ground by an irresistible force and couldn't move. The strong force counterattacked, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. The dust and smoke dispersed. Feng Yu grabbed Fei Shi's neck with one hand, and Fei Shi fell to the ground with a large sunken pit appearing under his body. Mother. Brother Zuo. Fei Shi. Teacher. Several people in the distance shouted and rushed over to check Fei Shi's situation anxiously. Don't worry, he's fine, he just fainted. Feng Yu said calmly. Perhaps because of Feng Yu's intervention, the previous relationship between Fei Shi and several people became closer. Looking at the anxiety and concern on their faces, Feng Yu seemed to see Tanjiro and the others in them. It's been more than a year. Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart, then squatted down and pressed down on Fei Shi's person. Fei Shi closed his eyes and frowned slightly and soon woke up. I am. Fei Shi's head was confused and he hadn't figured out the situation yet. He only felt bursts of pain coming from the back of his head. Mother. Brother Zuo. Fei Shi. Teacher. Ooh, Mom, just hope you're okay, I almost thought you were dead. Milan Talent fell into Fei Shi's arms and pretended to sob. After being stunned for a moment, Fei Shi finally remembered everything. I'm very sorry, Senior Kaweifeng, I'm too weak. Fei Shi looked at Feng Yu with an apologetic look on his face. Well, it's okay. It's a lot better than last time. Then you are the only ones left, especially the talented ones. Feng Yu looked at Milin Kazi and the others. Being called out by Feng Yu's eyes, Milin only felt his scalp numb. Ahu, it's great that mom is okay. I was really scared to death just now. Milin Talent said with a guilty conscience. She just threw herself into Fei Shi's arms and sobbed just to avoid Feng Yu's attention. After all, she would get Feng Yu's special attention every time. Then you all come together this time. Half an hour later, all four of them lay on the ground, rolling their eyes and twitching slightly. Too strong, this man, I can definitely become as strong as him. Senior Kaweifeng is so powerful. If I had his strength, maybe I could pay for my sister's medical expenses. Sure enough, I'm still so weak. Don't rush to gain power, because your body and your will can't bear that kind of power. Don't let power control you, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Feng Yu smiled. There was excitement, expectation, disappointment, and wandering in the eyes of several people, all of which were seen by Feng Yu. Feng Yu said, Xinshi, I believe that one day you will become very powerful, but death and rebirth coexist. You have to break through the barrier in your heart. Wait a minute, a talented person works hard. A talented person must work hard. Senior Chuan Feng, give it to me quickly. I want it. Humph, talent is not wasted. I also work very hard, okay? You'll understand later. Teacher, everyone. There's no way talented people didn't watch the movie. June, you too need to break through the defenses in your heart. Instead of keeping secrets in your heart, you should open your heart and truly integrate yourself into this family and become a member of it. Feng Yu commented on the shortcomings of the two. Feng Yu held a very new box in his hand and shook it in the air with a look of regret on his face. Looking at Fei Shi's gentle eyes, Yue too blushed and felt a little thump in her heart. At the same time, her body seemed to release something and she lost all strength in an instant. Jun Toru lowered his head and clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. The unknown Yinshi looked confused. Milin Talent's eyes lit up when he saw the game console in Feng Yu's hand. Talented man, it's your turn. You are just too lazy. Your talents are better than theirs. Now you stay at home every day and your talents are wasted. The talented scholar Milin blushed and shouted. Then he looked at Jun Toru and Yonbayashi Siko. Play video games hard, watch action movies. Jun Toru murmured, Ooh, my body hurts so much and I'm so tired. I can't play games tonight. And this power is the Hezi implanted in your body. Why are ghouls so powerful and ordinary people? It is precisely because of the power of Hezi that their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people. Your current Hezi development level is still very low. Only the power you can truly control is yours. Lies? In this situation, Feng Yu smiled slightly, while Sasami Hio and the others on the side covered their faces in embarrassment. Feng Yu smiled mysteriously. Jiasheng, no one's strength can be improved all at once. Some things cannot be rushed. As long as you lay a good foundation for yourself, then you can meet more powerful forces. As long as the tacit understanding between you can become more proficient, then your team can be regarded as a knife, a sharp knife. Well, it seems that the talented person didn't work hard, so this new street fighting game console will be lost. Ah, what levels? What? You said if you become the strongest, wouldn't it be a lot of money? You can watch whatever you want and buy whatever games you want. Isn't that great? You are already very good. At least you were able to make me move half a step this time. I have made great progress. After reviewing several people, Feng Yu left. Feng Yu didn't plan to say anything more about Sasaki Hio. His path had already been arranged by Arima Kisho, and Feng Yu didn't need too much intervention. After walking out of the door of the CCG building, Feng Yu let out a long breath. Do you have a problem with me? Matt Waitings. Feng Yu turned his head, and what caught his eyes was Arima Noble General with white hair blowing in the wind. Wearing glasses and a black coat, he stood in the sun and felt a strong sense of oppression. Like a god of war, have a drink with me. Arima Kisho said calmly. There was no change in expression on his face. He was like a person who had seen through everything in the world. He had no desires and nothing could make him even a ripple. All right. Feng Yu nodded. Then the two of them came to a more classic coffee shop. The two of them were silent for a while, just quietly sipping the steaming coffee, with the gentle sunlight shining on their faces through the window. Chuanfang, an exchange student from Eastern country. Arima Kisho murmured. As the strongest man in CCG, he can easily obtain Feng Yu's information. At this time, he looked at Feng Yu indifferently. After looking at it for a while, he slowly said, You are a bit like a friend I know. Oh, it's really rare to be able to be friends with someone like Matt. He must be a big shot. Mr. Arima, would you mind telling me his story? As soon as he heard Arima Noble Shogun say this, Feng Yu wanted to see if Arima Noble Shogun saw anything. Well, he is indeed a big man, his strength is very powerful. Even I am amazed. His martial arts, his fighting skills, and his strength are all top-notch. I have carefully observed your martial arts fighting skills, and they are very similar to his. But he is a ghoul and you are a human, a real human, a normal person with no appearance of anything unusual. If he were an ordinary person, he would have started to panic, but Feng Yu would not. Based on this situation, he was sure that Arima Noble General had recognized his identity, but he did not know whether he recognized him as a ghoul or a god of death, someone he knows. But looking at Arima Keisho's appearance, he had no intention of exposing Feng Yu's identity. He is. Feng Yu chuckled, Grim Reaper. Arima Keisho said softly, and the air suddenly became cold. Ha, don't dare, I learned my martial arts in my country, and I have read the previous information about the ghoul, the god of death. That guy is very dangerous, even more dangerous than the one-eyed owl. Horrible. Mad, etc. You said my martial arts is similar to that guy. Do you think he is also from the eastern country? Feng Yu showed a puzzled expression. Arima Keisho frowned slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yu's face, trying to see any other changes in his expression, but he was disappointed. Moreover, Feng Yu's words seemed to wake him up. As for the origin of the ghoul and the god of death, he was like a character who suddenly appeared and there was no trace of his past. And it's not like he has never seen ghouls from Eastern countries. Now the CCG's top prosecutor has fought against ghouls from Eastern countries. In this way, it may be necessary to update the information about the ghoul and the god of death. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. But seeing the expression on Feng Yu's face, he didn't dare to define it. After all, the future of the person in front of him was immeasurable, and whether his plan was still in the initial stage or not was still a question. If he failed, the person in front of him might is the only hope. After all, he himself was going to die. Arima Keisho looked out the window at the people coming and going. Happy smiles were hanging on the faces of passersby, and he sighed slightly in his heart. Feng Yu noticed the changes in Arima Keisho. One second he was fine, but the next second he looked so lonely. Kawakazi, what do you think of today's ghouls and CCGs? Arima Keisho swept away all the loneliness in his body and returned to the aloof male god before. Ghouls want living space and humans want to protect their own safety. What's more, ghouls and humans are originally antagonists in the food chain. Ghouls need to eat people and humans want to resist. Feng Yu shook his head, pretending to be a newbie. Have you ever thought that humans and ghouls can coexist in this world? Every species has its own value, but ghouls and humans need a turning point, or a leader who is both a human and a ghoul. Moreover, ghouls and CCG are not as simple as you think. In this country, there is a group of people who are silently controlling everything. They are the most powerful existences in the world. No one dares to resist. The one-eyed man who died that day, Zio, is one of them. I don't have much time left for you, Chu and Feng. I hope you will stay alert at all times and don't trust anyone, not even the comrades around you. I don't want to see you on the list one day. After saying that, Arima Keisho stood up and left. Looking at Arima Keisho's leaving figure, Feng Yu fell into deep thought. What does Arima Keisho mean by his current situation? From the beginning, he wanted to identify himself, to now he tells himself that there is a group of people controlling everything. Feng Yu knew who the group of people Arima Keisho was talking about, but according to what he said, he had been targeted by the V organization, and he told himself that there might be an informant from the V organization around him who had been monitoring him. Are you trying to show your kindness to me, or are you trying to get me to form a team? Feng Yu knew that Arima Keisho's body was no longer as good as before. As a semi-human being, the prerequisite for having great power was his short lifespan. In the original work, it was precisely because he sensed the gradual decline of his body that he and Izumi Takatsuki joined forces to make Kanki the One-Eyed King to rectify all ghouls and resist the mysterious V organization. Organization V, I haven't found you yet, but you have set your sights on me first. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that I can't alert the snake now, I would have already killed you all. Feng Yu sneered as he looked at a man in a black suit among the people in front of him. After a while, Feng Yu walked out of the coffee shop and disappeared into the crowd, and the man in a suit who had been monitoring Feng Yu from a distance also disappeared. Sir, clone no. 78 has disappeared. On the top of a building somewhere, a man was half kneeling on the ground and said respectfully to the man sitting in front of him, I remember number 78 was sent to monitor Sichuan Feng. Yes, my lord. That's it. It seems that he has already noticed it. Please inform me and take a break for a while to avoid being noticed by him. Okay, sir, but now that he is qualified to be one of us, why don't you win over him? The kneeling man asked doubtfully. There's no rush because there are more important things to do now. I heard that the clowns and the others have found One Eye's hiding place. Okay, I understand, then I'll retreat first. Well, another month has passed. After Feng Yu's guidance last time, Q's class officially began to devote itself to the work of defeating ghouls. This time the ghoul is called Torso, and he is an extreme picky maniac. He likes human body torsos and likes to play with female bodies. The heads and feet of all the female victims were removed and thrown away. The common feature of the female victims is that they suffer from the disease I had surgery due to illness or accident, etc. And I have scars on my body. The initial judgment is that the strength is a level. Guozhang Jiasheng was in a trance as he looked at the information in his hands. This was the first mission of their QS class. Although due to Feng Yu's intervention, the relationship between the few of them was closer than in the original work, but when he thought of a certain person in his mind, the figure in his heart ignited. He wants to complete this task alone, gain merit, and make that person look at him differently. Several people looked at each other in confusion. As the squad leader, Sasaki Hyo naturally wanted to make a good plan to ensure everyone's safety. Mom just finished this task. I'm so sleepy and hungry, so I'm going back to eat and sleep. Please pay attention to your safety. Millen's eyes were tired and dark circles were around her eyes. It was obvious that she had stayed up all night last night. Jun Toru nodded to Sasaki Hyo in agreement. After all, she could not release Hezi and her combat effectiveness was very weak. The unknown Yinshi looked at the bonus stated on the mission with a meaningful look in his eyes. I must make more money so that I can collect enough medical expenses for my sister. At the same time, he also noticed the desire in Guozhang Jiasheng's eyes. Several people have their own thoughts and are dealing with the plan formulated by Sasaki Hyo. After waiting for it to end, Guozhang Jiasheng looked at the place where the victim was found and made a bold inference in his mind. Maybe Torso is a taxi driver, so he can dump the body in different places. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so Guozhang Jiasheng went to the street alone to investigate. What he didn't know was that there was a person following him in the distance. For several days, Guozhang Jiasheng didn't get any good clues, which made him feel a sense of frustration. No, I chose the wrong time. The last time those people disappeared was late at night, and I have been investigating at the busiest times these days. Torso certainly doesn't dare to act rashly. Then, late at night when the streets were deserted, Guozhang Jiasheng stood on the roadside in casual clothes, waiting for something. Soon a taxi slowly stopped in front of him. Little brother, do you want to take a car? The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man with a simple face asked. Guozhang Jiasheng looked at the man, said okay slowly and got in the car. When the driver saw Guozhang Jiasheng get on the bus, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise, wondering what he was thinking. After getting in the car, Guozhang Jiasheng closed his eyes and pretended to be tired. Beautiful music sounded in the car, and the green taxi drove slowly on the deserted streets late at night. Seemingly feeling a little bored, the driver began to talk to Guozhang Jiasheng one by one. Little brother, have you just gotten off work? That was really hard work. It's not hard, but driver, have you paid attention to the recent murder of a woman? I suspect that the murderer was a taxi, don't you think so, Torso? Guozhang Jiasheng said calmly. Ha ha ha, how could I be the murderer, little brother, I am a good person. There was a little cold sweat on the driver's forehead, but there was a naive smile on his face. But in the next second, Guozhang Jiasheng's words made him uneasy. Really? Taking a taxi late at night, from the moment you opened the window, I smelled the disgusting smell of blood on your body and the smell of the disinfectant used to clean the blood stains in the car. Tell me, how does this make me believe that you are a good person? Guozhang Jiasheng opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. The car stopped suddenly. What, are you going to start attacking me? Guozhang Jiasheng said nonchalantly. Seeing that he had been exposed, the driver refused to pretend and threatened. You are in my car now, no one can help you, just be my food. His eyes were scarlet, and his long tail was swinging in the air. The next second he stabbed directly at Guozhang Jiasheng. Bang! In just the blink of an eye, the entire taxi exploded violently, and the raging flames lit up the surrounding area. Oh, I didn't expect that you are still a white pigeon, but you are not qualified just because you are a young boy, so just die for me. The driver launched another fierce attack. He jumped up and the tail behind him stabbed out instantly. Guozhang Jiasheng also reacted instantly. He opened the quink box and held a long knife in his hand. The next moment there was a block, and the powerful force directly knocked him away several meters. Boy, I have a level strength, not one of those bastards. When the driver saw Guojiang Sheng being knocked back a few meters by his own attack, he immediately started taunting him. And the Qink long knife held by Guojiang Sheng was also damaged by the blow he just received. He frowned slightly, but luckily threw the long knife aside. "Oh, are you planning to give up resistance?" The driver laughed. Facing the driver's ridicule, Guojiang sneered. The next second, one of his eyes quickly turned scarlet and his right hand turned into a scarlet sword. "Wait, you are a ghoul." The driver was shocked. After all, he had never seen a ghoul among white pigeons before. But without giving him any thought, Guojiang Jiasheng had already taken the initiative to launch an attack. It's just that the driver is not a vegetarian. Zhongren Guojiang Jiasheng's strength at this time has improved a lot compared to the original work. But perhaps because of his lack of real fighting experience, the driver easily dodged him, and he also hit him in the gap. Knocked him away. "Whether you are a human or a ghoul, you must die." The driver rushed to Guojiang Jiasheng with angry eyes and wanted to kill him immediately. But at this time, the roar of a motorcycle rang out in the distance. "Guojiang, it's not good for you to eat alone." A ghost motorcycle jumped into the air and hit the driver. This had to make him stay away from Guojiang Jiasheng and take a few steps back. But before he could stop asking, one after another Hezi cannonballs pierced the air and fell with a bang. "I don't need your help." Guojiang Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately cooperated with the Shiranshi who came over. The driver kept dodging shell attacks, but Guojiang Jiasheng launched an attack. Before the driver could react, he slashed his chest with one blow. It's very powerful. Looking at the driver who had lost his ability to fight, the unknown Yinshi sighed. "How did you know I was here?" Guojiang Jiasheng asked doubtfully. "Hahaha, I guess that your boy would act alone. Tell Brother Zhu quickly, he is almost worried about you." Ignorant Yinshi laughed and came to the driver's side. After questioning, they learned that the driver was not the torso they were looking for at all. The two of them were a little disappointed. The driver died soon after, and the clues they finally obtained were interrupted. On the other side, Feng Yu was currently in an underground laboratory admiring the surgery performed by Jia Na in the distance. Kano Akihiro concentrated on doing the experiment, while Kurenai stood aside and waited quietly. Feng Yu was sitting behind them wearing a white fox mask, but they were already used to it and didn't feel any discomfort. On the operating table was a naked man, with clean-shaven hair all over his body and strong muscles. It was obvious that this man exercised regularly. As time passed, little by little, the operation came to an end. Internal organs that did not belong to men were stuffed in and finally sutured. With a ding, the operation officially ended. Kurenai consciously began to bandage the newly sutured wound of the man on the operating table. After the bandage was finished, Feng Yu came over. A pair of deep eyes stared straight at the man on the operating table. An invisible force directly enveloped the entire man. The man on the operating table groaned and then regained his composure. "Okay, let's continue training." Feng Yu said calmly, "Yes, sir." Akihiro, Kano, and Kurenai answered at the same time. Hina pressed a button, and the man on the operating table was immediately transported away by the machine, just like a factory assembly line, constantly moving towards a container. Torso appears again. Another girl has been killed. The body has been found in the eastern suburbs. It is suspected that she was tortured before death. Sasaki Hyo frowned. Although Kui Hisao and Shiro Genshi captured an A-level ghoul a few days ago, which was considered a successful mission, the team's final target, Torso, was nowhere to be seen. And now he continued to commit crimes, which made several of them have angry and worried expressions on their faces. Based on the location where the body was found this time, it is certain that Torso is a taxi driver, and the scope of his crimes is centered on this gynecological hospital, radiating in all directions. It has been identified that all the female victims had undergone cesarean section or were pregnant. There are other traumas. Sasaki Hyo analyzed. So this time we have to conduct a thorough investigation in this hospital. If we find suspicious characters, we must not act alone. This is the liaison device. There is a location in it. As long as anyone encounters Torso, everyone will be notified immediately. There can be no ambiguity for a moment. Guojiang, I don't know, this is a prop for women's clothing, and the three of us need to wear it too. Yes, teacher. Brother Zhu. Mother. Monitor. By the time everyone was ready, it was already dusk. Several people have a clear division of labor and are stationed at several exits of the hospital. On the other side, Feng Yu also knew the battle plan of Jin Mu and others today. Standing in a high-rise building, he looked through the glass window at the city hidden in darkness and chaos. It's time to meet old friends. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance gradually changed and finally returned to his original appearance. Arriving at the top of the building, Yuhi spread out behind him. His scarlet wings were like the god of death in the dark night, carrying killing and death when they were folded and released. Then he jumped and disappeared into the bustling city. The dim sunlight shines on the entrance of the hospital, and the leaves on the roadside make a rustling sound in the evening breeze. June Toru's face was not very pretty, but instead had a frowning expression. Thinking back to yesterday's test, she was the only one in the entire team who couldn't release Hezi. The strength is at the bottom. Touching the hidden scars on her body with her hands, June Toru couldn't help but feel a pain. Torso, do you like women with physical defects? June Toru lowered his head and murmured. She suddenly woke up. A taxi slowly stopped in front of the hospital, and there happened to be a woman holding her slightly swollen belly and wanting to take a taxi. A strong sixth sense told June Toru that this taxi was definitely not simple. So the moment the woman opened the car door, she immediately sat on it and then closed the door heavily. When Torso saw someone getting on the car, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He didn't care that Ua 2 was the one who robbed the car. At worst, he had just changed his prey. When he thought of the woman he killed before, a hint of madness and excitement appeared in his eyes. The car started moving slowly, and June Toru also secretly sent signals. Soon, the people observing around the hospital received a distress signal from June 2. No, June is in Torso's car, Guajiang, I don't know, let's go and support her. Sasaki Hyo shouted, and Gua and Shijinshi immediately drove their motorcycles and quickly chased in the direction of the location. Night falls slowly, perhaps because there have been many murders in this area recently, and there are very few people walking around on the streets at this time. The car stopped at a traffic light intersection. June Toru's expression tightened. Her sixth sense told her that the torso in the front seat might be about to take action. Sure enough, Torso's expression darkened, but the corners of his mouth were even more crazy. I said, miss. As soon as he finished speaking, Torso grabbed June Toru's neck. The strong strength of his hand made her feel like she could hardly breathe. What are you going to do? June Toru's face turned red because she couldn't breathe. She wanted to struggle, but Torso didn't give her a chance and he threw himself on her. Get out of my way. June Toru yelled, and she kicked Torso in the face with all her strength, which also caused her to break free, and then pulled out the self-defense Q-Ink weapon from her waist. Two short blades, the red light flashed and Torso felt a strong pain in his eyes. You are a white dove. Torso was shocked, but soon, an even stronger sense of stimulation came to his heart. Especially when she saw the scars accidentally exposed on June 2's body, the perverted desire in her heart reached its peak. Snort. June Toru snorted coldly and trembled all over. When she stabbed Torso, the scarlet color reminded her of the past. But before she could react, Torso slapped her hard on the face again. The powerful force made her dazed for a moment. The white skin also turned red instantly, and June 2 felt like stars were shining in her eyes. But Torso would not give her a breather, and heavy fists kept falling on her body. While torturing, he laughed crazily. You are mine, you are the most perfect woman, I love you so much, let's get married, let's become one. Bang bang bangs. The taxi kept shaking, and Ua 2's consciousness gradually faded away. Although it has strong recovery power, Torso's attacks never stop. I don't know how long it took, but after Torso noticed that June had no movement and completely passed out, he just wanted to take off her clothes. There was a roar and strong lights in the distance. Let go of June. Guajiang shouted, and the motorcycle's accelerator was also pulled to the top. Torso's eyes were cold, and he recovered from his momentary gaffe. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car was like an arrow pulling a string, and it rushed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Guajiang and Shishianshi were chasing after them. A taxi and a motorcycle were racing wildly on this lonely road. The traffic police stationed on the roadside also discovered them and immediately drove their police car to make them stop on the roadside. It's so troublesome. Guajiang cursed secretly, then drove with one hand and took out the Ghoul investigator's certificate with the other hand. As soon as they saw the ID, the two traffic policemen instantly understood what was going on with the taxi in front of them. The two exchanged glances, and the police car quickly caught up with Torso's car. Please stop and get inspected immediately. Please stop and get inspected immediately. Please stop and get inspected immediately. The police car kept approaching Torso's car, but received no response. On the contrary, Torso looked ahead and sneered, quickly turned the steering wheel with both hands, fully opened the accelerator, and the devil appeared behind him. The moment he passed a street light, Hezi flashed by. In just the blink of an eye, the police car rolled over, and then there was a big explosion. Seeing the police car exploding, Guojiang couldn't hold it any longer. I wonder, can you get his car? The unknown Yinshi nodded, and then his eyes appeared and a cannonball-like crotch grew out of his back. Boo-hoo! The Hezi cannonball was shot out, followed by constant explosions. Hee hee. Torso smiled, and the car that was originally traveling straight became extremely nimble. I don't know that not one of the Yinshi's cannonballs hit it. Torso was about to flee, but the next second Guojiang and the others were overjoyed, because the road ahead is already blocked. Torso's car slowly stopped and Guojiang and Shishianshi also got out of the car. Let's see how you run now, Torso. Hand over June quickly. The police car sirens. The policemen blocking the road ahead were holding shields and guns, aiming at Torso's taxi. Guojiang Sheng and Shishi Yinshi were even more ready to fight. They released Hezi and were full of fighting spirit. Guojiang Jiasheng's right hand formed a sword, and he walked towards Torso's car step by step, while the unknown Yinshi was standing ready to support Guojiang at any time. Give June back to us quickly. Guojiang shouted, exerted force on his feet and rushed forward. Hezi made a light stroke with his long sword. Boom. Torso's car door was instantly cut open by Guojiang's sword. June! Guojiang shouted. The car door opened, and what came into view was Jun Toru, whose clothes were in tatters and covered with injuries. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle before their arrival. Guojiang just wanted to reach out and hug Jun. A fatal crisis struck, forcing him to take a few steps back. Don't touch my lover. Torso roared angrily at Guojiang, and Hezi also quickly attacked. Ding 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 dings. Guojiang immediately resisted with Hezi's long sword. The sword flashed, the sword shadow and the fire was everywhere. Torso's attack was very swift and violent, falling on Guojiang Jiu Sheng's head like a violent storm. No, lure Torso away first, otherwise Jun will be hurt. Guojiang's secret passage. At the same time, Torso also deliberately did not want to hurt Jun, and the battle between the two gradually began to move away from the taxi. Torso was wearing a gas mask, so people couldn't see his appearance clearly, but his messy hair and skinny eyes immediately made everyone tremble. Obviously, this guy seemed to be in a state of high spirits, and his mental state was a bit abnormal. But when I think of him as a ghoul, his mental disorder becomes normal. Bang, bang, bang. When Torso and Guojiang were far away from the taxi, the police officers blocking the front began to provide fire support. Unexpectedly, Yinshi also took the opportunity to sneak into the taxi and quickly picked up the unconscious Jun Toru. At the same time, he also saw the shocking scars on Jun Toru's body. This can't help but make Shishi Yinshi feel distressed. He took off his coat, covered Liu Yuitu's body, and quickly retreated to the rear. The battle between Guojiang and Torso has also reached its climax. From the initial tie, Guojiang gradually began to gain the upper hand, constantly suppressing Torso. Especially after ignorance, Yinshi rescued Jun Toru. His face showed anxiety and anger, also accompanied by sadness. It's like losing a loved one. This also allowed Guojiang to seize the opportunity. He directly cut Torso's abdomen with the sword and then continued to draw the sword. The sword light flashed. Torso has fallen into a pool of blood. My love, don't leave me, so. Torso lay on the ground, looking in the direction of Jun Toru with tears in his eyes. It's over, Torso. Guojiang Jiasheng looked down at the embarrassed Torso with cold eyes. Just when he was about to continue to step forward to do something, there was a roar. Buzz buzz. Then a huge black scale fell from the sky and hit Guojiang Jiasheng directly. Guo Hisao didn't expect that there were other ghouls there, thinking they were Torso's companions, so he couldn't help but step back a few meters. Dust was flying, and the entire road was smashed into a big crater by the sudden attack. Torso is my prey. The dust and smoke dispersed, and a man wearing a black snake mask and a cloak stood on the overhead bridge and stared at everyone coldly. A-level ghoul Orachi. Guojiang, be careful. The unknown chanter yelled, but as soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the big snake disappeared and came to Guojiang in an instant. Kicked Guojiang Jiusheng, who had not yet reacted, several meters away. So fast, so strong. Guojiang's eyes narrowed. You must know that after experiencing Feng Yu's training, their strength has improved a lot. But what they don't know is that the ghoul of the bronze tree is no longer as powerful as in the original work. Because Feng Yu had previously given combat guidance to other weak ghouls, his strength had improved a lot. This also made Tatora and Takatsuki Izumi realize that perhaps their entire organization could establish a guidance department. There they train weak ghouls, instruct them in combat skills, and develop ghouls' abilities to improve their combat effectiveness. Now, although Feng Yu is no longer in the bronze tree, His influence has profoundly changed the Bronze Tree organization. After the battle in the Anding district, Nishio Nishiki joined the Bronze Tree with Figuchi Hinami. The two of them are now in the upper middle class status of the Bronze Tree, and they are always receiving training from stronger forces. The strength is increasing day by day. Haha, it seems that you are half-ghouls created by CCG. How is this possible? Gua Hisao was immediately furious when he heard Nishio Nishiki's words. He rushed forward regardless of his strength, which had just been subdued by Nishio Nishiki's move. Guojiang Jiasheng's eyes widened. Guojiang, are you okay? The foot beneath him was even more dented. The unknown Yinshi ran over and asked with concern, along with the awakened Jun Toru and the Yonbayashi scholar who followed Sasaki Hyo. No, Guojiang. I didn't expect that the CCG, which prides itself on justice, would cooperate with ghouls. It's really disgusting. Guojiang, are you okay? The unknown Yinshi asked anxiously. At this moment, he had already entered a combat state. He had also released the bomb that had just arrived at Hezi. The angry Guojiang Jiasheng could only think about killing the big snake in front of him. The unknown Yinshi wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Sasaki Hyo gently put down Kui, then turned around and walked towards Orochi. Haha, you are an idiot who only deserves anger. Kanki-kans. Nishio Jin sneered, and the next moment, his body moved and turned into an afterimage. All members of Kyuink's class arrived, and the next second their eyes were attracted by two figures not far away. Looking at Nishio Nishiki's disdainful eyes, Gua Jianjiasheng felt a sense of frustration in his heart. As expected, just like Kanki, one-eyed. The next second he let out a scream and flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. The next moment he regretted it. Nishio Nishiki's figure jumped out of the thick smoke and stood on the viaduct intact. Shut up, we are not ghouls, we are real humans, you damn ghoul, go to hell. Why am I still so weak? My sword is broken. The strength was still increasing, and Guojiang Jiasheng slowly began to be unable to withstand it. Bang bang bangs. Countless bombs hit and the scene was even more chaotic. An unparalleled force hit him, and the powerful shock directly caused the ground to tremble. Facing the terrifying big snake Hezi, Guojiang Jiasheng's right hand turned into a giant sword and plunged into the soil with a bang sound. Hezi behind him was like a huge python attacking Guojiang Jiasheng head-on. His speed was so fast that Guojiang, who was angry, could not react at all. It could even be said that he had no intention of avoiding it. Crack, click, click. It's okay, you've done a good job, leave it to me. At this moment, a pair of warm and strong hands caught him steadily. Hearing Nishio Nishiki say the words Kanki-ken, Sasaki Hyo was stunned for a moment, and a huge wave surged in his heart. In his mind, a white-haired boy with scars all over his body seemed to be sitting on a chair and watching tenderly. Sasaki Hyo was shocked. Although he didn't understand why he was like this, he quickly adjusted his emotions and politely said to Nishio Nishiki, I'm sorry, I don't know Mr. Kanki-ken that Mr. Orochi mentioned. After saying that, he rushed forward with a knife-shaped Kyuink weapon, and at the same time, the four scales behind him also appeared. The two of them instantly struggled with each other. It's amazing, the squad leader can actually use Kyuink weapons to fight Hezi at the same time. The battle between the two of them was very fierce, but those with eyesight could see that Orochi did not use all his strength at all. Every blow of Sasaki Hyo was easily dodged by Orochi and he counterattacked. Sasaki Hyo also felt the gap between the two, and the familiarity with Orochi became stronger and stronger. Who is this guy? Why I am like this? Just when Sasaki Hyo was thinking a lot, a voice in his mind shouted, Hyo. This moment made Kanki tremble all over. Nishio Nishiki also seized this gap and directly knocked Fei Shi away with one blow. Fei Shi looked at Nishio Nishiki's figure, with a hint of relief and pain in his eyes. It turns out it's really you guy. All of us thought you were dead. We never imagined that you would turn out like this. Have you forgotten everything? It's really ridiculous. But it's okay, this way you don't have to suffer, Kanki. Nishio Nishiki saw Hyo's eyes. That was the former Kanki and the same Kanki who was in pain. Everyone in the coffee shop thought that Jin Mu was dead and wanted to avenge him and the store manager, so they joined the Bronze Tree, becoming stronger day by day, performing dangerous tasks and exposing themselves to the eyes of the CCG. Now that he saw Kanki who was not dead, Nishio Nishino smiled and he also cried. What makes me laugh is that Kanki is still alive, but what makes me cry is that Kanki has forgotten all about the past, his partner's hatred and pain. This is Kanki-ken, and you can say he is not. Then Zio Nizi must be very happy to know that you are still alive. In my mind, I recalled that little figure walking on the road covered with blood. The originally clean and white dress was stained with scarlet blood. Nishio Nishiki's heart was confused. Like Sasaki Hyo, Kanki Ken's figure became clearer and clearer in his mind, and he hugged him tightly. Fei-shi, Fei-shi. Fei-shi. In reality, Fei-shi collapsed in pain, holding her head and wailing, "Teacher. Brother Zuo. Mother." The Yinshi and the others were extremely anxious. They had no idea what was happening. They were fighting with the big snake a second ago, but they were knocked away in an instant. And now they were covering their heads in pain, and they just wanted to go forward to check the situation. Before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Sasaki Hyo. "I'm fine, I was just careless." Sasaki Hyo stood up and said coldly. At this time, several people felt something strange about Sasaki Hyo. Why does it feel like Brother Zuo has become a different person? I feel... Sasaki Hyo did not care about the doubts of several people, but instead threw away the Qink knife in his hand. He stretched his body a few times and said, "I haven't experienced a battle like this for a long time." "Is it you who's back?" Nishio Nishiki's face was slightly solemn. He knew clearly that the former Kanki Ken had SS-level strength. If it is true that Kanki returns to his body, then he will definitely not be able to defeat him. But without giving him any thought, Sasaki Hyo rushed forward directly. This time, his speed and strength were completely different from what he had just achieved. The speed was so fast that the people in the distance could only see afterimages. Hezi's color also became darker. If it was bright red before, it is dark red now. The aura it exudes is also refreshing. How could the teacher become so strong? Several people were silent, their mouths widening in shock. Buzz buzz. Fei-shi said coldly as he kept getting closer. Nishio Nishiki sneered. At the same time, there was a loud sound in my ears. At this moment, Hyo's hand was about to touch Nishio Nishiki's mask. There was another loud noise. "With your own hands, take off my mask." "Be careful, teacher." Nishio Nishiki fell heavily to the ground. "If you want to know who I am, just take off my mask and you will know." Fei-shi's four scales gathered together to form a shield to block Nishio Nishiki's sneak attack. Fei-shi remained silent, but his trembling hands betrayed him. There was a terrifying roar in the sky. Before Fei-shi could react, a powerful force directly knocked him away. A terrifying sense of oppression swept over everyone present. A-level Ghoul Sorachi. As Fei-shi got closer and closer, Nishio Nishiki also had a hard look in his eyes, and the Hezi behind him passed by with a swish. "Whose are you?" Seeing that the attack failed, Nishio Nishiki gave up resistance like a deflated balloon. There was no expression on Fei-shi's face, and the clatter of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Indeed, today's Sasaki Hyo has unlocked part of Kanki Ken's strength, but it has also reached the level of crushing Nishio Nishiki. SSS-level Ghoul, the god of death. There was a hint of trembling and question in Fei-shi's tone. Soon after a few moves, Nishio Nishiki was directly struck through the abdomen by Sasaki Hyo. Jun Toro shouted in the distance. Bang. The thick smoke dissipated, and a demon-like figure stood among them. Roads cracked and the earth shook. Nishio Nishiki looked at him as if he saw the shadow of that boy. "Come on, former Kanki Jr. Looks like I'm going to end up here today." "Haha, as expected of you, Kanki." It was as if a huge meteorite fell and hit the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, scattered in the air, and dripped on Fei-shi's face. Anyone who has participated in the One-Eyed Owl's crusade can recognize at a glance who the terrifying figure in front of them is. That's the whole CCG nightmare. He is the ghoul who defeated the strongest person in CCG. The scenes of the past reappeared as if they were yesterday, and a strong sense of fear came over him. Ever since the battle with the One-Eyed Owl, the god of death seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of him anymore. Combined with the headquarters' research on the ghoulish god of death, it was thought that he had returned to the mysterious eastern country. Now it's here again. The calm people suddenly felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. I always feel that there must be some conspiracy behind the return of the god of death. And this conspiracy may not only target the CCG, but may also target the life safety of the entire Japanese people. Report to headquarters, we have discovered the god of death requesting support. With just one sentence, the entire CCG leadership exploded. God of death, that guy has been missing for more than a year, how could he? Yes, that guy went back to the Eastern Kingdom, it's just our guess. Maybe he is lurking in Tokyo. Notify Matt and others immediately and ask those people not to act rashly. Contact the police and evacuate the people at the scene urgently. Marutes responded immediately, and the entire CCG was on standby. Time was running out, so they all brought their equipment. The sound of police sirens broke the night of the bustling city, and everyone felt a heavy feeling in their hearts. This is bound to be an extraordinary night. Is there really going to be a big war like they thought? After Feng Yu landed, he saw the dying Nishio Jin and Fei Shi, who was supported by everyone. He didn't speak, just glanced lightly, but this also made everyone's hearts tremble. Finally, Feng Yu's eyes fell on Fei Shi. Can't wait anymore. I need to go back as soon as possible, so, Kanki, I'm sorry, I have to let you become. Lilian. As soon as the murmur fell, Feng Yu's figure instantly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Fei Shi. Don't hurt the teacher. Brother Zuo, leave quickly. Mom, so scary. Damn B ***********. Everyone in Qink's class knew that the target of the death in front of them was Fei Shi. They all stood in front of him. Even though he was extremely scared and his legs were shaking, he resolutely picked up the weapon and stood in front of him. We won't let you pass. Feng Yu didn't care about them. He just flicked his arm and the four of them were instantly knocked away. The terrifying speed prevented them from reacting at all. The people in the distance did not dare to act rashly and could only silently wait for support from the CCG. Feng Yu looked at Fei Shi, who had fallen into a coma and didn't know what he was thinking, but the next second he slowly said a few words. The nightmare of reincarnation, activate. An invisible force instantly enveloped Fei Shi, which made him groan in coma and then showed a painful expression. After doing all this, Feng Yu glanced at everyone present and glanced in the direction of a building a few hundred meters away. How is it possible? How does he know I'm here? On the roof of the building that Feng Yu was looking at, Mano Akatsuki, who was holding a sniper rifle, was suddenly shocked. Just as he reached that point, he caught her gaze. After doing all this, Feng Yu directly grabbed Ziwei Jin, spread his wings and flew high, disappearing into the sky. As Feng Yu left, everyone felt the news of the sharp sword hanging above their heads. The timid person suddenly collapsed to the ground helplessly. Everyone had cold sweat on their backs. One can imagine how powerful Feng Yu's oppression felt on them. Ah, wait for me, I'm still here, take me away quickly, Torso shouted. Feng Yu didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Feng Yu is disdainful of Torso. The guy in the original book is not a good person, and saving him is a waste of emotion. Now when he shouted, everyone's eyes fell on him. Soon, a helicopter landed. Arima Kisho, who was wearing a white trench coat, landed on the ground with no expression on his face. He just raised his eyes in the direction Feng Yu left, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he looked at Fei Shi, who looked in pain, frowned slightly and said calmly, "Take him back." Unexpectedly, there was no battle, which was beyond the imagination of everyone in CCG. But it also made them pay attention to the Ghoul Orochi again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the purpose of the Ghoul and the God of Death's appearance is to meet Orochi. If you say that the big snake has nothing to do with the God of Death, you are really out of your mind. Nishio Nishiki immediately lowered his head and responded. Thinking of this, Nishio Jin looked at Feng Yu with even more awe. Just eat when I tell you to, don't ask so many questions. Well, let's go and welcome him back. With a trembling heart, I walked back to the stronghold of the bronze tree alone. Mr. Death is so scary. I was afraid he would kill me just now, but why do I always feel familiar with him? Feng Yu brought Nishio Jin to a hillside. What do you think, Tatara? Tell them for me that I still have my own things to do. When the time comes, I will go back to organize. Nishio Nishiki murmured, then patted his head. Bronze Tree Headquarters Liudo. Nishio Nishiki was shocked. The night was hazy and the wind was freezing. Has my dear Lord Death finally appeared? Really, he didn't take me as the leader seriously and disappeared for more than a year. I really miss him. Just a simple pill was enough to offset the results of several months of training. The mouth is wide enough to fit a goose egg. Nishio Nishiki asked respectfully. Tatara said calmly, "Oops, Torso didn't come back." If word spread that this little pill could have such a powerful effect, then the whole world would probably become extremely crazy. Yes, Mr. Death. Feng Yu's faint voice made Nishio Nishiki tremble all over. The power also becomes stronger. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he left. The wound that was still bleeding healed immediately, and at the same time a coolness washed over the soul. When he looked up again, Feng Yu was no longer around. After swallowing the pill in one gulp, Nishio Nishiki's eyes suddenly lit up. Feng Yu threw a pill to Nishio Nishiki. On the other side, I eat this. Senior Death God this is. Heta, he is really a bad man. Takatsuki Izumi's voice seemed excited. Senior Chuan Feng, you are finally back. Something big happened tonight. The moment Feng Yu, who had regained his Kaweifeng appearance, stepped into the CCG building, Kanamiko hurried over. At this moment her face was blushing and there was a little sweat on her forehead. She was steaming and unbuttoned the 2-inch shirt on her chest. Feng Yu took one more look and then called her into the elevator. The CCG was extremely lively tonight, and the lobby on the first floor was filled with heavily armed police officers. The moment they saw Chuan Feng, they all made way for him. On the elevator, Kanamiko began to tell what happened tonight. Listening to her description of the ghoulish god of death, Feng Yu felt a bad taste in his heart. If she knew that her boss was the monster in her mouth, maybe her expression would be very rich. Then she talked about the current situation of Qink's class. Fei Shi was in a coma and other members were seriously injured. Feng Yu frowned slightly. He remembered that he didn't use any force at that time. The elevator is very fast, but you can feel that the entire CCG staff is here, which shows how much attention they attach to the appearance of the death ghoul. Soon, Feng Yu and the others came to his office, and when they entered they saw Niao Xin and Mei Yu waiting for them. Dong dong dong. Feng Yu moved his slender fingers on the desk and looked out the window feeling bored. His eyes were a little tired. Fei Shi was given a reincarnation nightmare tonight which consumed a lot of mental energy. In addition, it is late at night tonight, and sitting here feels like a worker working overtime, doing nothing and consuming time. After a while, Maru Tejai called someone over to inform Feng Yu of a meeting. He sighed helplessly, straightened his clothes and walked to the meeting. Sister Mako, did you see the boss's expression just now? Why do I feel like he doesn't want to go to the meeting? Maya said with a smile while holding a lollipop in her mouth. HMPH, you are not allowed to arrange things behind Mr. Kaweifeng's back. Kanamiko glanced at her, then turned her head, her face flushed. Just now, did Mr. Kaweifeng show his impatience just now? He's so handsome. I like him so much. Nairo Xin looked at his two teammates and could only laugh naively. Time passed little by little. Feng Yu looked at the solemn expressions on their faces and felt bored listening to their analysis of the purpose of the death ghoul's appearance. After spending a boring night working overtime, Feng Yu let out a breath of turbid air while walking on the street. Do you rats really think I have no temper? Feng Yu's face darkened, and the next second his whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared. After that, a dead bald man appeared in his hand. This man was wearing a suit and was slightly fat. Feng Yu recognized it. This is the clone of the leader of V organization. It seems you are still unwilling to give up on me. But it also reminded me that there are still some tales that have not been cleaned up. Since you don't give up on me, I will give you some gifts. I believe this small gift will make you happy. Feng Yu sneered, then looked in a certain direction and slowly raised his right hand. The corners of his mouth were raised and his middle finger was raised. I'll come find you. Feng Yu opened his mouth, then ignored it and headed straight towards the place where Qingspan usually lived. Half an hour later. Senior Chuan Feng, why are you here? The unknown Yinchi said in surprise. I came over to see Fei Shi. Feng Yu replied calmly. Brother Zuo ... Brother Zuo hasn't woken up yet. Senior, come with me, I will take you to see Brother Zuo. Unexpectedly, there was a white bandage wrapped around the Yinshi's body, which made Feng Yu feel strange in his eyes. Their injuries seemed a little serious. Passing through the living room, he came to Fei Shi's room. As soon as he came in, he saw several people surrounding Hio's bed. Even Akatsuki Mano was there. Their faces showed anxiety and worry. Ah, Mom, don't die, don't leave us. What will I do if you die? Millen the talented man lay beside the bed and shouted. Tazy, ba, the teacher will not die, the teacher is just unconscious. Jun Toro gave Millen talent a dunk. Ooh, I fainted. Millen the talented man rolled his eyes, fell down and fell asleep the next second. There were tears in Jun Tu's eyes and there was a doctor in charge of Qink's class beside him. It's really strange. Logically speaking, Fei Shi should be able to wake up now and her body is fine, but her brain waves are in chaos. Dai Xing A and B asked doubtfully. At this time, Fei Shi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, his eyebrows were tight, and his face was full of pain. Everyone was puzzled, but Feng Yu saw it clearly. He saw Fei Shi going through the plot in the original work, and also saw his gradual awakening of Kenki's consciousness. The departure of friends one by one, the sacrifice of noble Arima, fulfilled one's own destiny. We also saw him marrying Kirishima Tauka and giving birth to their own offspring. Then he finally fell into madness and turned into a dragon. This is the illusion that Feng Yu weaved for him. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted Jin Mu to return and the dragon to come early. As long as he harvests the dragon, he can go back to Demon Slayer world and kill the Black Fox. The illusion ends over and over again and is reincarnated again and again. Fei Shi's aura gradually became chaotic and his son unexpectedly appeared out of control. The whole bed was torn to pieces. Dong Xiang, Dong Xiang. Don't leave me, master, everyone, don't leave me. The names of people that Jin Mu knew kept appearing in Fei Shi's mouth. As the name of the person was spoken, the hezi of Fei Shi also began to change towards the hezi of Jinmu. A black centipede-like crotch made a sizzling sound. No, everyone retreat, Fei Shi is in danger now. Dai Xing A and B frowned and said. Everyone was puzzled, and only Akatsuki Mato immediately took out his weapon. Mr. A and B, give Hio a sedative, otherwise all of us will have to face the SS-level ghoul mask. Fei Shi continued to wail in pain. The people in Qink's class looked at him with heartache, but when they heard Akatsuki Minato said that Hio could become an SS-level ghoul mask, they were shocked and then became confused. They don't understand that Hio, like them, is a half-ghoul transplanted from a ghoul. They have always thought that they are still human beings, but now they hear Akatsuki Makoto say that Hio is a ghoul. They put themselves in. A wave of mixed emotions emerged. I'll do it. Feng Yu said calmly. His voice was like a tranquilizer, calming everyone's inner impatience. Seeing their faces gradually calming down, Feng Yu said nothing more, but gently held Fei Shi down with one hand. Strangely, as Feng Yu's hand came into contact with Fei Shi's body, the pain on Fei Shi's face also diminished. Of course, Feng Yu secretly used his spiritual power to comfort them. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Dai Xing A and B, but they didn't say anything. They quickly took out an injection of sedative and injected it into Fei Shi's body. After doing all this, Fei Shi slowly calmed down, and the tense atmosphere in the room immediately dissipated. It's just that although Fei Shi calmed down, he was not awake yet, and the nightmare of reincarnation that Feng Yu cast on him was still going on. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaweifeng. If you hadn't come, Fei Shi wouldn't know what would have happened. Akatsuki Mano sighed and said, her eyes full of worry about Hio. If Hio really loses control, it may be the moment she raises the knife towards her friend. This is what she doesn't want to see. Since Fei Shi is fine, I'll leave first. Feng Yu said calmly. After confirming Fei Shi's current status, Feng Yu has no reason to stay here anymore. Thinking that he had changed the plot, Feng Yu had to start paving the way for the future. The plot has been disrupted by me, and I must nip any possible changes in the bud. Feng Yu secretly thought. Then he left, but the moment he walked out of the door, he bumped into Arima Kisho. The two of them simply said hello and walked away without staying much longer. Looking at Feng Yu's back, something strange flashed in Arima Kisho's eyes. It's so similar. One day later, the summer wind blows in the face, stirring up the latitude of enthusiasm. Fei Shi has not yet woken up at this time and is still experiencing the nightmare of reincarnation. The CCG still maintains a high level of vigilance. On the bronze tree side, some ghouls who had been favored by Feng Yu were waiting with great anticipation for the return of the god of death in their hearts. Bask in joy. Perhaps because Nishio Nishiki was rescued by the god of death, they didn't say anything about his failed mission of not bringing back Torso. Instead, Nishio Nishiki met with Tatara and Takatsuki Izumi alone. It's amazing. Nishio-kun's strength has increased very quickly recently. Takatsuki Izumi said in a playful tone with bandages all over his body. Tatara, on the other hand, did not speak, but looked at Nishio Nishiki, wondering what he was thinking. Facing the gazes of the two leaders, Nishio-jin couldn't help but become nervous. This is all the credit of the organization. The strength of my subordinates cannot be put on the table. Hey, don't be too nervous, I won't eat you. I just want to ask you why he didn't come back with you. Takatsuki Izumi leaned in front of Nishio Nishiki, gently raised his chin with his fingers and said. The scarlet eyes looked so weird in the dim light. Nishio Nishiki swallowed. Holding back the fear in his heart, he said, the god of death said that he still has some personal matters to deal with, and he will return to the organization after he has finished handling them. Mr. Feng Yu, how can you be so cruel? For a whole year and a half, I have no thoughts at all. You are such a cruel man. Tatara, my heart hurts so much. Is this the pain of being abandoned by a man? I seem to have lost my love. Takatsuki Izumi talked to himself as if he was a girl abandoned by a scumbag. Tatara still didn't speak, just remained silent. Okay, Nishio-kun, you go down first. Thank you for your hard work tonight. If you meet him again, remember to tell him that I miss him very much. Takatsuki Izumi jumped on Noro's shoulders and waved towards Nishio Nishiki, watching him go out with a smile. I'm really curious about his personal affairs. At this time, Feng Yu came to a bar in District 14 alone. As soon as you enter the door, the warm and ambiguous atmosphere immediately hits you. Under the feasting lights and music, the excited crowds are looking for their prey like wolves and tigers. With just one glance, Feng Yu saw the goal of this trip. Her long burgundy hair, which is messy yet beautiful, hangs irregularly on her shoulders. She wears light black eyeliner on her eyes, which is charming yet aura. One hand held the goblet elegantly and held it between her bloody red lips. She took a sip and shook her head. The lights in the bar were dim and no one could see her expression. She didn't drink anymore but just played with the glass, looked at the people in the bar with interest. Soon she seemed to notice Feng Yu's gaze. When their eyes met, she smiled slightly and took a sip of the red wine in her hand. My little brother is not bad looking. Why do you want to have a drink with me? Zilly smiled. As the woman with the strongest intelligence ability, guess what my purpose is here? Feng Yu said calmly, Giggle, you are really interesting. It seems that you are busy again. Come with me. I don't want such a good store here to be ruined. Zai Li hooked her slender fingers. Then the two of them came to a deserted place. CCG's new star generation has the potential to surpass Arima Keisho. Kill SS-level ghouls alone. You are really good. Tell me, what do you want to ask me for this time? Zilly sat on a chair by the roadside and smiled happily. The sunlight fell on her body, which made people look stunned for a moment. Beautiful, so beautiful. As expected of Itori of the clown organization, okay, it's time to get down to business. Do you want to stand on the stage forever, without taking a curtain call, and perform to your heart's content? As soon as Feng Yu's voice fell, Zai Li fell silent for a moment and then sneered again. Oh, you're embarrassing me now. You know that I have an organization, but you still want to poach someone. Although you are handsome and I like you very much, I'm afraid that the boss won't agree. His strength is very strong. Zilly showed a pitiful expression as if she was about to cry in the next second. Oh, don't you agree? It's a pity to say this, but I don't like accidents, so your refusal makes me feel unhappy. Feng Yu's voice was very calm, but Zilly felt a strong sense of oppression sweeping through his body when he heard it. Haha, do you want to do something? You men love to fight and kill every day. But do you really think I can be taken down so easily? Zai Li stood up with a smile, her eyes were scarlet, and her fresh tongue licked her seductive lips. Let me have a taste of you, little brother. In the bar, the music and lights were at their highest level, and they couldn't even hear what was happening outside. Hey, all of us have been deceived. Unexpectedly, the god of death who has been looking for more than a year is actually in the CCG. Haha, if they know this news, I don't know how they will feel. Zilly was now in an extremely embarrassed state. Her originally beautiful and hot clothes were now in disarray, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. It's so abominable that you would treat such a beautiful woman like me so harshly. You, a man, deserve to be single. There was a trace of unwillingness and anger in Zilly's tone. After all, he hadn't been this embarrassed for a long, long time. So, can you agree to my request? Feng Yu's tone was cold. As for Zilly, the most mysterious ghoul in the original work, all he knew was that this woman was very beautiful. She was a member of the clown organization and had a lot of information. The introduction in the original work was that not only were the ghouls looking for her, according to the information, even the Hexiu family also made deals with her. You're such a boring man. You've beaten me up to this point and you still ask me to join you. Well, I'll just join you. After saying that, Zai Li wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and showed a sweet smile. Welcome to join, but... As soon as he finished speaking, Zilly was grabbed by the neck with a hand. It's not a wise choice to make small moves under my nose. Feng Yu's voice reached Zai Li's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. As expected of the god of death, even this can be discovered. Zilly endured her inner discomfort, removed a small machine embedded in the manicure, and destroyed it in front of Feng Yu. Look, I have been destroyed, please let me go now. Moreover, Lord Death, I joined the clown organization just because I want to stand on the stage forever and don't want to be left behind. As long as you give me this opportunity, they will definitely be very happy, Tilda. Zilly said pitifully. Just at that moment, she was about to send the news that death was in the CCG through the small machine inside her fingernail, but Feng Yu noticed it. Look into my eyes. Feng Yu's voice was extremely cold, and at the same time, a terrifying demonic figure emerged behind him. Zilly felt her six senses bursting, and the fear in her heart surged out crazily. Number don't please, no, don't come. Zilly yelled crazily and wanted to struggle, but Feng Yu pressed her firmly against the wall. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not move at all. Zilly's eyes widened, tears flowed out uncontrollably, and her whole body trembled as if she had seen a monster that terrified her. Time passes little by little. Zilly, who was struggling crazily, began to calm down slowly. His head drooped slightly, his eyes were dull, and his face was expressionless. Seeing this, Feng Yu loosened his grip on her. Tilda. Feng Yu exhaled a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect your mental resistance to be so strong. You deserve to have such a powerful intelligence capability. After a while, Zilly's face was replaced with a smile. Lord Death Tilda. A sweet and shy voice rang in his ears, but Feng Yu didn't look at it a few more times, but casually gave Zili a pill. Eat it, put on some clean clothes, and continue doing what you are doing. I will naturally come to you when I need you. After that, Feng Yu left. Oh my, what a boring man, he ruins other people's clothes and doesn't even bother to accompany me, Tilda. Zili watched Feng Yu leave and stamped his feet helplessly. The car drove slowly on the road, and the surrounding objects and people receded like reflections. Soon we arrived at District 14. As soon as he got off the car, Feng Yu frowned slightly and then walked straight into a small alley. You brat, you dare to secretly photograph us. It seems you are impatient. Several burly men surrounded a short-haired girl. The girl looked at several people warily, holding a camera tightly in her arms. Dogchai. Feng Yu recalled the girl who followed Yue Shanxi in the original work. It was because of her that the decadent Yue Shanxi cheered up. Kid, hand over all the photos or I'll kill you. What? You brat, how dare you lie to us? It's just that Kainkyu seems to have underestimated the speed of several big ghoul men. Look, there are police there. Several big men shouted, but Kakuchi, who was still there just now, had already run a few meters away. His eyes were fixed on these people, and in the next second one of the big men raised his hand and wanted to hit them. Feng Yu couldn't help but nodded. It was obvious that this girl was very smart and knew where to escape. According to the introduction in the original work, Chai Chai may have photographed evidence that they were eating or being ghouls. Kuki Chai was kicked against the wall, but she didn't make a sound. Instead, she tightly protected the camera in her arms. Run, you brat, you better run. Chu Kaiyan looked serious and at the same time handed the camera to Feng Yu for inspection. Kawakaza-sama, this person is a ghoul. Please arrest them. Angry, extremely angry, something capable. Kakuchi turned her face sideways and closed her eyes. His agility is no less than that of some ordinary ghouls. Feng Yu took the camera and saw the photos of the ghoul men eating, as well as some other scenery, and the moment when a stranger helped him cross the road. Several big ghoul men were immediately attracted and turned their heads to look. Before she even reached the exit, she was already being chased by several ghoul men. Instead, a bang 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 sound was heard, followed by wailing. One of the big men said fiercely, and his eyes turned into black eyes. When she opened her eyes, there was a tall and handsome man standing in front of her, and she suddenly felt a sense of security. Feng Yu asked. Kakuchi pointed in one direction and shouted in surprise. Aren't you afraid as an ordinary person? And her short body is a natural protective color. Here is the evidence of their ghoul identity, please look at it carefully. She was like a flexible little monkey, shuttling quickly, and at this moment she was running towards a place with a lot of people. But the expected pain didn't come. Kakuchi breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously she recognized the identity of the man in front of her. What are you afraid of? I'm just a girl who loves to record the beauty of the world. I'm not afraid of these ghouls, and ghouls are not necessarily bad guys. It can be seen that these men are all hezi. Having said that, Chu Kaiyan seemed to have thought of something, and her originally bright eyes became dim. The eyes of several big men became more and more evil, and they began to approach her. After handing these big ghoul men to the investigators who came to hand over, Feng Yu took Chai Chai to a coffee shop. The sun is shining brightly, shining gently on the dining table through the glass window. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee, the alluring fragrance filled the air along with the sunshine, and the quiet music played leisurely, which not only made people gradually relax. Nonsense, do you know that you are already putting yourself in danger? If I hadn't happened to meet you today, what do you think you would be like now? There was a trace of reproach in Feng Yu's tone. He knew the situation and character of the girl in front of him, but he still couldn't bear it. Although animation is animation, it is real if you travel to this world. The animation is shown from the perspective of the protagonist, but the perspective of some supporting characters is in the dark. No one knows what they are doing or experiencing when the perspective is given to the protagonist. In the original work, the girl in front of her survived to the finale, but in today's situation, Feng Yu really couldn't imagine how she would get out of danger. It's okay, isn't it you? Chu Kaiyan fiddled with the camera nonchalantly, taking pictures of the coffee and the people and things around her from time to time. Look good, Mr. Kaweifeng, please see if the photo I took looks good. Chu Kaiyan looked at the pictures saved in the camera and couldn't help, but let out an exclamation. After saying that, he quickly sat next to Feng Yu, ignoring the twitching of the corners of Feng Yu's mouth, and showed him directly. After looking at a few pictures, I have to admit that this girl really has the potential to be a photographer. It is just a very ordinary picture, but the pictures are so high quality, except for the scene of the ghoul eating. Yeah, not bad. Feng Yu said calmly, "Yeah, I'm so happy to be praised by Mr. Kaweifeng. I got the photos I wanted today, so Mr. Kawakazi, I'll go back first." Chichi winked playfully and then waved goodbye in the afterglow. "I hope you can be so lucky again and again." Feng Yu sighed slightly, then tidied up his clothes, walked out of the coffee shop. His face returned to a cold expression and walked straight in one direction. An hour later, there is already another figure beside Feng Yu. There are many tattoos on his body, almost all over his body. His eyes are scarlet, but they don't look like Heian. This person is another member of the clown organization, the Mask Master. Like Zilly, he was completely mentally controlled by Feng Yu at this moment. "Lord Death, I am waiting for your orders at any time." Bai smiled respectfully. Feng Yu replied and then began to return to CCG's headquarters. The next thing is the most important thing, that is the return of Kanki. Just now, Kana Miko sent a message telling her that Hio had woken up. Feng Yu wants to confirm to what extent the current Fae she has awakened, whether it is the Black Death God Kanki or the Angel Kanki who has reached the later stage. Everything is unknown. After all, the nightmare of reincarnation is just a medium. When Fei Shi wakes up, it may be Kanki, or it may be Fei Shi who continues. The vehicle quickly arrived at the CCG headquarters. When he arrived and saw Fei Shi, Feng Yu already had the answer. Black Death ... it's okay ... it seems like it needs some extra ingredients. Looking at the confusion and indifference on Fei Shi's face, Feng Yu had already determined that Jin Mu had awakened. As for why he still pretends to be Fei Shi, it's just that he doesn't believe in what he experienced in the nightmare of reincarnation. "I guess I thought it was a dream. But now that he has awakened, the next thing will be easier to handle." "Welcome back, Fei Shi." Feng Yu said softly like a worried old friend, gently gave Fei Shi a hug and patted him on the back a few times. Hearing Feng Yu's voice, Fei Shi was stunned for a moment. His originally dim and gloomy eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light. "Senior Kaweifeng, you are Senior Kaweifeng. You are real, you are real." Fei Shi burst into tears, and everyone on the sidelines couldn't figure out Fei Shi's situation. Only Feng Yu knew why he was so excited. "Fei Shi, Mr. Chuanfeng must be real, you just woke up, take a good rest first." Akatsuki Mano said with a frown. "Yes, Senior Kaweifeng is real, those are all fake. This makes me feel relieved." After saying that, Fei Shi slowly fell asleep again like a deflated balloon. Fei Shi, monitor, teacher. In this life, with Feng Yu's intervention, the relationship between these people is as close as a family. It's just that the members of Qink's class felt indifference in him. Whether it was his temperament or his eyes, Fei Shi was a different person. "We can eat normal people's food, but Brother Zuo can't. Don't you think it's strange? Brother Zuo has changed so much now." Combined with the eye patch Arachi mentioned last time, I suspect that Brother Zuo may have regained his memory. This is the evaluation given to him by everyone, Dai Xing A and B said. After Fei Shi woke up, everyone could feel the changes in him. "Guojiang, do you still remember that the eye patch Ghoul Orachi mentioned seems to be Brother Zuo?" And I checked the information. Brother Zuo did not voluntarily transform into a ghoul like us, but Brother Zuo was a half-ghoul a long time ago. By the way, we need a clue. Let's not tell anyone for the time being, especially Jun and Casey. Gua Jianjiasheng asked anxiously. After receiving the guarantee, everyone felt relieved. Every move he makes is very similar to Arima Noble Shogun. Fei Shi's indifferent eyes did not reveal any emotional changes regarding the fact that Yin Shi and Guojiangjiu Sheng wanted to investigate his past. Everyone's hearts became worried again. Hearing Shishi Yinchi say this, Guojiangjiu Sheng also fell silent. Little did they know that their conversation was clearly heard by Fei Shi, who was climbing up the stairs. As those who get along with Fei Shi on a daily basis, we know Fei Shi's changes best. "It's okay, it's not a big problem, he just fell asleep." Even the hair was dyed black. The unknown Yinchi pulled Guojiangjiu Sheng to the stairs and spoke softly. Guojiangjiu Sheng said in deep thought, "Didn't the squad leader say it? He discovered his own weaknesses, so he made changes." Although he did change a little, but Matt and others said there is nothing wrong with the squad leader, so there must be no problem. Just like the Black Death in the original work. That's our brother Zuo after all, so let's investigate the clues about the ghoul eye patch in private. Hearing this, Guojiangjiu Sheng's face became serious, and then the two of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. "Guojiang, do you feel that Brother Zuo seems to have changed? Then what do you want?" "Okay, Fei Shi is fine now, so I'll leave. If anything happens, contact me as soon as possible." In the following days, CCG regained its calm. He never wore glasses, but now he was wearing black-rimmed glasses and his original white suit was changed to black. Grow overnight, so changes were made. Someone asked him why he made such a change. Fei Shi just smiled and responded that after this coma he clearly knew his weaknesses. Feng Yu looked at Fei Shi, but he didn't know what he was thinking. After another half-month, Gua Hisao and Shishi Yinshi thoroughly investigated Kenki's identity. At the same time, there was a strange feeling in his heart towards Fei Shi. After all, how could the person who once had a gentle smile on his face turn into a terrifying ghoul who did all kinds of evil and was extremely dangerous? But ever since Fei Shi woke up, that feeling of indifference and strangeness hung over both of them all the time. Every word and every move reveals a feeling of indifference and despair. Our mission this time is the Nutcracker. According to the informant's investigation, this guy's strength is rated as A-level. But the most important thing is that she has contacts with Big Madame and provides them with talent, which is human trafficking. We need to use her to find Big Madame's hiding place. Next, Fei Shi carefully analyzed the possible places where the Nutcracker might appear, and also handed her photos to several people. In the photo, the Nutcracker is wearing sexy lingerie and black cloth strips over his eyes, riding on a man covered in blood. This is a photo of her praying, sexy, voluptuous, and dangerous. Teacher, what do we need to do? Jun Toru asked. Women's clothing. What that guy likes most is to traffic in beautiful girls for recruitment purposes, so we need to pretend to be girls, sneak in, and contact her to find out the location of Big Madam. The plan for catching Torso is the same. Each of us wears a locator and reports inside whenever there is an incident. Fei Shi said. Guazhangju Sheng and Shishi Yin she looked at each other and didn't say anything. Soon, several people began to implement the plan and put on beautiful women's clothes. It's just that this time Fei Shi didn't put on women's clothes with them like in the original work, but said that he would watch them from a distance. As long as something goes wrong, he will take action. Guojiang Jiasheng opened his mouth to say something, but when he met Fei Shi's extremely cold eyes, his heart suddenly trembled, and the words that had reached his throat could not come out. Feng Yu was also called to the office by Maru Teze, along with Riya Jizo. After the previous battle with the one-eyed owl, Lingwu Shizou has indeed matured a lot and is not as crazy as before. Now he is extremely restrained, with the team members he leads behind him. Compared with his subordinates, the members of Lingwu Shizou are much more normal. Chu and Feng Shizou, I called you here this time to deal with the annihilation of Big Madam. When Riya Jizo heard Big Madam, his pupils shrank, but he quickly returned to normal. Obviously, Big Madam still has a great influence on Shizou. The vanguard this time is mainly led by Qingspin, starting from the Nutcracker and then extending to Big Madam. As long as you receive the signal from Fei Shi and the others, then the two of you groups can carry out the encirclement and suppression. Marutese said calmly, I have no problem. Feng Yu said, what is it? Marutese looked at Riya Shizo, Lingwu Shizou smiled and then nodded. Then this meeting ends here. You go back and prepare first. It is estimated that there will be a battle soon. After leaving the conference room, Lingwu Shizou called out to Feng Yu. Kaweifan Kun, please give me more advice this time. The same goes for you, Shizao. Feng Yu answered with a smile and then took the first step. Looking at Feng Yu's back, there was something strange in Lingwu Shizou's eyes. What a dangerous man, but I'm looking forward to it. By the time Feng Yu had arranged for him, Kanamiko and the others, Kui Hisao and the others had already started to take action. The sky is getting dark, which is the most suitable time for ghouls to appear. Fei Shi and the others entered a club called Lijiu. This club attracts young talents who have just graduated on the pretext of high-paying recruitment work. It is also the place where the Nutcracker selects talents. The young beauty wears a mask on her face and dresses up brightly to get a good job in the future, but at the same time she is also looking for prey. In a noisy and ambiguous environment, no one knows who is whose prey. Here, everyone is a hunter and prey at the same time. After all, Guojiang Jiasheng and the others were still young, so they were both curious and apprehensive about these places full of adult world. Although my mood was extremely complicated, I did not forget the goal of my trip. His face was full of satisfaction. Unconsciously, several people gradually integrated into this atmosphere. The four of them separately patrolled the crowd, dancing to the music. Haha, you are such a stupid guy, but the more stupid you are, the happier I will be, because then I can have money to buy beautiful clothes again. Don't set a flag before a fight. While blending into the dancing crowd, he looked around. Feng Yu said while holding his chin. During the surveillance, Yoyu Toru performed very well and acted very well. She was like a young girl who had just been exposed to the world, and her desire for work was vivid and vivid. At the same time, Fei Shi, who was sitting in the monitoring room, also saw this scene and then informed other members. In 3 days, the battle will begin. You guys don't let any other team compete with you. Maya held the lollipop in her mouth and smiled with her neat white teeth. Okay, we will definitely be able to surprise everyone this time. The method is to let Ryu Jizao pretend to be UA2's friend, who also wants to find a good job. At the same time, Fei Shi also began to arrange for them to leave here. But Fei Shi's voice came from the headset and they breathed a sigh of relief. Guojiangju Sheng was truly relieved when he saw Jun appeared in front of him intact. Soon, Jun Toru was spotted by the Nutcracker just like in the original work. Several people searched the entire stage but couldn't find Jun too, and they couldn't help being surprised. After exchanging contact information, the Nutcracker looked at the delighted Jun Toru and couldn't help but licked his lips. She came to Jun 2's side unhurriedly and looked her up and down. Kanamiko looked serious. Jun meets the Nutcracker. The Nutcracker is very useful. Jun followed the Nutcracker out of the corridor. There is no danger, don't worry. However, for the safety of Yue Toru, CCG decided to bring in Ryu Shizo as well. Guojiangju Sheng and the others listened to Fei Shi's prompts in their headsets and quickly found Shishi Yinshi and Yonlin Keizi. This mission was considered a complete success. Fei Shi stared at the monitor, raising and lowering his slender fingers. After getting the contact from the Nutcracker, Jun Toru also quickly informed everyone in the team. Fujimiya Torinabu puffed up his chest and said, "The body also changed from being restrained at the beginning to twisting freely." The CCG received the news and began to make preparations. "Don't worry, boss, we will definitely be better than Suzuya's special class." Looking at Jun Toru's figure and face, she had already begun to fantasize about how much she could be sold for. Waiting for the meeting of Jun Toru and the Nutcracker in 3 days. Soon the day came for Jun Toru and the Nutcracker to meet. Under the arrangement of CCG, Jun Toru and Suzuya Juzo, who were dressed as girls, came to the place where they met the Nutcracker. After waiting for a long time, I finally met the target character of this trip, the Nutcracker. "Sister, who is this?" asked the Nutcracker coquettishly and warily. "Sister, this is my good friend Zioling. She heard that you can introduce good jobs, so she came with me. We both really need a good job, please, sister." Jun Toru pretended to beg, "Hello, my name is Zioling." Shizo held out a hand with a smile on his face. After carefully looking around the bell house, the Nutcracker smiled. Not bad, very good. If that's the case, you can come with me." The Nutcracker took Shizo's hand and caressed it. "This skin is really well maintained." There was a smile on her face and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. After that, Jun Toru and Suzuya Jizo, led by the Nutcracker, went to the big Madam auction venue. Just as soon as we entered, the CCG immediately started taking action. Surround the entire building and wait for the next order. The auction site is a layout similar to an arena, with an empty flat square in the middle and surrounded by seats at different levels for buyers of different levels to have a full view of the auction items. From top to bottom, the Nutcracker led Jun Toru and Suzuya Jizo to the backstage of the auction items. Along the way, the people at the auction house looked at her with smiles on their faces, not sure whether it was because she brought the goods or because they were attracted by her beauty. All the staff here are ghouls. They all wear masks on their faces and serve everyone present with all their heart, except for the talents. Jun Toru and Suzuya Jizo were speechless along the way, just silently sending signals to the CCG. At the same time, he pretended to be excited and nervous. "Keek, it's finally here," said the Nutcracker with a smile. The next second, the vision of Yue Yuatu and Suzuya Jizo went dark and they fainted. "This is the material I brought this time. I hope you can sell it for me at a good price." The Nutcracker raised her sexy flaming red lips, then twisted her waist and walked out step by step. The two people backstage didn't say much when they saw this, as if this kind of thing was already commonplace. Very skillful at marking. With the sound of the auction square outside, Jun Toru and Suzuya Jizo were carried onto the auction stage. "Gentlemen and ladies, the next material is provided by Miss Hudao. It is said to be high-quality goods. Please feel free to bid." The auctioneer used a passionate and mysterious tone to describe the surroundings. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire auction house suddenly skyrocketed, and every ghoul raised his voice and shouted, "Light focus." Jun Toru, who had put on delicate clothes, was put on the auction stage, and the dazzling lights focused on her. "This is Walnut Boy's product. It is said that he is a ghoul with a human touch." After that, the auctioneer cut one of Jun 2's hands with a knife, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. At the same time, she also pulled off the one-eyed blindfold of Jun Toru, revealing her bright eyes. "He Yan, what a ghoul." No, it's too fragrant, too fragrant. This is the ultimate ingredient. Everyone, please don't snatch it from me. This is mine, I want it. Fart, this is mine. Seeing that the desires of these ghouls had been aroused, the auctioneer smiled slightly. Then please have fun starting the auction. The starting price starts at 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd at B. Chrysalis suddenly began to boil. One by one, they started raising their placards to bid. 1 million. 3 millions. 10 millions. Go away, you bunch of poor guys, 50 million. The prices continued to soar, and the nutcracker watching on the sidelines was already overwhelmed with great happiness. June Toro, on the other hand, had a confused look on her face, her fingers tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Compared with the crazy crowd below, she was like a sheep caught in a pack of wolves. In the end, the price of June 2 reached 200 million. Listen to the final price. The nutcracker no longer cares about the Bell House. When June Toro was withdrawn, she was hurriedly dragged to deal with the final buyer. Oh ho ho, the ingredients this time are really interesting. There is even a one-eyed ghoul. I'm a little greedy when I see it. Big Madam was wearing a lady's dress, holding a white gold lotus fan and covering her face with a smile. Several ghouls on the side also complimented him repeatedly. But then, Big Madam couldn't laugh anymore, because the next person to be auctioned was the person she was most familiar with. Xiao Ling. On the other side, CCG Tamaru Tejai saw the surveillance footage and started making arrangements, and personnel began to enter the building one by one. The nutcracker held June Toru like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, humming a cheerful song. 200 million, 200 million. Baby, you are so great, you are actually worth 200 million. Thank you so much. After saying that, the nutcracker kissed June Toru heavily. Let me go, you devil. June Toro cursed, but his hands were tied with iron chains, and he couldn't break free without a key. Oh my, why are you so rude, little baby? You are worth 200 million, don't be angry. The nutcracker caressed June Toru's face. Humph, go to hell. The next second, June 2 suddenly rose up and directly hit the nutcracker's head with a head hammer. Buzz! The sudden attack was something that the nutcracker had not expected at all. Pain and dizziness hit her immediately, and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Feeling dizzy when she woke up, June Toro had already run to the end of the corridor. No, my 200 millions. The nutcracker immediately panicked and hurriedly chased after him. The corridor was empty. June Toro ran away frantically and finally hid in a room at the end of a corner. He covered his mouth to prevent himself from breathing too loudly. Mission, action begins. Following Maru Tesai's order, a dense crowd of ghoul investigators quickly rushed into the building. You guys can go too. Feng Yu waved his hand, and the three people behind him also rushed in directly. Feng Yu's three subordinates took the lead, leading many investigators to start killing the ghouls layer by layer, not sparing any place or corner. Sichuan Feng boy, this time it depends on you and Shizao. Maru Tesai said, Feng Yu responded lightly, but his eyes were looking into the distance. In this city, forces hidden in the darkness are setting their sights here. These include the Bronze Tree, the Tsukiyama family, and the Joker. The members of the clown organization have been mentally controlled by Feng Yu. He was invited to be the auctioneer, and the other clown member is Luo Ma. SSS-level Ghoul, the mother of trouble. The people from the Yueshin family came here to get the ingredients that would restore Yueshin Zai's desire. Densely packed people in red cloaks were walking through the dim alleys, with the building in front of them as the center point. Start encircling it bit by bit, inside the auction. Bai was still introducing enthusiastically, but when Lingwu Shizo came up, it was the beginning of a riot. No introduction is needed. Suzuya Jizo smiled domineeringly and jumped down, and the light instantly focused on her. She licked her tongue, exerted force on her soles, and the knife hidden in her calf and high boots instantly bloomed. In just 1 second, the knife was thrown out of her hand and landed on Bai's body and on the face of the ghoul below. It's Suzuya, Beige is here to disrupt the situation. Kirishima Junto, who was hiding in the dark, said. Just by talking, Suzuya Jizo had already killed many ghouls. Due to the violent outburst, the entire venue was in chaos. She stood on the auction stage, tilting her head and looking at Madam with a smile on her face. Madam, let's go quickly. Madam's men urged. Xiao Shizao, Xiao Shizao. Madam's eyes widened, and she looked at Suzuya Jizo in disbelief. A large group of ghouls began to escape, but little did they know that the CCG investigators had been waiting for a long time. They collided head-on and a fight broke out instantly. Whether in the corridor or on the road outside, they are all CCG personnel. By the time they reacted, they were surrounded by CCG investigators who poured in. Not good, surrounded. On the roofs, several figures looked at the investigators below. Are those all enemies, Guji? Grrrrrrrrrrs. If my team cooperates well. Before Mei Zhao could finish speaking, Naki had already jumped directly. Etc. Ahahaha, since we are enemies, of course we should strike first. Naki jumped down and directly injured several investigators who had no time to react. Situations like this are almost everywhere in the entire building. Screams were everywhere. In the auction venue, Suzuya Jizo was stopped. Black arrow feathers blocked her face. Suzuya Jizo also looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression. Mr. Rabbit, it's been such a long time. Is that one-eyed ghoul just now? Yi from the Yueshin family murmured. Something strange flashed in his eyes. If I give her to the young master. Maybe. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Matsumi next to him. You leave first, I will bring back Master Zai's ingredients. Guaju Sheng and the others rushed in with the large army and harvested the escaped ghouls, one by one, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. However, there were also some powerful ghouls standing in front of them. What's going on with that bald guy? He's so huge. Sasaki Hyo and the others met with Kana Miko, but they were blocked by the bald man with a huge armor in front of them. The entire sales venue turned into a Shura field. Chaos, killing, blood, violence. The strong smell of blood spreads everywhere. The blood-red color was visible to the naked eye, and even the air seemed to have solidified. June Toru hid in a dark room. Listening to the chaotic noise outside, she didn't dare to move. She could only hide and wait for rescue. But just as she relaxed, a demonic voice came from behind her. Hello, little kittens, what are you doing here? It is Yi from the Yueshin family. You, what are you going to do? June Toru was extremely frightened, but the next second a sharp pain hit her. Tear. June 2's abdomen was directly pierced by Yi and blood flowed out. This smell. Master Zai, I finally found the ingredients for your glorious return. Yi licked the remaining blood on his hand. His eyes widened and his taste buds exploded instantly. Shimagachimura looked at Hyo and Kanamiko leaving and they felt helpless. NOI, I can't go on like this, teacher. There was no expression on Fei Shi's face and she put away the queuing knife. Eyes won't be afraid of you. The knuckle-shaped Hezi directly broke the iron chain binding his hands and penetrated Yi's body. As soon as he finished speaking, veins popped up on Yi's face. He didn't expect that Liu Yuetu would release Hezi to fight back. After sighing, he began to take the enemy in front of him seriously. Kui Hisao and the others looked at each other with Kana Miko and others and followed Hyo, bypassing the bald ghoul and heading straight to the upper level. With a hard swing, Yi hit the wall heavily. Fei Shi, you and the Kaweifeng class go to the top first and leave this place to the Zayagachi class. Taking advantage of this gap, Jun Toru rushed out of the room. Leave this to Zayakuchi and the others, let's go. His face was stained with blood, and the memories of being abused and spending time with Kyuingspin as a child were recalled in his mind. Jun Toru's right eye instantly turned into a black eye. The battle is about to begin. The bald ghoul didn't stop him, instead he twisted his neck indifferently. A trembling man wearing a cloak came out. What happened in the main building was clearly seen by a group of people. Shimagachi Muramasa shouted, Fei, she said. Jam 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 yummy jam. Akihiro Kano smiled. It is obvious that Fei Shi and the others have more potential than themselves. Damn it, if I catch you again you will be obedient and dare not resist. On the other side, helplessness and complicated emotions came to my heart. Obviously I am also a quasi-special class, but I never expected to be placed here. Yes, monitor. Then let's start Hair Owl. Next to him were Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara Roki, the upper echelons of the bronze tree. Boys, if others look down on you, cheer up. Bangs! The crowd was so excited that people from work immediately surrounded the bald ghoul. A *** hole go to hell. The crowd swarmed forward with queuing weapons in hand. The sound of ping-pong fighting suddenly came, one person after another, maintaining cooperation and launching attacks continuously. Hee. Facing the crowd's siege, the bald ghoul grinned, then spread his arms and began to rotate. The speed is also getting faster and faster. The attacks of everyone in the lower class were immediately resisted, and at the same time, a powerful force instantly knocked them away. The bald ghoul is like a tornado, creating an absolute defense and attack area for himself. So strong. Shimagachimura looked solemn, but when he thought of Maritsai's order just now, a surge of anger arose in his heart. The next second, rush out directly. The big knife in his hand struck down hard, and the bald ghoul also stopped turning. He looked sideways at Shimoguchi Muramasa with black sunglasses, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in his eyes. So hard, this guy. The broadsword cut into the bald ghoul's arms, and the two immediately came to a stalemate. Come on, this monster was stopped by the boss. The investigators on the next shift stepped forward again, wanting to make a last-ditch attack. The bald ghoul frowned slightly, because one hand had been firmly restrained by Shimoguchi Muramasa, and he could only resist with one hand. But this also allowed Shimoguchi Muramasa to seize the opportunity. Don't underestimate me, Shimoguchi Muramasa shouted, and a large amount of blood suddenly poured out from Ka's arm that had been chopped into the bald ghoul. Pulling out the blade, he squatted down slightly, took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he was ready to strike. The next second, the big knife slashed out, and the sound of cutting flesh and blood came with it. The bald head fell to the ground, and he stared at his body blankly. Yeah. The people on duty immediately cheered when they saw this. Shimoguchi Muramasa also breathed a sigh of relief. After getting rid of this bald ghoul, he was able to correct his quasi-special title. Just when they were about to continue moving to the upper level, they heard footsteps and murmurs behind them. Jam 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 yummy jam. They turned around and saw a man with completely white hair, dark nails, sunken eyes, wearing a cloak, and a haggard and twisted face walking towards them step by step with his head lowered. The person who came was Takezawa Masamichi, who was transformed into a ghoul. Perhaps it was because the victory just gave everyone in the next class confidence. One of the younger investigators probably wanted a chance to perform, so he rushed out without waiting for Shimoguchi Muramasa to stop him, hoping to kill Takezawa Masamichi with one move. Don't want to. Shimoguchi Muramasa opened his mouth to stop him, but it was already too late. The young investigator's Q-ink weapon was a long knife. Seeing that the blade was about to fall on Takezawa Masamichi's head, he smiled slightly as if he already knew the outcome. It's just that I stopped laughing very quickly. Jam jam, my favorite jam. Takezawa Masamichi suddenly raised his head, with a crazy look on his face, and turned sideways to avoid the attack. The jams. Takezawa Masamichi whispered into the ear of the young investigator, who was still looking frightened. The next second, she opened her big mouth and bit him on the neck. Blood spurts out. There was no struggle, no scream, just a moment, and the investigator was dead. Everyone was shocked. But the death of their teammates directly stimulated them. They looked at each other, clenched their weapons, and rushed out. Shimoguchi Muramasa looked anxious, but he had no choice. He felt that he still lacked leadership skills for this group of passionate and excited young people who acted without waiting for his orders. In desperation, he also launched an attack, but he soon regretted it. He saw that the two people at the front were killed instantly, with frightened expressions on their faces. Takezawa Masamichi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the madness in his eyes became more intense. In an instant, everyone stopped. It was too late for rescue. The entire Shimoguchi class had been wiped out. Takezawa Masamichi's strength was truly SS level. Although Shimoguchi Muramasa was a quasi-special class, he was still killed instantly when faced with SS-level ghouls. As soon as he finished speaking, Takezawa Masamichi rushed out again, killing another person instantly wherever he passed. The normal situation is that an SS-level ghoul is annihilated by several special forces, and not everyone is the protagonist or Arima noble general. Shimoguchi Muramasa swallowed. His subordinates were already running behind, and they kept retreating. Under Shimoguchi Muramasa's horrified eyes, Takezawa Masamichi opened his big mouth and bit his neck. I see. It should be over after tonight. Boykawefeng, the lower class, encountered an unknown ghoul. Please go and support them. He threw the body aside like trash, squatted down slightly, and shot out like a hunting eagle in the next second. At this moment, everyone understood that the person in front of them was not something they could deal with. After taking a look at the people who were escaping, and then looking at Masamichi Takezawa, who was getting closer and closer, a wave of faith surged in his heart. Shimoguchi Muramasa, you guys run away, this guy is too scary. I'll stay and break up. Maru Tejai looked anxious and contacted Feng Yu at the same time. Shimoguchi Muramasa's pupils shrank. He did not expect Takezawa Masamichi to be so fast. You looked very handsome just now, but I am stronger than you. Damn it, hold on, try to hide, don't lose your life. Crack. They didn't dare to move forward, so they could only run backwards like crazy, and at the same time applied for rescue towards the communicator. Takezawa Masamichi ate the brain of the man he had just killed and turned his attention to Shimoguchi Muramasa and others who had escaped. Shimoguchi Muramasa's arm bones were broken, and the severe pain made him scream in agony. Run, run, damn it, I'm a quasi-privilege, how could I escape without a fight? This is what they are thinking now. If they are not afraid, they will really die. Investigators are also human beings, and everyone will be afraid when faced with death threats. This is a human physiological reaction. Jam jam, my favorite jam. The moment he stopped and turned around, Takezawa Masamichi kicked him in the arm. The night was dim and the killings continued. This was destined to be a sleepless night. There was both madness and playfulness in his eyes. He killed so many people without using hezi, even though the strength of these people was a little worse than his own. Shimaguchi Muramasa's legs were also trembling. Takezawa Masamichi put too much pressure on him. No, this guy is going to catch up. Outside the building, Feng Yu looked at the screen where all the people in the lower class had died tragically, then looked at the positions of his men, and Takezawa Masamichi smacked his lips, then got up and walked towards the building. Feng Yu looked at the looming moon and murmured. When Feng Yu arrived at the place where Takezawa Masamichi killed Shimaguchi Ban, there was no one there, leaving only corpses and blood on the ground. I hope those boys can still bear it. Feng Yu murmured. As long as his subordinates Kanamiko and the others, including Kui Hisao and the others, don't run into Takezawa Masamichi, they won't have much of a problem. If it happens, Fei Shi, who has already awakened, will probably be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Feng Yu became less anxious. Step by step, disappear into the darkness. This is a trial and a beginning. Throughout the building, countless masked ghouls were still running away wildly, and members of the Bronze Tree organization were also covering their escape. Even Yueshin Guanmu and the others were the same, pouring into the large underground warehouse one by one. Inside the auction house, Suzuya Jizo looked at Bai and Roma in front of him with a solemn expression. After the first battle, he found that the strength of these two ghouls was ridiculously strong. In addition, he had no weapons around him, and the hidden daggers had been used up. Now he can be said to be in a state of bare hands. Kirishima Aya on the side was also staring at him eagerly. Bai and Roma did not take action, but looked at Suzuya Juzo with meaningful smiles. You have no weapons anymore, just surrender and capture me, Suzuya Shizo. Kirishima Yadu said, and at the same time the feathers on his body were unfolded, and arrow feathers were pointed at Suzuya Jizo. That's awesome, Mr. Rabbit. Suzuya Jizo said expressionlessly, but the next second he smiled strangely. Although I have used up my dagger, I can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzuya Jizo jumped back to the entrance of the auction house and waved to Ayadu. Bye, Mr. Rabbit, and you too, see you soon. Then it disappeared into the dark entrance. Damn it. Xuandu cursed secretly and immediately chased after him. Oh, sir, do we want to catch up? Roma said. After staring for a few seconds, Bai shook his head. Let's go block it for them. Roma nodded. Naturally, she knew who they were. They can be said to be guards, and their main task is to protect this group of ghouls who come to participate in the auction. Sir Four Eyes, the white pigeon is about to charge forward. Please retreat quickly. On the rooftop, the breeze blew, lifting the black cloak that the girl was wearing. The girl wore a black mask with 4 eyes on her face. In front of her were a dozen men wearing cloaks like her. At this moment, they were kneeling in front of the girl, extremely respectful. The girl was Fuguchi Hinami, who had joined the Bronze Tree. She looked at the police cars below that were surrounded by police cars, and then listened to the various reports coming from the headset. She frowned. As a cadre of Bronze Tree who collects and processes intelligence for the organization, she already had a judgment in her mind at this moment. Brother Xuandu stopped chasing that woman. The first priority now is to cover their evacuation. Baiji is almost searching the underground warehouse. Hinami's tone was anxious. Good. Hearing Hinami's voice, Ayasu, who was chasing Suzuya Jizo, suddenly stopped. Suzuya Jizo, next time, I will definitely avenge that old man. Looking at the disappearing figure of Suzuya Jizo, Aya gritted her teeth, then turned around and ran towards the underground warehouse. After getting Xuandu's order, Hinami breathed a sigh of relief. Sir Four Eyes, the leader has asked us to evacuate, please go this way. A man under Hinami's hand said, You guys go first, I'm going to meet up with Black Rabbit. Hinami shook her head, but sir, this is the leader's order. The man was a little unwilling to give up and continued. Don't worry, I'm responsible for everything. You go, the further away from here the better. After saying that, without waiting for the reaction of these subordinates, Hinami jumped down and disappeared immediately. These subordinates were about to speak, but soon they spotted a white figure not far away. Oh, let's go. The leading man sighed and then led everyone to hide in the messy building. Go all the way. Hinami's figure is quickly approaching the underground warehouse. Brother, is it really you this time? There were tears in her eyes, and a sunny and gentle face appeared in the sea. In a certain corner, Takatsuki-kwan sat on Noro's shoulder and watched the surveillance screen with interest. Suddenly, she turned back, grinned, and opened her arms. Welcome back, my favorite deaths. Tatora and Konoha Kihiro turned around at the same time and saw Fengyu, who had already put on the death vest, walking step by step. Long time no see, Ganjai. Fengyu's voice was low and hoarse. It's amazing. It's been so long since I last saw you, and I feel like you've become stronger again. Takatsuki-kwan jumped behind Fengyu and put his arms around his neck, leaning into his ear and laughing. The moist and warm breath hit my face. Fengyu could feel his ears getting hot quickly. This damn succubus. Ganja, you know I don't like you like this. A strong sense of oppression swept across the audience. Takatsuki Izumi paused, but soon the smile on his face continued. This is just the first plan. Takazawa Masamichi, who was killing all the way, looked at the CCG people and started killing. As Shiro Genshi and Kanamiko left, the remaining people looked at each other. Fengyu looked at the crazy Takazawa Masamichi and the cold and heartless Feishi. Hio was assigned to resist Takazawa Masamichi, while the Kyuinks class, the Suzuya class and others went to search the underground warehouse, and Fengyu's 3 subordinates went to the control room to support the members of the Ashiba class. Everyone he saw had fallen into a pool of blood. He knew that Takazawa Masamichi was probably no longer able to abuse Hio like in the original work. Fengyu looked at Takatsuki-kwan. At this time, Takatsuki Izumi's one eye glowed scarlet, and she looked so weird and dangerous with bandages all over her body. Only Guojiang Jiasheng stared at Feishi's leaving figure, his eyes filled with anger. This is the first time to enter the battlefield, a battle between the one-eyed old era and the one-eyed new era. Feishi didn't say anything, just nodded. At this time, Takatsuki Izumi and Konoha Kihiro looked excited. In the building, 3 subordinates from the Kyuinks class and Fengyu, as well as everyone from the Suzuya class, gathered together. Maru Tesai's order was also issued. This guy, how could he do this? Copying Kenki Ken's awakening process, he obtained the most perfect weapon so far, the SS-level Ghoul Owl. Following Kenki Ken's method, Hezi was transplanted into a normal human body and turned into a ghoul. He tapped his feet lightly on the ground, waved his hands and said with a smile, "What a boring man." Sasaki Hio is still so indifferent. Next stage, then everyone, let's separate here. Kanamiko said, 2 perfect works, I don't know who will be better. I'm really looking forward to it. The unknown chanter said. Takatsuki Izumi is verifying the modified ghoul he cultivated from his father, the store manager. Konoha Kihiro on the side had something strange in his eyes, and he raised his glasses unconsciously. Brother Zuo, I'm going to meet too. You go to the underground warehouse first. Go ahead and come back early. The Bronze Tree organization has more than one plan. Big Madam is just a cover, and their purpose is to see the outcome of this battle. Then the stage begins. Unknowingly, with the help of Kanamiko and others, the Nutcracker was successfully destroyed. However, it is not the Shirazinshi who makes the last strike like in the original work, but Fujimiya Torinabu, who uses a thin whip in his hand to constantly interfere with the Nutcracker's range of activities. In the end, the soft whip turned into a thorn and penetrated the Nutcracker's body with one blow. Watching them continue to investigate, Fengyu also said, Sasaki Hio seems to have recovered his memory after waking up from the coma last time. The owl may be defeated. Interesting, I didn't expect Mr. Feng Yu to be able to obtain this kind of information. It seems that you have been paying attention to the CCG during the time you disappeared, or maybe you are in the CCG. What? Listening to Feng Yu's narration about the current Fey world, Takatsuki-kwan had a smile on his lips and a hint of meaning in his eyes. Whatever you think. Feng Yu said coldly. Judging from Takatsuki-kwan's reaction, he already recognized his identity. All the information on the internal members of CCG can probably be found by the Bronze Tree organization. Cao Weifeng's sudden rise as a junior has the highest honor and title, and it has long been spread in the Ghoul circle. Now comparing what Feng Yu just said, Takatsuki-kwan guessed that his vest was very simple. Or maybe they have already guessed it. I just don't want to expose it. As the leader of a powerful Ghoul organization in the world, Takatsuki Izumi's wisdom and methods are unparalleled. Otherwise, it would not be like joining forces with Kisho Arima to put on a big show like in the original work. Hee, what a proud man's. Maybe Brother Kenki is really back, but my owl is not weaker than him at all. Takatsuki Izumi laughed playfully, but his eyes were directed at Takazawa Masamichi and Hio, who had already met. The show has begun. Inside the building. I understand you're scared, right? Takazawa Masamichi tilted his head and looked at the man and woman who had no way out and said, The reason why you feel scared is because you are different. It is precisely because you are different from the other person that you will be scared. So as long as you become the same, you will not be scared. Are you Mr. Takazawa? I once came to the academy to explain to us how to use Qink weapons. Haven't you been killed in battle? How could it be possible? How could he become a ghoul? Mr. Takazawa, I am Tao Mu, I have attended your class. The eyes of the two investigators were full of horror. The senior who had been declared dead in battle was now standing in front of them alive, and he had become an extremely powerful ghoul. This kind of thing is obviously beyond their cognition. Hearing this, Takazawa Masamichi stretched out his hand and paused immediately, looking at the two humans in front of him, thinking on his face. But the next second, the female investigator was directly lifted up by Masamichi Takazawa and punched through the abdomen. Just listen to me carefully during class. Blood spilled. The expression full of disbelief slowly became stiff, and the trembling hands dropped. Her life also stopped amidst Takazawa Masamichi's roar. The light was dim and there were corpses and injured people everywhere. No one cares about the dead, while the living avoid possible dangers. In the dark corners of the Tibetans, whether they are ghouls or investigators, they are trying their best to hide their figures. After Takazawa Masamichi killed the remaining male investigator, when he wanted to hit the injured man in front, he said he felt the breath not far behind him. The corners of his mouth were raised, with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. This dark environment is most suitable for owls to hunt. The figure disappeared into the darkness, and a scarlet eye stared at the person not far away. Sasaki Hyo walked with a cold face. Looking at the corpses of the fallen investigators and the corpses of the ghouls, a trace of sadness and helplessness welled up in his heart. You are from the Chiban. Sasaki Hyo saw an injured person in front of him and walked forward and said, My name is Lin Kun. We encountered a monster. I fell while fighting. Fortunately, something blocked me and I survived. Lin Kun said weakly. Sasaki Hyo wanted to say something else, but he felt the danger was coming. He frowned slightly and quickly drew out the Qink's knife to block. Bang! After killing the Nutcracker, I met him. Now he is the only one left in the entire Dachai class, and they are all thanks to him. Zhao Zuo, it turns out it's you, Ganjai Guy. The script is really bad, but your blood is so fragrant, and the flesh on your body is so delicious. It must be more delicious, just let me try it. Lin Kun shouted. Looking at Takazawa Masamichi's one eye, she looked at him with a hint of pity and sympathy in his eyes. He knew how terrifying the monster not far away was. The power of the two of them is so powerful. A powerful force came from the blade, his feet sank, and his body continued to retreat under this force. Feishi seemed to be talking about a small thing. He raised his arm. The last force not only injured his skin but also broke the bones of his arm. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of Hyo and Takazawa Masamichi both rushed out and kept colliding in the darkness. Lin Kun couldn't see their movements clearly. He only knew the sounds of fighting coming from the darkness and the shaking of broken walls. The collision between Lin He and Jia He caused countless strong winds to roar out, raising dust all around. The Qink's knife in She's original hand was broken in the moment of the fight. She said indifferently. The powerful force of the youth bomb explosion made the entire building tremble. Sasaki Hyo. Takazawa Masamichi swallowed, as if in his eyes the she in front of him was his meal. There were also 2 deep scratches on the ground. If you want to eat me, come and eat me if you can. The scales are like poisonous snakes in the dark, constantly launching frightening attacks. One-eyed. Takazawa Masamichi licked the blood that had just fallen on his face and was immediately shocked. Anger and fear mixed in his heart. No, I was blocked. Caught off guard, She's blade sank directly into his skin, and a trace of blood burst out. One after another, a person once told me that he wanted to eat me, but in the end he was eaten by me. I still remember what that guy's meat tasted like, the disgusting and rotten smell of dead fish. What? Bone recovery. The two also distanced themselves. Takazawa Masamichi smiled and then used his strength again. Kaka. Don't come over here, find a place to hide. Just leave this guy to me. He wanted to step forward with the knife and stand beside Shi to help him, but his body's instinctive reaction prevented him from taking a step forward. Looking at his bleeding skin, Sasaki Hyo just frowned, and then the wound disappeared visibly to the naked eye. This smell. Takazawa Masamichi inherited the one-eyed owl's cough and youth. Takazawa Masamichi was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon became extremely terrifying. Sasazuo, Samu, you actually look at me with that look. You deserve to die, you really deserve to die. I want to eat you, I will definitely eat you. Sasaki Hio frowned slightly, but without giving him time, Takezawa Masamichi had already rushed over. Jaya rushes in and Yu blocks the space. He is like an owl in the dark night, hovering in the air, aiming at his prey. In his eyes, Sasaki Hio was already his prey. Feishi's eyes narrowed, and in the next second the four scales gathered together like a spring and jumped directly into the air. The two people looked at each other and past each other, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Kill you. The moment Takezawa Masamichi landed on the ground, he jumped directly, holding the changing blade in his right hand and slashed towards Hio. The light of the sword flashed in the darkness. The next second, violent battle fluctuations spread, and the already damaged house became crumbling during the battle. The two have equal fighting skills, and the key to victory lies in who will reveal his flaws. Hio constantly defended himself against Takezawa Masamichi's attacks. Although his attacks were like violent storms, coming one after another, in terms of speed and combat experience, Hio was clearly superior. I don't want to fight you, Sasaki Hio said coldly while resisting Takezawa Masamichi's attack. I have seen you. You were once a search officer and disappeared during the One-Eyed Owl's crusade. Now that it looks like this, it seems that the guys from the Bronze Tree organization have a big conspiracy. Sasaki Hio looked up and looked around. He knew that people from the Bronze Tree organization must be watching the battle between them. Haha, you're right, but it's none of your business whether I'm a prosecutor or not, so go to hell. Takezawa Masamichi shouted. The surge of power directly cut open Sasaki Hio's four scales. It's about to fall on Feishi's body. But the next second, Feishi turned sideways, and then swept his whip leg and landed heavily on Takezawa Masamichi's neck. Crack! Takezawa Masamichi's neck showed a strange twist, and then the whole person flew backwards. Bang, bang, bang. Takezawa Masamichi was like a kite with a broken string hitting the wall. The dust and smoke dispersed, darkness filled the air, and a dark hole appeared in the middle of the cracked wall like spider silk. Feishi twisted his broken ankle expressionlessly and returned to normal in the next second. Lin Kun and others who were hiding in the distance looked at this scene and couldn't help but open their mouths. First-class officer Sasaki Hio is really powerful. That monster killed so many of us, but he was beaten like this by first-class Hiroyuki Sasaki. Seeing that there was no movement in the direction of Takezawa Masamichi, several people subconsciously thought it was safe. But soon they became nervous again. Jam, 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 jam. Takezawa Masamichi's crazy words were heard in the darkness. Everyone was shocked and felt a terrible sense of oppression. Numbscalp. I saw a tall, heavy monster appearing in the darkness. Masamichi Takezawa is out of control. Just like Kenki before, he fell into a state of control after being defeated. RC cells surge. A monster that only kills. Feishi's face was solemn. Run quickly, the farther you run the better. Hio shouted, facing the out-of-control Takezawa Masamichi. He was also very surprised in his heart. Although he knew that the transformed half-ghoul was unstable, he looked like Takezawa Masamichi now. He didn't have much confidence, because losing control of a ghoul meant a sudden increase in strength, whether it was speed or strength, both had been greatly improved. However, there is also an obvious shortcoming, that is, after losing control, a ghoul is like a beast, without independent thinking and can only act recklessly. Thinking of this, Hio's mind began to think about how to defeat the current Takezawa Masamichi. Lin Kun and others were also frightened, in order not to affect Feishi's battle. They just ran away. When he turned his head 3 times, there was only the sound of fighting coming from the direction of Feishi's position. Bronze Tree Organization Monitoring Room. Looking at the out-of-control Takezawa Masamichi, Takatsuki Izumi clapped his hands happily. It's really exciting. I originally thought I was going to play, but I didn't want to give me a surprise. Tatara, do you think that if there are more owls like this, will our Bronze Tree be able to push those people away? Takatsuki Izumi jumped on Tatara's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Duojuoliang remained silent. La 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 la, Feng Yu-kun, Kenki-kun is very good, tell me, should I be gentler? Takatsuki Kwan turned his head and looked at Feng Yu again. You can do whatever you want without asking me. You are the leaders. After saying that, Feng Yu left here without looking back. The scarlet he eyes exuded a deep chill, but no one present showed any reaction. Then he jumped out. Yuan, throw my Jason to me. But just when they found a secret exit, a slender figure blocked the way. The ghouls were also shocked when they saw them. They didn't know who shouted the white dove is coming, and the scene suddenly became a mess. The Hexiu family, haha, they are just a bunch of clowns. One by one, armed with Qink weapons, they rushed into the crowd and killed wildly. When he was about to reach 10 meters, a box containing Qink's weapon was thrown out. Ahara Hanbei said respectfully after killing a ghoul in front of him. Big Madam shouted but was a step too late. A few capable ghouls calmed down, such as Big Madam. They calmly analyzed the current battlefield, secretly shifted the front line, and wanted to fish in troubled waters and escape from here. The box opened, and a murderous Jason's sickle appeared in her hand. Suzuya Jizo looked at Ahara Hanbei in the distance. This also gave Guozhangju Sheng and the others a chance. Mom, do you think I will let you run away? Guozhangju Sheng and the others finally found the ghoul army. A few were resisting, but most were in a state of panic, being killed by the investigators one by one. Then he rushed towards the large group of ghouls, and as soon as he passed by, there was blood and corpses on the ground. Countless ghouls are like rats in the sewer, running around like crazy. Finally, let me give you a piece of advice. It seems that a member of the Hexiu family came to Kuikulia and his son of Kamada Rise was transplanted. Underground warehouse. Since they were all on the upper floor, Suzuya Jizo jumped on the fence when Ahara Hanbei threw the weapon box. Looking at Takatsuki Kwan, Feng Yu was speechless again. Big Madam yelled, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't expect that her favorite work was now standing in front of her, waving a knife towards her. The next second, several daggers roared towards him, and the two ghouls blocking Big Madam fell to the ground. It's ready for you. Guard, hurry up, stop him. Mom, long time no see. You as you are lings. But now is not the time to continue procrastinating. Big Madam doesn't want to continue talking to Suzuya Jizo, she just wants to escape from this ghost place. Also, I should leave, otherwise Arima Keisho may come. As soon as he got Jason, Suzuya Jizo's momentum changed. The blade passed by and Jason was like a toy in her hands. His hands were intertwined and he kept slashing at such a speed that he formed an absolute killing circle. In just a few seconds, the two ghouls in leopard print suits who were protecting Big Madam fell to the ground. At the same time, the ghouls in the entire underground warehouse fled in panic and offered no resistance at all. Members of Kui Hisao and Suzuya Jizaban quickly harvested their heads. Rows of ghoul corpses fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, coupled with the death of his own guard, Big Madam was anxious and ran directly towards the exit regardless of the situation. Big Madam's Hezi is a fat tail, crawling quickly on the wall like a giant gecko. Mom, I won't let you run away this time. Suzuya Jizo raised the corners of his mouth, shook off the blood stained by Jason in his hand, and quickly chased after him. Seeing this, the members of the Suzuya class also blocked Big Madam's direction. Get out of here, you bastards. Big Madam shouted angrily and smashed the huge tail with great force. Immediately let the members of the Suzuya team, who were blocking the front, dodge. Taking advantage of this gap, Big Madam quickly broke through the blockage and walked quickly up the wall again. And Suzuya Jizo followed closely behind. Zio Shizao, Zioling, are you going to go against your mother? Obviously I raised you, do you hate your mother? Is that so? Big Madam was running and shouting, but Rieya Jizo had no expression on his face. On the other hand, the members of Suzuya Jizaban quickly caught up with them, and they all besieged him together. Huan Shui Lang used his strength to walk, jumped up, and jumped into the sky above Big Madam. He raised the scarlet Kuink knife high and slashed Big Madam's body hard. The back exploded and blood splattered. Big Madam screamed, endured the severe pain, and continued to run away. However, her speed had slowed down due to injuries on her body, and Mikage Miko took advantage of the victory to pursue her. One blow fell heavily on her body. In the end, Hezi was cut off by Hanbei with a single blow. But Big Madam did not fall down but climbed on the wall like a gecko. Her Hezi has dissipated. If it is not supplemented by human flesh and blood, she will not be able to use Hezi. With no strength to restrain the chicken, he felt the threat of death coming from behind him. Big Madam, who was still crawling, turned around and her pupils shrank. Suzuya Jizo slashed her with Jason's knife. The dust has settled. Big Madam no longer had the strength to resist, and his bloated body fell heavily to the ground. Mom, all I get from you are wounds, and only wounds make me miss you. No matter what people around me say, I have never hated you. Suzuya Jizo walked to Big Madam's side with an expressionless face. You brat, let me tell you the truth. The reason why I raised you is purely because you are good-looking, idiot. Don't make any mistake, I have never treated you. Big Madam knelt on the ground weakly and cursed, but before he could finish his words, he was killed by the combined efforts of Hanjing Aren and Huan Shuilang. Cover your ears, that's rude. Ahara Hanbei covered Suzuya Jizo's ears to prevent her from hearing the dirty words Big Madam cursed at her. Goodbye, Mom. The battle in the underground warehouse can be said to be one-sided, but the battle on Feishi's side is a desperate one. Facing the out-of-control Takazawa Masamichi, Feiyo could only keep avoiding his attacks. Today, Takazawa Masamichi is like a wild beast, roaring continuously. As his anger level soared, the RC cells in his body also soared. The rage becomes more serious. All Hio can do now is consume Takazawa Masamichi's physical strength. But Takazawa Masamichi's speed increase was too abnormal. And Kanki, who had become famous for his extraordinary speed and agility, was also injured in the process of evading. And the moment he was injured, Takazawa Masamichi would seize this opportunity and get close to him crazily, trying to stick to Hio and prevent him from moving. If Fei Shi, who had already awakened, was not afraid of the pain of breaking his ankle, terror would have fallen to the ground and been beaten into a pulp by Takazawa Masamichi. This is not. Just a moment later, Fei Shi was forced into a corner. The huge shell of Hezi looked so terrifying, and Fei Shi's small figure was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The next second, Takazawa Masamichi's fist was reflected in Hio's eyes. Getting closer. The strong wind roared and dust flew up. Boom. Walls collapsed and ruins lay in ruins. Fei Shi, why don't you believe me? I am you and you are Mace. Why can't you accept everything from me? Why? Sudden. He wiped the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. It is Fei Shi or the real Jin Mu. Roar. But soon the darkness fell silent again and a figure slowly walked out. Help me, Fei Shi, don't let me disappear, okay? The boy with white hair and silver hair turned into a child, but there were 2 lines of blood and tears on the child's face. Everything that happened in the dream is so real, why don't you want to believe it? In reality, the lonely and helpless back looks so pitiful. Look at what you look like now. Even though you got most of my power, you still ended up like this. The pain in his body made Takazawa Masamichi furious again. The scene has changed again, and the past scenes have been restored from childhood to college to becoming a ghoul, and finally to the memories and people in the Anding district. He stared at the darkness in the distance, as if to confirm whether Fei Shi was dead. Following Masamichi Takazawa's punch, the surrounding area seemed to quiet down. Then you want me to disappear, Fei Shi? I don't want to lose anyone anymore, and I'm also very scared. I'm afraid of disappearing. No, that's a lie. Otherwise, why would this situation be different from the dream? You are just lying to me and want to devour me completely. Fei Shi covered her head in pain, while the boy with white hair and silver hair opened his hands and gently held him in his arms. A boy with white hair and silver hair said expressionlessly. Fei Shi retorted excitedly, Kanki. It tastes much better than that guy. Fei Shi, don't cry, I'm here. The bronze tree. There were constant roars, fighting sounds, and even chewing sounds. The sound was terrifyingly silent, and a beast-like roar came from Takazawa Masamichi's mouth. Zhao zuo zuo, Fei Shi. He roared into the darkness, the ground shook, and the entire building, starting with the 2 of them, began to collapse. Jinmu murmured that the clothes on his body were damaged in the battle, but all the injuries were recovered. Scarlet flashed in the darkness, and with a swish sound, 4 dark streaks penetrated Takazawa Masamichi's body. I am Hio Sasaki, not Ken Kanki. And the aura on his body became more powerful. I understand, there's no need to stop him. Feng Yu hung up the phone, the expression on his face was extremely cold. This drama is about to begin, Kanki. Don't let me down, after all, the stage has been set for you. The night was bleak and the entire area was in chaos. Fires shot into the sky and police sirens pierced the sky. This is a battle between humans and ghouls. All ordinary humans living nearby have evacuated. They have long been accustomed to such things. Humans, ghouls, if the plan succeeds, then the 2 camps may be able to relax. Feng Yu's eyes flickered, looking at the huge red figure crossing the sky in the distance. Buzz buzz. In the dark night sky, there was a loud buzzing sound, which immediately shocked everyone on the ground or in the building, whether they were ghouls or investigators. Then what is that? All the investigators who surrounded the building looked up to the sky with horrified expressions. Owl, it's a one-eyed owl. Number, didn't you say that the one-eyed owl has been killed? Why is it here? Isn't he dead? It's impossible. Matt and others all said that the one-eyed owl is dead. Could it be that there is another one-eyed owl in this world? As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. How could this be possible? The ghoul camp already has a god of death. How could there be another one-eyed owl? No, this is absolutely not true. If it is true, then how are we going to win? The people at the bottom have begun to lose their defenses, and everyone has fallen into despair. You brats, give up before the fight even starts. It's just a one-eyed owl. The one was killed last time, it's the same this time. And we also have Matt and Kawakazi. We must believe them and not lose the confidence of our investigators. Kill all these damn ghouls, protect our families, and guard our homes. Marutesai's scolding sound came from everyone's earphones, which brought them back to their senses. Yes, we have Matt and others and Kawakazi and others we humans haven't lost yet. Kill all these damn ghouls. Wipe away your tears and regain your confidence. Arms in hand, ready for battle, the spirit of looking back at death was once again aroused, sweeping away the previous aura of despair. No matter how many companions died, they still stood at the forefront of ordinary people. Looking at the soldiers outside, he regained his confidence. Marutes took off his headset and slumped down on the armchair. It's really a lie, how come there are really two one-eyed owls? It's really troublesome now, I hope they can come earlier. Otherwise I'm afraid that this kid Chuanfeng won't be able to withstand it. Marutesai rubbed his sore temples and murmured. Inside the building, the investigators looked at each other in confusion, but there was no flinching in their eyes. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Ever since I joined the position of investigator, I'm no longer afraid of death. What I'm most afraid of is not being able to kill one more ghoul. Before every mission, they would write their own suicide notes. It can be said that every battle is fought with the determination to die. When fighting the enemy, you will die or I will live. His former companions died one by one and loneliness will always be with him. Listening to the shouts of the humans below, Takatsuki Izumi felt somewhat dazzling. That's the thing about human beings, always able to find a way to happiness in the midst of despair. If you can choose. In the building, Jin Mu wiped the blood on his face, his eyes as cold as frost. In the battle just now, the communicator headset he was wearing had been damaged, so he didn't know that the one-eyed owl was flying over. There was silence and darkness all around. Kanki frowned slightly. The next second, a huge object suddenly fell from the sky not far in front of him. Bang. Rumbles. The terrifying power made the building tremble, dust flew up, and the powerful airflow suddenly dispersed. Between flying sand and rocks, Jin Mu had to resist the powerful air wave with his hands. Heh, I found you, little reptile. Inside the CCG headquarters, everyone began to get busy, and some old investigators who had not left the station also put on combat uniforms and picked up their weapons. Two special guests, Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki, came to the place where the new suit was stored. Hi Pan, our guess was correct. There are indeed two owls. The one we met last time was not the one we encountered before. This one is young, brutal, and terrifying. Shinohara Yuki's deep voice sounded, making Kurapan suddenly startled. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be two owls. We have to go all out this time. The new one has been upgraded. I believe this time it won't be as embarrassing as last time. Let's go, Mr. Shinohara. Hypanion put on his new clothes and then tidied up his suit. Shinohara Yuki nodded. The two walked side by side, their tall figures elongated infinitely under the light. When they arrived at the playground gathering place, Tanaka Machimoto and Ampu Kingsley had been waiting for a long time. Then let's set out this time, and we will definitely kill the owl with a sword. He Ziazhang's voice sounded, and then the heavily armed soldiers and investigators present shouted in unison. Must win. Set off. Little did they know that not far after they left, a figure was looking at them with a smile. What a wonderful stage. I am already looking forward to the future of this world. Roma, let's go and bring greater surprises to this wonderful world. The man opened his arms with an extremely pious face, as if he was embracing something extremely sacred. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a book with a black leather cover in his hand. There are 5 words written on it, Egg of the Black Goat. On the other side, the battle between Kanki and Takatsuki Izumi reached a fever pitch. However, in this battle, Takatsuki Izumi held down Kanki and beat him violently. The extremely violent aura filled the entire place, crushing everything around it. Kanki was beaten into the thick concrete floor. Takatsuki-kwan waved his fist once, twice, and kept hammering. The floors were shattered and gold and wood fell down layer by layer. With each layer dropped, his injuries worsened. This time, Takatsuki Izumi did not hide his strength like in the original work, but released all his strength. The world's top SSS-level ghoul, the power of the one-eyed owl. Kanki was unable to resist. His consciousness gradually dissipated, and when he was about to die, Izumi Takatsuki grabbed his head and jumped up like a cannonball towards the sky. Then he threw it down, and the golden wood fell like an arrow off the string. The whistling wind was like sharp blades blowing against his body. With the arrival of Takatsuki Izumi, the members of the bronze tree hidden in the darkness came out in full force. Tatara took the lead and carried out a one-sided massacre. Damn it, everyone should retreat out of the building first and wait for the arrival of the main force. Sichuanfeng boy, where are you? Marutesa looked at the news coming from each team and suddenly felt his head explode. There is too much information and it is too urgent. The Bronze Tree members everywhere were like locusts hiding in the darkness, attacking heavily. Team A is under attack, requesting support. Team B is under attack, please support us. Red warning flashes continuously. Bronze Tree, you bunch of bastards. Marutes ripped off the headset on his ears and ran out of the command room cursing. Merit Special. When the soldiers stationed around saw him, they also gave him the highest salute. Boys, now they have received an ambush. If you are not afraid of death, come with me and rush in to support them. Marutes grabbed the soldier's rifle and raised it high, shouting. Support from the CCG headquarters was still on the way, and investigators kept dying in the building, and his heart was bleeding. Being in a high position, he is not like a certain manager who does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He would only give priority to the safety of his men, and now this situation has completely made him unable to bear it. The moment they raised their guns, everyone seemed to have received the flag of faith. This is trust and admiration. We are willing to rush in with Merit Sama. That is, we are not afraid of death. What we are afraid of is that when our companions die, we will be left alone. Listening to their cries from the bottom of his heart, Marutesai couldn't help but feel moved and sad. Each group was counterattacked by the Bronze Tree, and it was impossible to rescue anyone in time. The main force is still on the way. Now the only trapped companions are the group in front of them. They are police officers and soldiers, but not investigators. They had no Qink weapons in their hands, only guns and ammunition. They don't have the same physical qualities as the ghouls, which are different from ordinary people. A mortal body rush. Feishi, wake up quickly. Are you giving up again? Didn't you promise me to live well? Fulfill my wish for me. I am Hiyo, I am Kanki. Kanki's Hiyo. I'm so tired, I really want to fall asleep. The one-eyed owl is too powerful. I can't beat her. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm sorry. Why has the dream changed? The fact has not changed. Oh, mother. Jin Mu, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemed to see a gentle shadow in a daze. The shadow gently touched his cheek with his hand and hummed a familiar nursery rhyme. Kanki, stand up, I'm still by your side, don't give up, I will help you, I will always be by your side. The scene changed again. Kanki saw Hideyoshi Nagakin, who was still as bright and sunny as he had been in college. It was like a ray of light shining into Kanki's dark heart. Warmth flooded my heart. It's okay, you've done enough, I will always be by your side, don't forget we have agreed to be good friends for life. Kanki, don't break your promise. Tears fell down, mixed with blood and water. Scenes of the past emerged like a quick tour, from childhood to meeting Hideyoshi Nagakin to college, the initiation of adolescence and Toshi's deception. Darkness enveloped him and he was at a loss. He wanted to cry out and find the light. The darkness sank deeper and deeper until a dim light appeared before my eyes. It was a coffee shop, warm inside and full of laughter and laughter. Every gentle person welcomed his arrival with open arms. Welcome back, Kanki-kun. I miss you so much. Feng Yu was wrapped in a black cloak and stood at a high place looking at Kanki and Takatsuki Izumi. His expression was indifferent and his eyes glowed with a strange red light. Feng Yujin, what exactly is this power? Takatsuki Kwan grinned at Feng Yu, activated the skill of Samsara Nightmare, and she actually felt energy fluctuations. The power was different from this world, which surprised Takatsuki Izumi. My Mr. Death is really mysterious. If you and I didn't have the same purpose, I couldn't help but want to peel off your body and find out the secrets hidden in you. With her scarlet single eye, her big split mouth, and her terrifying shell, this scene couldn't help but be extremely terrifying. You don't need to worry about my affairs, I still need one last introduction. But if you really say Cao Cao will be here. Feng Yu groaned. Looking down below, Takatsuki Kwan's eyes, which were still staring at Feng Yu, were now filled with anger. My lovely four eyes, are you trying to resist me? Takatsuki Kwan slapped the fallen hair on her body, her voice mixed with laughter and anger. Brother, brother, I knew it was you, I'm here to pick you up. The person who came was none other than Fuguchi Hinami. At this time she was holding Kanki, who was covered in blood, with surprise and anger on her face. He was happy that the person in his arms was really Jin Mu, but angry that Jin Mu had been beaten to the point of dying with only one breath left. Ahums, you are Hinami. Jinmu listened to the whispers in his ears, opened his already red and swollen eyes a little, and stared at the girl with tears on her face in a daze. Hinami's tears fell down. No, Hinami, you. You go, get out of here, leave me alone, you let's go. You will die, go away, go away. Panic appeared on Kanki's face. and he used all his remaining strength to break free from Hinami's arms and push her back. I don't want to lose anymore. Kenki used his remaining strength to push Hinami away, but the next second a flash of red flashed across his face, and he heard only a puff in his ears, and the girl in front of him turned pale in an instant. Like a porcelain doll, it seems to break when touched. No, how could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Kenki's body was trembling as he carefully held the girl in his arms with both hands. It's so touching. I almost cried when I saw it. It's such a touching reunion, but don't forget that I'm here, my lovely eyes. Did the organization say what the fate of betrayers will be? And if you disturb my elegance, then I'll just let you die, he he he. Takatsuki Izumi laughed crazily. On the other hand, the backs of Kenki and Hinami looked so miserable. Blood was flowing everywhere, and the smell of blood was mixed with the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. With just one blow, Hinami's bag was broken and she was dying. It's okay, brother, I've grown up and it's my turn to protect you just like you protected me. Brother, I'm very happy to see you again now. We all treat you as coming back. If Sister Dong Xiang knows that you are still alive, she will definitely be very happy. Promise me, brother, you must live well. As soon as she finished speaking, Hinami closed her eyes and the hand touching Kenki dropped. No. Hinami, please open your eyes. Jinmu's cries echoed through the sky and a few snowflakes fell from the sky. Smoke billowed, broken walls, death, chaos, and screams were mixed together and constantly intertwined. Kenki raised his arm and tried hard, biting off a large piece of flesh and stuffing it into Hinami's mouth. Hinumi, eat quickly, just eat it. Now Kenki is like a madman, trying to use his own flesh and blood to give Hinami energy to repair her injuries. But Hinami seemed to be dead without any reaction. Jinmu fell silent, tears mixed with blood sliding down his face. His face was ashen, his head lowered, motionless like a lifeless sculpture. Kenki-kun, are you angry? Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill me? Look at her, her smile used to be so warm, she could obviously live happily, but now she's like this. Do you know why? It's all because of this wrong world. Humans and ghouls are like the food chain in nature. Ghouls feed on humans and humans take up arms to resist. This is an inextricable link. Human beings are hunted by ghouls are hunted by humans, countless families are broken up, countless orphans are created and they grow up full of despair. They continue to hunt humans and ghouls. Reincarnation after reincarnation happens to everyone in this world. Corner. Fighting after fighting, death is always present in this world. Only by becoming stronger can we protect the people around us. Look at the lovely Hinami in your arms. If you are stronger than me, then I am the one lying on the ground. Kenki-ken, I can't wait any longer, and you let me down so much that I want to kill you. Takatsuki-kwan said with cold eyes. Kenki's tears couldn't stop flowing and he hugged Hinami tightly with both hands. Perhaps he also felt an endless sense of powerlessness in his heart. Why me? I just want to spend this life peacefully. Why should I suffer all this? Ha-ha-ha, why me's? Jinmu yelled crazily, and at the same time the swelling on his body began to surge. The sound of crawling centipedes came to his ears. Like a centipede, like a centipede. Kenki-ken lowered his head and murmured. Centipede-like streaks of he-zai burst out from his body, and his hands turned into huge he-swords. A crazy, powerful aura swept across the entire floor, the wind and the remaining clouds. Feng Yu watched all this with an expressionless face. When Takatsuki Izumi saw this, he clapped his hands excitedly. That's it, Kenki-ken, you have successfully aroused my interest again, so I decided to continue playing with you. With one scarlet eye and a gaping mouth, the two monsters attacked each other at the same time. Floors collapsed and the ground shook. Everyone looked at the direction where the two were fighting in horror. Suzuya Jizo narrowed his eyes and whispered, Hiyo. After that, he rushed into the ghoul army again and frantically killed the ghouls in front of him. Every swing of the sword takes away a soul, but there were too many ghouls and even she began to feel powerless. What's more, Bronze Tree knew Suzuya Jizo's power and arranged for Naro to fight against him. Suzuya Jizo was very powerful, but he was powerless in the face of Naro's abnormal self-healing ability. What's more, he can escape on his own, but his subordinates and other investigators don't have his strength. Now is the time to retreat urgently and wait for the support of the large forces. Everyone, report to the group and retreat step by step. I'm here to cover you, Suzuya Jizo said. The members of Suzuya's class wanted to speak, but Suzuya Jizo waved his hand and Jason, who was still bleeding, stood in front of them. Don't make me say it a second time. The tone was cold but irresistible. Oh yes. Ahara Kanbei and the others gritted their teeth and agreed. There was just reluctance and anger in his eyes. Covered in blood, there was a man in the house blocking the door, his hands stained with blood. Jason, like a demon in hell. Also like a general on the battlefield. One man should be open, but 10,000 men should not be closed. The CCG people were retreating, but in a corner where no one saw, there was a man in a black cloak frantically hunting down the swarming ghouls. A great help was given to the retreat of these investigators. Damn it, it's a floppy disk. This B asterisk 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 D, let's leave quickly, this guy's strength is too terrifying. Let's ask for your help, sir, to capture this escaped floppy disk. The screams were mixed with fear. Some people recognized Kotaro Ammon, who was wanted by the Bronze Tree, and immediately ran away, wanting to tell the big bosses in the organization about the news about him here. But how could Kotaro Ammon let him leave, leaving Yuhi, like a huge predator in the dark, waving the sharp weapon in his hand, constantly harvesting the fleeing prey? After a while, the entire floor was covered with corpses. Corpses littered the fields and rivers of blood flowed. Kotaro Ammon lifted up his cloak and hat, revealing his appearance. Scarlet eyes emit a strange light. His eyes were deep and there was worry on his face. Looking in a certain direction. I'm sorry, I can only fight side by side with you. Then he started to eat the ghoul's hebu that fell on the ground. He needs to become stronger so that he can have stronger power to protect the justice in his heart. Even if the justice in his heart has already left him. Now that he has become a ghoul, one can imagine that if he appears in front of a CCG investigator, will the justice in his heart turn to him? Obviously not. He somewhat understood how Kanki Ken behaved in front of him. I also understand Kanki Ken's entanglement and confusion as a ghoul, but can't bear to kill humans. Top floor. Ken Kanki and Izumi Takatsuki. At this time, the two people distanced themselves. Half of Kanki Ken's body was broken, but he still stood firm. At the same time, the broken body was growing new flesh buds, constantly squirming and touching and blending. Live like a centipede, centipede, centipede. Kill you must kill you. Eat you all. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. Kanki babbled wildly. Takatsuki Izumi also felt uncomfortable at this time. The entire ghoul shell was broken, revealing her bandaged body. His forehead was stained with blood, but his face was extremely excited. That's it, Kanki Ken, come on, come and kill me. Takatsuki Izumi laughed wildly and shouted, then rushed out again, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Kanki Ken, who fell into madness, also faced him. Just for a moment, when Takatsuki Izumi was less than 1 meter away, the floor surged, countless hezi tentacles burst out and wrapped around her body, and his newly repaired right arm instantly turned into a giant blade. I'll kill you. The sword flashed and Takatsuki Kwan's eyes widened, just like in the original work. Only then did she realize that Jin Muyan had regained consciousness and had prepared an ambush. He used the time when he had just repaired his body to separate Hezi and bury it on the floor. Takatsuki Kwan smiled, the bandage disintegrated, she stretched out her hands and gently stroked Kanki Ken's cheek. You are really great. I hope I can continue to make more achievements in the future, and I hope you like this gift of mine. Looking at Takatsuki Izumi, who had turned into 2 pieces, a desire to devour came out of his heart. As for Takatsuki Izumi, who had just arrived at the borrowing position, he kept falling and finally disappeared into the darkness. Eat, it's the final stage after eating. Feng Yu, who was watching all this in the dark, murmured. Izumi Takatsuki is worthy of being one of the best actors in the original work. Feng Yu believes that it is impossible for her not to see the little tricks Kanki Ken did, and she was just looking for an excuse to send herself out. As a senior member of the Bronze Tree organization, Feng Yu is also the maker of the plan. He knew Takatsuki Izumi's plan and this was part of it. Because Kanki Ken passed the test and became the strongest of the new generation of half-human and half-ghoul. Not to mention the reformers in the laboratory, Kotaro Ammon was the loser, and Masamichi Takazawa was the only one who succeeded. And Takazawa Masamichi was defeated by Kanki Ken, so this gift fell on Kanki. If Takazawa Masamichi defeats Kanki Ken, then the gift will be his. The purpose of the Bronze Tree organization is to create a new generation of half-human, half-ghoul one-eyed king. This can protect both ghouls and humans. Become an intermediate hub with a semblance of peace. But what Takatsuki-kun didn't know was that Feng Yu's purpose was different from theirs. Their final goal also has another goal, which is to make Jinmu transform into a dragon. The dust seemed to have settled. Feng Yu looked at Jin Mu, who was feasting, the corners of his mouth raised. Eat to your heart's content. I may feel wrong to you after eating. When everything is done this world, I will help you get rid of it. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, Kanki crazily gnawed at the half-body left by Takatsuki Izumi. As he bow-gnawed, Kanki Ken's broken body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while he became intact. With his flawless white upper body exposed, his breathing gradually stabilized, and he wiped the blood from his mouth. Kanki walked towards Hinami step by step with sadness in his eyes. Hinayami, tears streaming down my face. Next, it's my turn to appear, Ju-Duorfu, don't let me down. The news of the one-eyed owl's escape made all the investigators tremble. Then came the cheering sounds that shook the sky. Good boy Sasaki Hio, I really saw you right. Boys, the one-eyed owl has been repulsed by first-class officer Sasaki Hio, and the next step is for our counterattack to sound. Bronze Tree bastards across the way, aren't you ready to retreat? Marutesa held an AK rifle and fired wildly at the tide of ghouls not far away. After hearing Marutesa's words, the ghouls paused for a second but soon continued their attack. What's going on? Aren't these guys planning to retreat? When did they become so desperate? Marutesa frowned slightly, looking at the enemy who was not afraid of life and death. He couldn't understand that in the past battles with the Bronze Tree, there was a tacit ceasefire every time. But now this situation, investigators from other places also discovered something strange. Damn it, these damn ghouls want to fight me to the death. We have few people, so we should maintain our original evacuation formation immediately and retreat quickly. In the ghoul armies, Tatara, who was dressed in white robes, just glanced at the direction where Takatsuki Izumi disappeared, and then continued to move forward like a war machine. All the ghouls did not dare to neglect and rushed forward like hungry wolves rushing towards food. Don't dare to resist the leader's orders. Once you back down, you will die. Moreover, this battle is also fought for them ghouls. On the other side, in a coffee shop, several people wearing black cloaks and evil ghost masks were sneaking in quietly. Dong Xiang, you go first. Sifeng Lianqi stared at the men in black in front of him with a solemn expression. Haha, Sifeng, do you think you can escape? Who are you? Kanki Kenkyuko suddenly erupted, and the dark scales shot out like soul-stealing hooks and pierced the air. Boom. This power is very good. It seems that you have grown a lot. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, looking like an elder was praising his back. You are Death Senior. Kanki Ken still has very good senses for the third highest Reaper in the Bronze Tree organization. When he joined the Bronze Tree, he was taught by Feng Yu, and he could feel Feng Yu's care for those weak ghouls, but soon he became vigilant. What do you want to do? Kanki Ken tightly guarded Hinami's body behind him. Soon you'll find out. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Feng Yu's mouth. The night was hazy, and a gust of wind blew by, lifting the clothes on Feng Yu's body. Whoosh, whoosh. Flying sand and rocks, flying dust. Kanki Ken suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Jin Muyan's eyes were about to burst, and the bag on his body began to squirm. Behind them were the unconscious Shifeng Renchi, Dong Xiang, and Nishio Nishiki. Seeing this, Kanki Yan's pupils shrank, and a surge of anger rushed into his head. My lord has become stronger again. Sir, I'm not good at fighting, and I have another mission. By the way, the CCG people are coming soon. Okay, it's time for them to arrive. Feng Yu clapped his hands, and then Bai walked out of the darkness with Itori, who was wearing a red dress. Well, you two, do you want to play with him? Papa, bring it up. It was like a giant hammer falling heavily on Kanki's body. Although Bai and Itori were planted with spiritual seeds, they still have subjective consciousness. After thinking about it, it's probably hard to tell if Kanki Ken is facing them now. Feng Yu looked at Bai and Yibird and said, Damn it, what did you do to them? A thick, terrifying aura spreads. Kanki Ken's whole body was like a dead pig, heavily pressed to the ground in the shape of large characters. The rich, informed spiritual power centered on Feng Yu continued to flow out, forming a huge vortex. Feng Yu did not use his eye but released Spirit Wia. Feng Yu took one step forward and a powerful aura surged from his body. Uncle Sifeng Dong Xiang Senior Nishio. Bai put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes slightly. Itori said calmly. Veins popped up on his face and his face turned red as if he was suffering from great pain. Moreover, it might evolve incorrectly during battle. Bai chuckled, then bowed respectfully and stepped aside, guarding the unconscious Sifeng lion and showing off to a few people. Forget it, let me see if you have made any progress. In the original work, Ken Kanki ate Takatsuki Izumi's Hakubo, and during the battle with Arima Kisho, he transformed into his full Hakusha form and holy sword form. Oh, since Yashiao can't get up, I can't get up either. I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him. Sir Nick and the others are ready at the source. Feng Yu didn't say anything and just indicated what she should do. Itori shook his head in refusal. Kenki Ken suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, with pain on his face. The crazy evolution of Kenki Ken's strength has skyrocketed very quickly, and after the gift just given by Takatsuki Izumi, he is now recovering from his injuries and his strength has also skyrocketed. Weak, really too weak, you can't bear it at this level. Kenki, you disappoint me so much. Feng Yu had a death mask on his face and couldn't tell what his expression was, but he knew from his indifferent tone that he must be as cold as ice. You look up at Dong Xiang and the others. If you defeat me, I will let them go. Otherwise, I will let you all die here. Feng Yu's words were like a sharp blade, piercing into Jin Mu's heart. Anger, pain, powerlessness, and despair are all intertwined. Why are you letting me choose again? Why is it all me? Why on earth? Jin Mu suddenly raised his head, and his blood-red eyes shed tears. His face was ferocious, and the red veins on his face were constantly squirming like centipedes. Like an evil ghost from hell, his whole body exudes a terrifying aura. I never imagined that the lovely Kanki-kun would become like this. Could it be the power of love? Haha, but in front of this adult, this so-called love is still vulnerable. Bai looked at Jin Muyan with strange eyes and felt a trace of pity. What will this world become in the end? It's really exciting. Seeing Jin Mu's appearance, Feng Yu's eyes froze again, and a more powerful spiritual power turned into a physical entity and hit him hard. Bang! Jin Mu was pressed firmly to the floor again, and a pit appeared on his body, and the area around the pit was cracked like a spider web. It still doesn't work. It seems we still need a little stimulation. Feng Yu murmured. Then he turned around and walked towards the unconscious Dong Xiang and others. Kenki, you probably don't know who I am yet. Feng Yu slowly took off his death mask, revealing his original appearance. There was a hint of hoarseness in Feng Yu's voice, but it made Jin Mu tremble violently. His eyes were full of shock. When Feng Yu left the coffee shop, he was never heard from again. He never thought that the notorious Ghoul death god was actually him, and he is always by everyone's side. You are Mr. Feng Yu. Bei on the side didn't react at all. After all, he had seen it before. Wait, Hughes, what are you going to do? Let Dong Xiang go. Jin Mu's pupils shrank, and then his anger soared into the sky. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kenki murmured crazily, and the pea on his body increased wildly, and even the pea that had just eaten Takatsuki Izumi became his pea. Feng Yu wiped the blood from his hands, looked at him indifferently, and then increased his mental pressure. The mental power is like a sharp blade, even by standing aside feels his scalp numb, but this time Kenki resisted. He stood up with a clang, his eyes shed tears of blood, and his face was covered with scales made of hezi into a centipede face, and his body was like Tatara's hezi. The form is the same, turning into a giant warrior. A violent aura surged out of Jin Mu's body, resisting Feng Yu's mental pressure. Visible to the naked eye, there is a blood-red wall of energy protecting Jin Mu. Give. Let go of Dong Xiang. Jin Mu roared, holding the hezi giant blade with both arms. The floor under his feet cracked instantly, and he rushed forward. The murderous intention is clear. Bai felt a strong life-and-death crisis emerging, and couldn't help but grab Dong Xiang and others and move them aside. As expected, he is a pure love god of war. He can evolve into this form just by hurting Dong Xiang. Kanki is indeed the most abusive protagonist. But this is not enough. Feng Yu secretly said. The next second, a blood-red knife appeared in his hand. On Akiri, a black shadow exuding terror appeared behind Feng Yu. Feng Yu prepared for battle, and so did Death Shadow. Use the blade of your hand to kill all enemies in front of you. A chilling air instantly filled the whole place, and Bai felt a chill on his neck, and his eyes involuntarily moved away from Anakiri in Feng Yu's hands. Bai only felt his scalp numb. He couldn't see through Feng Yu and had no idea what kind of secrets he had on his body. Just like when Feng Yu was born, he wiped out the ghouls, defeated Arima noble shogun, and became famous in one fell swoop. It's okay to be strong, but the most terrifying thing is that if you are strong, you don't know how many trump cards you have. Bai didn't dare to guess anymore. The spiritual seeds in his brain had sprouted, and the young leaves kept shaking, interfering with Bai's thinking. In just a moment, Bai regained his composure and waited quietly. Bang. A huge collision sounded, and a huge wave of air swept across. At the center of the air wave were the crazy Jin Mu and Feng Yu with an indifferent expression on his face. One big and one small. A physical god of death and a phantom god of death collide. Kenki's Hiren was easily blocked by Feng Yu's Onakiri. Staring at the shadow of the god of death, it seemed as if I could hear the chuckle of the god of death. Not enough, still not enough, Kenki, is this all you can do? A hint of anger appeared on Feng Yu's face. The next second, Feng Yu's cold voice sounded. breath of water. Earth-shaking waves. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Mu felt a chill on his neck and the scene in front of him changed. The whole person fell into a blue ocean, unable to extricate himself or move. He could only watch helplessly as the huge waves higher than the sky hit his body. If you look carefully, you can find that this huge wave is composed of wisps of sword energy. With just one blow, Jin Muyan's whole body was covered with sword marks, Hezi's shell fell away, and he fell to the ground helplessly. It's really not possible to use breathing techniques in this world. Feng Yu murmured. This attack is not the real breath of water 12 form, it can only be said to be an imitation of a trace of charm. Relying on his mental power gave Kanki Ken the feeling of being in the ocean. It can be regarded as a mental interference with his body control. But it's enough. Now Feng Yu's strength can swing hundreds of swords in 1 second even without using water breathing. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal. One sword after another fell on Jin Mu. Watching him fall into coma, Feng Yu walked up to him, squatted down slightly, then took out 2 marrow-cleaning pills and healing pills and fed them to him. The wounds on Kanki Ken's body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Continuously breaking through the boundaries of life and death will allow you to integrate Takatsuki Izumi's gift faster. Feng Yu murmured. Although Kanki went berserk and displayed Takatsuki Izumi's tricks, that was not all. If it is 100%, then he is only 30%. What Feng Yu has to do is to inspire him to 100% and then do the final. Transform into a dragon. When Jin Mu opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed through him, and then he saw Bai under Feng Yu directly breaking one of Sifeng's hands. Kicked Sifeng Lianqi down with one kick, and then stepped heavily on his face with one foot. Sifeng, it's really ridiculous. Look at what you look like now. Do you know that I have thought about it a long time ago and wanted to eat you so that the 3 of us can be together forever? What has become of your ridiculous stable area and your ridiculous one-eyed owl? Only the clown has the last laugh. Only this adult ... can lead us to a new world. Sifeng, you lost. After that, Bai directly bit off a piece of flesh from Sifeng Lianqi's shoulder. The blood stained the skirt of his clothes. In the coma, Sifeng felt the pain in his body and woke up immediately. At first glance, I saw Bai eating his own flesh and blood. Jant. You damn B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Lion cursed angrily, but his physical weakness prevented him from using any strength. Haha, what do I want to do? Who knows, you should ask this adult what he wants to do. Besides, I have always wanted to eat you. Bai chuckled with a trace of madness on his face. Feng Yu shook his head. Yes, they are another pair of paranoid good friends. Love cannot be obtained. You are that boy from Feng Yu. How could it be possible? How could it be you? Sifeng Lianqi's eyes widened, and he looked at Feng Yu in disbelief. In his mind, he still recalled the scene where he had been taught fighting skills. But now, the aura on Feng Yu's body and the scornful eyes showed power and terror. Just being caught by Feng Yu's eyes, Sifeng Lianqi felt the hair on his body stand on end. Know this aura, you are the god of death. Sifeng Lianqi suddenly woke up. It turned out that the death ghoul that everyone was looking for actually appeared in the Anding district first, and he also pretended to be an ordinary ghoul. Lurking into the safe zone. Why did you come to our Anding district at that time? Could it be that the store manager also planned it with your own hands? Sifeng Lion pointed at Feng Yu and glared at her. Feng Yu chuckled lightly. Store manager. A person who already has a death wish in his heart. Even if there is hope, he doesn't want to try again. Sifeng, shouldn't you understand him better than me? Feng Yu's voice was as faint as the wind, but Sifeng Lianqi was stunned. No matter what, the store manager expressed kindness to you back then. Why did you catch us here? Sifeng Lianqi's face was red, but her body was extremely weak. Don't worry, soon, I invite you here to witness the arrival of a new world. And you guys need to make a little contribution to the coming new world. Have you seen him? He is the Kanki Ken that you have longed for, and the protagonist tonight is him. Feng Yu said with a smile. He was not worried at all that there would be other changes in Jin Muyan, and he had seen through everything in his eyes. As long as the last step is reached, Kanki Ken will turn into a giant centipede monster surrounding Tokyo just like in the original work. Following the direction pointed by Feng Yu, Sifeng Lianqi saw Jin Mu clearly. At this moment, he was silent. As an SS-level ghoul, he has his own personal connections and naturally knows clearly that Kanki is not actually dead. Instead, he lost his memory and became a half-ghoul investigator of the CCG. Just for Dong Xiang and the others, Sifeng Renqi remained silent and concealed Jin Muyan's whereabouts. Now seeing Jin Mu again, Sifeng Lianqi sighed slightly in his heart. Kanki, a long time no see. Jin Mu's eyes were moist and his mouth was slightly open, wanting to say something. But in the end, there was just a weak and bitter smile on his face. Uncle Sifeng, I'm sorry. It's because of me that I've caused you trouble again. Okay, let's do it. Feng Yu's cold voice immediately interrupted the two of them. As you command, my lord. Bai smiled and then a blood-red hand penetrated from Sifeng Lianqi's chest, and that hand held a beating heart. Hey, you. Sifeng Lianqi's eyes widened, and he looked down at Bai's hand in disbelief. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he glanced at Dong Xiang and Jin Mu with sadness in his eyes, and finally closed his eyes and lost his breath. Bai withdrew his hand and then put Sifeng Lianqi's heart into his mouth. Is this what you smell like, Sifeng? I will take you to the new world together. There was a smile on Bai's face, but tears were streaming down his face. No, Uncle Sifeng. Yeah, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Jin Mu roared crazily and his aura surged, but he was suppressed by a huge Hezi monster. Don't move, the show isn't over yet. Feng Yu said coldly. Okay, go ahead and kill them all one by one. Let him see that these people died for him. Kanki, please open your eyes wide and look at all this. Remember, this is all because of your fault. They died because of you. It's all because of you. Feng Yu's voice was like a knife, constantly piercing Jin Mu's heart and soul. Just like before, Bai woke Dong Xiang up. Kanki-kun. The moment Dong Xiang opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, but they were soon filled with anger. You damn B********, D, let him go. Dong Xiang cursed angrily, but no one paid attention to her. Please, I really beg you, I can do anything you ask me to do, please let her go. Jin Mu struggled crazily, but as long as his aura surged, Feng Yu's power to press him became even greater. Kanki is like drowning water, crazy and powerless. Dong Xiang looked at the people lying on the ground around her. She was shaking all over. Uncle Sifeng, Hinami, Nishio Nishiki. Everyone. The blood flowing all over her body made her know everything instantly. No, that's not the case. How could this be? But before she could finish speaking, a familiar hand pierced her chest. Warm blood splashed out. He looked at Jin Mu with the same disbelief as Sifeng Renqi. Goodbye, Hanky. She murmured no. Jin Mu's eye sockets burst and blood flowed. A pair of hands clawed and crawled frantically on the floor. A lot of blood flowed out from the broken fingernails. Buzz. Jin Mu only felt a buzzing in his ears, and then his whole body fell into the sea of blood. Blood continued to pour into his body, and the strong sense of suffocation made him struggle desperately to grab the life-saving rope, but there was only an endless sea of blood around him. It's all you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have died. Tanky Ken, go die. Go to hell, go to hells. Go to hell. The invisible shadow kept cursing him, and pairs of black hands pulled his body down. Come and stay with us, let's go to hell together. Let's go to hell together. His body continued to sink and darkness swept across his vision. It's okay, just die like this. Kanki murmured. Li Shi, on the other hand, didn't have any anger at all and still looked at her tenderly. Don't you think, Kanki-kun doesn't like me? At this moment, he felt the throbbing he felt when he first saw Li Shi. Kanki said with a blushing face, it keeps getting bigger and spreading, destroying the entire Tokyo. Come on, Kanki-kun, I'm yours, eat me. After saying that, Li Shi took off his clothes one by one. Relentlessly see. A moist and sweet tongue gently licked his tongue, intertwining with each other. Feng Yu had a smile in his eyes, and in the next second, Jin Mu turned into a giant centipede monster. No. Can't. Come on, Kanki-kun, do what you love, possess me, I'm yours. Speaking of which, Kanki-kun is my favorite. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Her flawless white shoulders and skin as white and tender as milk adorn her proud figure. Such beauty, such warmth and sunshine. Just as Jin Mu was about to speak, the next second her soft lips fell on his lips. Giggle. Crazily eating Leshi. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to integrate the other into their bodies. Come on, Kanki, become a dragon. The boundless sea of blood kept churning, and finally turned into a huge wave, drowning Kanki and Rio. Li Shi, on the other hand, cannot feel the pain. She opened her arms like a fairy who was not stained by dust. Li Shi's voice is so gentle. Crisp laughter rang in Jin Mu's ears, and then his vision changed, and the white flowers of the other shore bloomed all over the world. The birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant, and the world was peaceful. Li Shi, who was like a girl, leaned down and looked at Jin Mu with a smile. Jin Mu's eyes were scarlet, and he was breathing heavily, like a mad beast. The next second, he threw Li Shi down. Jinmu pushed Lai Shi away fiercely. Jinmu turned into a dragon. Kenki-kun, do you want to be with me forever? Kenki-kun, long time no see. The pure white world instantly turned into a black and red purgatory. The originally prosperous Tokyo was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, as if it had suffered a war. The dark black thorns are still expanding and spreading, destroying everything around them with an irresistible trend. The ground shook, the earth cracked, and tall buildings collapsed. Smoke, cries, despair, and death hung over the city. Even Feng Yu was shocked. The damage caused by Jin Mu's dragon transformation was too extensive. And looking at the current situation, it is obviously more terrifying than what was shown in the original work. Ah, it's really wonderful, this perfect work of art, sir. As expected, you are right. Let this city be born from destruction. Bai looked at Feng Yu with adoring eyes. But Dong Xiang and others on the side looked at him angrily. You damn guy, what on earth did you do to that idiot Kanki? I must kill you. Dong Xiang cursed, kill me. Feng Yu looked into the distance with a smile on his face. I just made him have a dream, an extremely real dream. From the time Bai brought Dong Xiang and the others here, everything Jin Muyan experienced was a dream carefully prepared by Feng Yu for him. The huge mental power allows Feng Yu to use the reincarnation nightmare skill without Kanki Ken knowing it. The moment you wake up from the dream is the moment you transform into a dragon. Fortunately, it was successful. But Dong Xiang and the others didn't know that they were strangers to Feng Yu. Although they had spent some time together in a coffee house in Anding district, all they knew was information that Feng Yu deliberately revealed. Not to mention that mental power does not belong to this world at all. Here they come, let's take them away, leave here and find Kano, he will naturally understand what to do next. Feng Yu said in a cold tone. Bai could feel the terrifying aura emanating from his body, and his scalp was slightly numb, so he immediately released Hezi and took Dong Xiang and the others away from here. No, let me go. Let me go quickly, I'm going to kill that B********D. Dong Xiang struggled wildly, but Bai wouldn't let her go on messing around. He already felt the insecurity here, so he slashed her neck with a hand knife. Dong Xiang fainted immediately. Watching them leave, Feng Yu held the Anakiri in his hand and gently wiped the blade. Buzz tilde. The blade of the sword trembled, as if in celebration of the upcoming battle. The night wind blows and the fish is white at dawn. Light has begun to appear in the east and dawn is coming. Soon 2 waves of people appeared in front of Feng Yu. My Lord Death, how dare you deceive me? Bronze Tree Organization and CCG Investigator. 2 waves of people surrounded Feng Yu, creating a pincer attack. Takatsuki Kwan's voice was very light, but he could feel the anger in her heart. On the other hand, Arima Kisho raised his glasses and first glanced at the monsters transformed by Kanki around him. Then he looked at Takatsuki Izumi opposite. The two looked at each other with unclear meaning. CCG Ghoul Asylum Kuikullian. Since the last attack by the Bronze Tree Organization, the entire Kuikulia has strengthened its defenses. At the same time, the lowest-level ghouls also receive special surveillance. Just now, Jiuju Urfu, what do you want to do? A crazy look appeared on Kashima's face, and at the same time he took out a chainsaw Qink. Oh, I've been discovered, but I have more important things to do. Please don't stand in my way. Jiu Duerfu had an innocent smile on his face. Hee hee, let's have a good time. Roma next to Jiu Duerfu glanced at Shiken and said, It's great, it's really great. I didn't expect the second-class officer Jiu to come here with gifts. I'm really excited. Little sister, I will definitely love you very much. I will use this electric saw in my hand to cut off all your limbs and finally let you turn into Qink without pain. This is like this child. The voice he made at that time was so sweet and melodious. I hope you can be better than him. Kijima Shiki just finished speaking. Luoma and Shiken rushed out at the same time. In the monitoring room, He Ziazheng's eyes flashed, and then he operated on the computer system. The next second, the entire Kuikulia monitoring system was paralyzed. I hope you can bring me a surprise. New world, human beings, ghouls, hee, everything will cease to exist. He Ziazheng stood up expressionlessly and looked at Hezi, who enveloped the entire Tokyo. Action look. Investigator Kijima Bai. Jiuju Urfu wiped a trace of blood on his clothes and left without looking back. Scarlet blood was flowing on the white floor, and the originally living Kashima-style limbs were broken and had long since lost their breath. The chainsaw Qink he used to torture countless ghouls has been turned into scrap metal. Seeing Jiu Duo Urfu leaving, Luoma and Shiken followed him obediently. Now that most of the CCG's high-level combat experts have gone out to provide support, the entire Kuikulia can be said to be an empty city. coupled with the shutdown monitoring of He Ziyajing. It could still be seen that the surroundings of the building were really reduced to ruins at this moment. Outside the entire Queculia, countless ghouls wearing black robes and clown masks began to attack. It's really chaotic now. This kind of strength has exceeded all of our understanding. This is not the SSS level, but the SSSS level. Everyone who was encountered by Jiuduo Urfu was killed by Shiken and Luoma in just an instant. It's too scary. It's really too scary. He must be killed. Otherwise, there will still be no way for us humans to survive in this world. Land. What kind of monster is this? Could it be said that in just 2 years, this guy has grown to this point? He fought alone against Takatsuki Izumi, Arima Kisho, and a group of special investigators. All the prison doors opened, and in just a moment, countless alarms sounded. There is simply no way to stop Jiuduo Urfu and the others. In the center of the battlefield, there was a huge monster as tall as the god of death, holding a sword that exuded scarlet flames, and behind it stood an extremely terrifying phantom. Everyone in CCG was in an uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. Marutes immediately came to his senses and started clapping the case hard. After a long wait, the new world welcomes you back. It's been discovered. It's just that he doesn't know how to direct. I didn't expect that with so many of us plus One-Eyed Owl and Yaomate, we could only fight evenly. Feng Yu's sighed. Donto Prupula the priest opened his scarlet eyes and smiled. Queculia was attacked by unknown large-scale ghouls, suspected of being a clown organization. Please support. Please support. Smoke filled the air and the wind rolled into the clouds. They soon arrived at the lowest level, the prison where the strongest ghouls were held by the CCG. Let's go, I haven't had a pastry for a long time. At the same time, the clown always has the last laugh. This guy is too powerful. Takatsuki Izumi and Arima Kai distanced themselves from Feng Yu and made a tacit understanding not to continue the fight. Jiuduo Urfu smiled. Jiuduo Urfu smiled. In the command room, all kinds of weird powers are used on the monster in the center of the battlefield. Not only speed, defense, strength, but also sword skills and weird telekinesis. Marutes also stared at what just happened with his mouth wide open. He was horrified in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. Soon, all CCG executives on the scene knew about the attack on Queculia. Arima Keisho raised his glasses, the breeze blew over his face, and his white coat kept swaying in the wind. Team Shinohara, T. Kuripan, and others will stay with me to deal with the Shinigami, while everyone else will retreat to support Queculia. Arima Keisho said seriously. Matt Waitings. Yujingun wanted to say something but was stopped by Kyoko Yasura and others. Let's go, Queculia cannot be lost, leave this place to Matt and others. Yujingjun looked at Feng Yu unwillingly, gritted his teeth and began to evacuate. Be sure to come back safely. It's so annoying, so annoying. A bunch of clowns did so many things without telling me. Why can't they just follow my plan? Why go to hell, go to hell? Takatsuki Kwan's crazy roar vented the anger in his heart. Tatara, go and kill them, you must kill all those clowns. In the distance, Tatara heard Takatsuki Izumi's words. His eyes did not change, then he waved his hands, and a group of people from the bronze tree followed him and left. Stems and branches, take care. The people and horses on both sides disappeared one after another, and Feng Yu also smiled softly. The time is just right next. Just wait quietly for Kenki's next stage. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Arima Noble General. But we still need to be convinced before we can have a good talk. Feng Yu's aura shivered, and the surrounding air pressure suddenly became extremely thick. Breath of Light 10 forms light storm. The Onakiri in his hand turned into an afterimage, and the light blades struck out one after another. They merged with each other and finally formed a huge tornado of light blades. Wherever the storm passed, everything became clean. Countless ruins and broken walls were sucked into the storm, and its size became larger and larger. Looking at the rapidly approaching light blade storm, Arima Kisho took off his white coat, revealing the black combat uniform underneath. The strong and straight figure is visible at a glance. In his right hand, he holds an SSS-level sword made from the severed Yoshimura Kozen's purse at that time, and in his left hand, he holds an IXA. The light blade storm swallowed everything, and the IXA in his hand suddenly stood up. What was originally a sword formed and immediately unfolded a pair of double armors like wings. Like a shield, it firmly blocks danger in front of you. Feng Yu watched as Kishu Arima blocked his light blade storm. A look of understanding on his face. Although Demon Slayer's breathing method has been unlocked in this world, its power has weakened a lot after all. Otherwise, with that blow just now, Aramakisho's IXA Qink must have been damaged. After a while, the storm subsided and Aramakishu touched the shallow knife mark on his face. A thoughtful expression. Breath of Light 11 form light wings continuous slash. As soon as he finished speaking, countless light blade sword energy attacked Takatsuki Izumi. Not to be outdone, Takatsuki Izumi unfolded the feathers on his body, and the bombs immediately collided with the light blade. A violent explosion spread. Thick smoke enveloped everyone, and no one knew what was happening inside. You can only see and hear the explosions and fluctuations coming from inside. Queculia. The two gangs are still fighting, and the originally indestructible Queculia is now filled with smoke. There are corpses everywhere. There are ghouls and there are humans. Led by Jiu Duerfu, he was followed by Roma, Shiken, the priest, and Nick. The priest held the bloody heart in his hand, with the corners of his mouth raised, looking at the battlefield below, his face full of endless joy. It's time to go, these stupid guys are coming back. If there weren't other things I really want to kill all these guys who are hindering me. This world will be created by me. Jiu Duerfu murmured. Then several people left the place. By the time the CCG troops arrived, the members of the clown organization had already retreated, leaving only the desolate ground. Damn it. Marutese looked at the tragic scene and couldn't help but curse. But he also understood that now was not the time to get angry, so he immediately commanded each team to carry out rescue operations and clean up the remaining clown organization ghouls. When everything was cleaned up, he realized that this time Queculia was completely off guard. Not only were all the personnel guarding here slaughtered, but the imprisoned ghouls were also released. The last time the Bronze Tree organized an attack on Queculia, it was just to rescue the ghouls, and the last time CCG's senior combatants were there. Casualties and losses were not great. Now this time it is really a big loss. Marutese looked at a series of casualty lists and ghoul escape lists passed down by his subordinates. He just felt that his mind was blank, but soon he adjusted his mood. Let's begin to analyze the reasons for the loss of Queculia. First of all, he was certain that even if the indestructible Queculia didn't have many high-level combatants stationed there, the Joker organization shouldn't be able to lose it so quickly. It must be a mole. There is a mole in CCG. Sure enough, after the technical staff's monitoring review, they soon saw the figure of Jiu Duerfu. The look of strolling in the garden and the process of killing Kishima style. No, this isn't right. This guy Jiu Duerfu doesn't have that much authority to open the door to the underground prison of Queculia. There must be an accomplice, and the accomplice still has a position that allows him to access the door. Could it be ... it's him? Marutese was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He felt chilled by his guess. Looking around at the miserable situation, he clenched his fists and secretly vowed to find the mole. But the current situation can only be investigated secretly. Immediately, he turned his attention to Yujin County. On the other side, Fengyu, Takatsuki Izumi, and Aramakisho have ceased fighting. Both Aramakisho and Takatsuki Izumi had large and small stab wounds on their bodies. The clothes on his body were even more damaged. This was especially true for Takatsuki Kwan. The white bandages wrapped around his body had all broken apart and he was covered in blood. There was anger and powerless despair in her eyes. Aramakisho's eyes were as dull as water, and the IXA and owl in his hands were completely broken. Now you can listen to me carefully. Fengyu's aura converged, the hezi faded away. The ghost cut into the sheath with a warm smile on his face. You have your plans, but you also have my plans. Although our plans are different, the ending is the same. Aramakisho and Takatsuki Izumi did not speak, but raised their eyebrows slightly. The pop sound could be heard throughout Tokyo. No, this is just part of the plan. My power, my son. If this reagent can be produced on a large scale, then there will be no ghouls in this world. The man cried bitterly while eating. As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede hezi transformed by Jin Mu began to emit scarlet light, and then one hezi monster appeared. A ghoul turned into a human in front of them. Reagent entrance. The originally unconscious ghoul suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. Fengyu smiled. Pairs of ghoul eyes that should not exist in humans appear. The scarlet smoke emitted by the self-destruction reacts quickly as soon as it comes into contact with the human body. The dragon transformed by Kenki is also a key part. Only humans who have experienced the pain of ghouls can empathize with it. The man who had just woken up had a confused look on his face. He felt the disappearance of the hezi in his body and the desire for human flesh and blood. Because this reagent ... can change the world, change the survival issues of ghouls and humans. What is a ghoul? Humans can become ghouls by transplanting ghoul organs. It is nothing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.